fresh map, get lost now with no abstract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks till y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop. Take us down, keep fighting.
Heyo everybody, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're going to be bringing to you the Open Finals of Legends of Runeterra. Right, my name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Moonboy, and we're going to be your casters here for this Open Finals. Moonboy, great to see you back on the desk here today,
Wow,
man.
I mean, I've been here for split 1 and now it's split number 2. It's gonna be more and more intense, not forgetting this is the first competition coming in right after the patch last Thursday.
Right, that's a huge like development right now, isn't it? So, I mean, there's so much to cover about this new patch, right? I mean, how's your feelings about this patch so far?
Well, I mean, this patch is great, right? It encourages diversity coming in. We have seen old decks coming back as well, and the fall of Thralls and Diego Noxus, like, ouch, that's a huge fall for those two decks. But you know, it's a huge win for Azir Aurelia and other decks as well.
Yeah, and you know what that means? It's going to be such an exciting tournament today. I can't wait to see how things are going to be turning out. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Split 2 Open Finals. So we're going to be having some familiar names coming back into this top 8, and also some new names as well. And we're going to be covering all of that very soon. But nevertheless, though, it's kind of great. It's great to have you back on this cast here, seriously, because you know, being part of the Runeterra community, it really shows, you know, there's so much potential here, and it's just great to have you on the desk here to just basically talk about all this.
Right, so guys, let's just take a look at the brackets right here. These are the top 8 for Split 2. So this is going to be the playoffs, and we'll be playing straight right to the grand finals today. So we have seen some familiar names, as what you said, right? Big players like Odyssey, All Creations, Reroll, and Pokeberry as well.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are representing the best of the best when it comes to Runeterra here in Southeast Asia, and you know, by the end of the day, we're going to be finding out who's literally the best of these top 8, aren't we?
Yep, I mean, players has gone through a gauntlet of qualifiers and you know, different weeks along the month as well, but all led to today, right here, the playoff, and the champions will be walking home with what, $2,000 worth of prizes, which we'll get to later on as well. But this is the lineup for today, and it's gonna be a whole, you know, interesting Sunday for you guys.
Exactly right. So speaking about that prize, let's let you guys know what all of these players are playing for, because you know, it's not about bragging rights. You know, there's literally prize money that's on the line here today, and these guys are going to be so competitive, especially with this new patch right now. It sounds like a lot of things have been tossed up, a lot of things have been turvy, but the thing is going to be constant. It's going to be the money that we get at the end of the day. So first place is going to be able to come home with $2,000 in hand, second place will come home with $1,000, and third place will come with a $500. But then again, for those who didn't mention make it in the top 3, they're still going to be earning coins they can go ahead and use in Runeterra, aren't they?
Yep, I mean, especially coming in with the new skin line with the, you know, Dungeons and Dragons kind of style, that, you know, is really looking good, and this amount of coin could potentially fetch you something that you like in the store as well. Yeah,
I mean, again, the new customization, the new skins as well, as just something like that's why I really love, like, the style of it. It just feels so different now, and it really complements, I feel, the amount of like the beautiful nature of Runeterra itself, doesn't it?
Yep, that is exactly right. So ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a look at our very first players, you know, featured in the first stream right here is Blacklist, all the way from Philippines. Tiger coming in with an open final seeding of 17 and finishing 5th place in the first cup as well. Favorite champion is Lux for this guy, but ladies and gentlemen, do not underestimate this man, because this man coming in with the Blacklist flag behind his back is here to represent.
Yeah, back in black here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at how fierce he is there. You know, he's not going to be someone to be trifled with once you get onto the board with him, don't you?
Yep, I mean, this guy has proven himself once and once again in the competitive scene, but finally, you know, he made into the playoffs for the Snapdragon Pro Series. So this guy's here to show and display and see what he got.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and look at his competitor for this first round here. It is going to be Odyssey, and he hails from Thailand. He has an open final seeding of 9th place, qualifying ranking of 3rd place in the first cup. His favorite champion, though, Ahri.
Yep, Ahri. We have been seeing this champion around in the current meta as well. Maybe, you know, he might be bringing in Ahri this time around, but this guy, we have seen it in split number 1. He had such a dominant display last split as well, but this guy, you know, he's representing Thailand and everything, right? Asia Masters down to Worlds, last year Worlds as well. So this guy is here to prove a point, and he proved that he's still going to be relevant moving forward in the season.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and have a look at the deck list that's going to be here, and I think you're going to have a lot to go and talk through us about here because, you know, this patch here, I mean, we've been talking off stream, is that there have been a lot of changes right now, isn't it?
Yep, I mean, downfall of Thralls and down of Viego Nox, but that also means the upcoming of that Viego Shurima that both players have to bring. This deck is just filled with so much control capability, and, you know, something that just came up just recently as well, you know, came back, TF, Nami, you know, this deck is just filled with so much elusive and so much, you know, just so much counterplay coming in, and with a level up Twisted Fate, it's going to be really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, so again, this is going to be the deck list they're going to be carrying throughout the entire tournament here, so that pretty much determines the options that you have on the table here. So let's go ahead and talk about one of the featured decks here from one of the players, the Shadow Isles and Bilgewater deck. So talk us through what this deck is about.
Well, this deck is called TF Nami, right? This deck, you know, we have seen it previously in the previous patches as well, previous season. It was pretty dominant, and it always utilizes the elusive tags. Coming in with those buffs from Nami and Fleet Emerald Shelly as well, you know, it's just gonna be having such a huge board, you know, trying to buff up as much things as possible and just swarm you down with elusive. So, you know, if you manage to just remove his elusive, no problem, because he got that one copy of Harrowing at the end game to finish you off.
That sounds so interesting. I can't wait to see how he's going to try to play it out. I mean, again, you know, given that this is a elusive plus buff, it's very much like one of those standard kind of decks that you tend to see in the meta, isn't it?
Yep, I mean, it has been rising coming in from the last 2 weeks as well. It has so much draw power as well, so there's lots of option coming in for this deck, so it is the deck to watch out for.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and look at one of the featured decks from Odyssey here. This is the Piltover and Zon and Targon. So talk us through this one.
Well, this deck, you know, has been around ever since this particular season starts as well, you know, coming in with, you know, the Winding Light. This deck is all about Winding Light, you know, just finishing off everyone with those huge overwhelm units, as you could just swarm your board really easily with things like, you know, Boon Baboon with the Flame Chompers as well, and you're just able to just discard them with like some Dredger and Spacey Sketcher.
I mean, it looks like a very aggressive deck straight out the bat. I mean, I wonder if Odyssey is just wants to go in like all guns blazing from that first round on, just intimidate his opponent here. But what do you think though? Like, would it be sort of like a sound strategy to go with, like just overwhelm from that first round onwards?
Well, I think, you know, coming in, you have to prove your point, right? This is the top 8 playoff. This is no, you know, funny business coming in. You want to win it, you have to go head on from the very first game. And coming in with such an aggressive deck, I believe, you know, Tiger might have this similar kind of style as well. I think he ran with Victor instead of Vi. So things is gonna be pretty interesting coming in, and it's a race of whoever could just reach or drop that Winding Light first and get advantage and get those overwhelm damage into your opponent Nexus.
So in any case, we're going to be coming into our first match very, very soon. We'd like to give a shout out to our sponsors here, which is Snapdragon Pro Series. You can share your thoughts about them actually if you head onto our social medias using the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. You have a chance to have your best comments to be featured on stream here, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're on the Twitters, if you're on the Facebooks, use that hashtag right now. Let us know your thoughts and you'll be featured on stream here. We'll also like to let you guys know you can join our Discord server. This is going to allow you to be part of the conversation when it comes to the Snapdragon Pro Series, because we don't just cover Legends of Runeterra, we cover so many other mobile titles as well. So if you really want to get in touch with the community that way, please go ahead and do so. And again, shout out to our sponsors for this event. The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon, and if you want to basically let us know your predictions for this tournament here, you can let us know inside the Twitch chat itself. Go ahead, vote for your favorite players here, vote for your favorite regions as well. Yeah, let us know who do you think is going to be able to come out on top.
Yep, we got players from all over APAC. We got Koreans, we got Japanese, we got Filipino, we got Singaporean, we got Thailand as well. So, you know, they're all here trying to battling out to win the cash prize coming in at $2,000. You know, that's a lot of money coming in for a one-player game. And you know, just here, you know, you could just support them, just go on chat and shout their names, or even shout the caster's name, because we are dope as well, right?
Yeah, we are dope indeed. Speaking of like the regions here, I mean, what's been kind of like in the Runeterra scene right now, which is a kind of exciting region to watch these days?
Well, I believe, ever since the merger of APAC, I think the Japanese and the Korean actually have a lot of like new stuff coming in on the table. They're always known for their special tech or like, their special spice coming in as well. But however, you cannot discount the quality of players coming in from the Philippines and Thailand as well.
So that's going to be something to watch out for, this Korean player. We got one really good Korean player in the group though. But for now, we're going to be focusing on these two. The Philippines, one of the best from the Philippines, and definitely one of the best here from Thailand. This is going to be the pick and ban phase. So looking at this deck list right here, right now, it looks like the Philios Victor has been banned, so has a Zoe Vi. It's going to be interesting here. Between the two right now, oh, I see two Viegos. You think he'll be be just willing to go with that for that first round though?
Well, I think, it might be a Mono Shurima coming in from Odyssey to start things off. And Tiger, maybe he might be going in with the Nami TF because, this two is the one that probably going to make a difference coming in. Whoever could pop off or even win this particular matchup has a high chance of actually taking this whole series.
So, I mean, speaking about the Viego deck, just basically focus solely on that Viego champion there. I mean, what's the main strength of playing this deck here versus like some of the others?
Well, the thing about Viego Shurima, this particular package coming in, right? You got Viego coming in with the Wraith package as well, Miss Wraith, he's able to just have so much of this buff coming in on the Viego. Yes, Legion Deserter did got banned with the Noxus format, but however, this Shurima provides so much coverage in terms of the control side as well, right? There is the Rite of Negation, there is Quicksand coming in as well, and I believe both players are running Bakai Sand Spinner in their decklist also, so which could potentially, manipulate the board state as well. So there's so much control and so much, push and pull coming in from Viego, and that is probably one of the most solid control deck in the meta right now.
Nice. Okay, so given that Odyssey is running the Mono Shurima right now, you think the let's say if Etika decides to go with the Twist of Fate Nami there, do you think that will be a favorable matchup for him?
I think both is just doing their own thing, right? Mono Shurima being Mono Shurima, that, it's a solitaire deck. All they have to do is just level up Azir and Zareth as fast as possible. But however, I believe the problem with Tiger going into with the TF Nami into the Mono Shurima is you have to be really careful of those broiling sands, because if your Nami or your Fleet Admiral Shelly got caught into this broiling sands, get themselves vulnerable, that is not where you want to be, especially when they are your key engine to your deck.
All right, so coming into this current patch right now, I mean, has there been any kind of major changes as far as these kind of like for example, the Viego deck itself? Like, has been any kind of major changes since the last patch though?
Well, I believe, this is kind of still a very similar, right, compared to the previous Shurima variation. Yes, there is a lot of the variation coming in against the Noxus one, which is a little bit more aggressive. So this Shurima variation coming in is a little bit more controlly, right? Take a look on the right side where the spells are at. You got your Ancient Hourglass to protect your Viego. You got Glimpse Beyond for draws. You got Quicksand to deal with your elusives, which Nami is going to be having a lot of them as well. Rite of Negation to just counter spells, and Vengeance to just take out key targets in fights as well. Not forgetting the end game Atrocity, just flinging a huge Viego into your opponent Nexus. That's not what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, again, like the Viego being in such being this really strong control deck option here. I mean, I wonder if if he decides to go with like that Azir Zareth, like I think this Viego should be able to handle that toe to toe pretty much, isn't it?
Yep, that is possible as well. But take a look at this, the Mono Shurima deck coming in from Odyssey as well. This is no stranger to us, right? It's basically, level up Zareth and Azir as fast as possible. And, but let's just let the game do the talking.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting the Mulligan right about now. We have both Odyssey and Etika playing in this first round of the day. Man, I'm just so excited to see. This is literally the first tournament matchup in this patch right now. I mean, man, I mean, you had kind of been following, developments with this patch so far. I mean, from what I hear, this meta is super fast, isn't it?
Yep, it's a little bit more on the faster side, where players are playing faster decks in a way, right? TF Nami is not exactly the fastest, but it's fast enough to actually deal with to close off the game before things actually go south for him. But take a look at this, right? On the bottom side, you see Odyssey already got that Azir and Xerath ready to go. Clockwork Curator as well, that could bring the Sundisk down by 2 ticks if, just to close off that additional ticks that he's actually missing.
Yeah, so that he's going to go ahead and put the Sundisk out first. And right now it's going to be Odyssey's turn right now. He draws a Rite of Negation. He's going to put a Preservarium up, and a Rock Hopper gets drawn from the top of his deck here.
Yep, a Rock Hopper is huge coming in from Odyssey, right? Having that Rock Hopper allowing to have and Roiling Sands, though this way it just makes Tiger feel a little bit weird coming in. No double trouble coming in from Tiger. That means that Nami is not in time to level up, and this kind of might have shown a little bit of weakness coming in from to Odyssey, but immediately going in for the attack with the tentacles, and right here is just his Tiger just trying to maintain as much pressure onto Odyssey as possible.
Because right now he's just basically drawing for time here. I mean, even though he already has the Azir and the Xerath right now, I mean, what kind of cards is he really looking for on his hand at this point?
Well, I think, right here is all about protection, right? We know that Tiger actually running the Shadow Isle Tailstone, and that could potentially land him a crumble that could crumble that Sundisk if things goes wrong. And Tiger, knowing that the Xerath is a must-kill target, immediately went for the Tentacle Smash, but Odyssey, being a Shurima deck, that stasis is there, and the Xerath is just fully protected at that point.
Just saved by the stasis there. So he's able to bring it back into play now. It's going to be now Ediker's turn at this point. So he's already got a 5-4 ready to play here. He's already putting Odyssey in under a little bit of pressure at this point. So, like, what do you think is going to be on his mind at this point, though?
Well, right now, I believe his first target on Odyssey's board is definitely going to be that Sundisk, right? Get Odyssey out of 4 mana so that you could play around that counter spell and just remove that Sundisk and not allow Odyssey to do anything against you, because as of right now, with a Xerath on board, with a Sundisk on board as well, things might be a little bit wonky for Tiger.
Yeah, so the 1-3 is brought out. It's immediately going to get the knockdown to a 1-2. But Soothsayer is going to put on the board. Ooh, talk about this one.
Yep, Odyssey knew that the right time, immediately dropped the Soothsayer, protecting that Sundisk from going down. So that crumble strategy coming in from Ite is not going to be happening, so he have to win that old school way. But at the same time, with both Roiling Sands on Odyssey's board, it's going to be looking very awkward for Tiger to actually drop any unit down, because right here, Bubblefish or even the TF, it's not worth dropping down. So probably, going in for the double trouble, pop that Roiling Sand away, but you are risking the Xerath from leveling up also. So you have to really weigh your options at this point.
Okay, a very precarious position here then for Odyssey. So he's going to commit some units on the board here to protect his Nexus. Should be able to get those cleared, but then from this point on, he's going to be at a slight disadvantage. So it's going to be interesting to see what Tiger is going to try to choose to do here. He's going to bring out a spell.
Yep, and it's going to be a Foul Feast coming in. He's trying to pop up that, that spell shield away from the Xerath. So this way, he could try to take it down. But right here, Xerath is already leveled up, and the down take on the Sundisk by 9. And Odyssey is just so close to the end game, right? He got the Azir. Once the Azir is leveled up, things is going to be looking bad for Tiger.
Tiger is going to be in literally a race against time now. That Sundisk is down to 11 ticks left. And yeah, again, Odyssey is already having his eye on the end game move here. So as long as he's going to be able to keep that on Tiger's mind here, that's probably going to play a lot into his decisions from this point on. So committing a couple of units on the board now. It's still Tiger's turn. So what do you think he can kind of do to for Tiger specifically? Like, what can he kind of do in order to turn the tide against Odyssey here?
Well, there's only one way for Tiger to close this off, and it's definitely gonna be via the huge, elusive swing coming in against his opponent. And, things is not looking great for him. Like, take a look as he cracks those Roiling Sands, you're just putting everything in danger. Clockwork Curator coming in, bringing it to 9. Once the Azir reaches that 13 mark, 13 points coming in his level up condition, all he has to do is drop it down, and Shurima is restored.
Ooh, okay, that's gonna be painful for him if he cannot deal with that. Sets up another spell. Shadow Isle Tailstones gonna be set up here. Still his turn though, and he still has 5 mana left.
Yep, so he opted to go with the Crumble this time. I believe what he's trying to do right now is to remove that Xerath off the board. So, he's still holding priority, but Odyssey is holding on to 4 mana, and you don't want to be risking as much things as possible against a Shurima, especially when it has 4 mana where the Rite of Negation is online.
Alright, so still waiting for Tiger to make his move now. I mean, just spending, taking the sweet time, as we would say here. I mean, he still has a lot in his hands right now. I mean, what sort of like threats I think Odyssey has to watch out for? I mean, oh yeah, you did mention before that, but then at this point now, do you think Odyssey can pretty much close this out if he plays cards right?
I think Odyssey is looking great for Odyssey at this point, right? Sundays is already at 8. Azir is leveling up anytime as well. He could just drop a Rock Hopper, add additional 2 stacks, and just play the Azir and level it up. But here comes a level up Nami as well. But it seems like Tiger is going in for the offense. He knows that this is the time to strike, and he have to do it now. If not, it's going to be too late for Tiger to close off the game.
Alright, so Nami already committed. Azir, another Azir is going to be picked up on the deck here. It's going to level up straight away now. So, I mean, the endgame still looking so juicy for our Thai player at this point, isn't it?
Yup, so take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen, as we see a sequence of video coming in from this deck, and this is what Mono Shurima is all about, and he got a Sandstorm off the top of the King's deck.
Leveling after leveling. I mean, that's a fat Azir that's going to be on the board now. A 6-6 on the throw, and even more coming in for the Azir.
Yup, and there comes Xerath coming in at level 3, and pop goes the Sundays, and down goes one of Tiger's unit. And as you know, a subsequent unit comes into play, it's gonna be removed by Xerath passive. So those Bubblefish is unable to land down this turn. Immediately going in from the tail zone, I think it's gonna be a crumble, and he wants to bring that Xerath down.
He's got to do it. I mean, it's like such a fat Xerath there at 5'9". I mean, if you don't deal with it now, you're going to just suffer the rest of the way through. It's going to be very difficult for him to get initiative back. He has been Birdfish out. Still hasn't dealt with the Azir yet, but at least going to be able to buy some time.
Yep, second Bubblefish on the board for Tiger is just looking at only at 2 attack right now with 1 mana open going in from the Sephiroth, and this is only 6 damage coming in from Tiger with a level 3 Azir on board and a potential like second Xerath coming in from Odyssey the next turn. Things will look bad for Tiger.
Yeah, so a lot is going to be hinging on this right now. I mean, again, Odyssey still has the advantage even though his Nexus is a little bit low. He's just basically been tanking that phase damage because he knows he still has that win condition in hand right now. As long as he can successfully play it out, he's going to concede the turn now to Tiger. And let's see what he's going to try to do. He's going to put it on the board now.
Yep, immediately going in for an open swing right here, forcing Tiger to go for the block, right? He got Sandstorm. He could obliterate 3 other units coming in from Tiger's field as well. Because right here, it seems like, you know, is just not in a very good position. He cleared out, you know, Odyssey cleared off his board. Only unit in his hand is probably Zap Sprayfin or even TF that can't exactly do too much against the bot state right now.
Yeah, so let's see. It's going to be a bit of a Mexican standoff from this point now, and like we just hope that Tiger's Elusives will be able to tank most of that damage there. But again, this Azir is just still looking like such a huge threat on the board right now. It's not even funny. Like Tiger, I mean, I guess he must be sweating a little bit behind his screen, isn't he?
Well, right here, all he has to think of is what is his out, right? Or what can he use as resources and what should not be used as resources. Immediately bringing back the Sephiroth into his bench. This might show that, you know, he might be coming up with something funky coming in as well. Blue card committed by Tiger. He's going to be drawing, and I believe right here, the only way to win is probably going to be level up TF and just use the put it to your advantage and just take those card advantage and the numbers advantage to win you that win. Xerath coming in from Odyssey as well. This is a perfect time for Tiger to go for that crumble.
Yeah, again, there's going to be 11 damage total they can do to the face here unless Tiger is going to be able to put something on the table here. Levels his TF now to a 4-3. And managed to get the Xerath out of the board for now. So still trying to delay the time, still trying to find the right conditions here to get the win back, but as it stands, Odyssey still having the advantage.
Yep, right of Arcane immediately going straight right to remove that Nami off the board. Ooh. And right here, iTiger is left with nothing much left. I mean, he could go for a pick a card the next turn and try to level up this TF. Zap Sprayfin coming in, drawing additional card. One more stacks onto TF as well, getting him a double trouble. He could use it to, you know, maybe just tank a little bit of damage coming in, but it's not looking good. He has lacking of buff, he has no elusive, only have one elusive unit. It's just, I don't know how I could actually turn this around.
Yeah, it's just looking, it got just from bad to worse now. I mean, without the TF, he'll be practically naked from this point onwards. So Ember's Guard going to be taken from the top of the deck, but it's still the Azir that's going to be dead. Oh, and now a 5-4 is brought onto the board now. I think it's just getting worse and worse as time goes on. He really needs something to kind of help him here. Maybe trade RNGs a little bit, but oh man, it's just not looking good.
Well, as of right now, you know, he top decked that Fleet Admiral Shelly, and if that sequence could pop off, he might be able to do a little bit of something with Fleet Admiral Shelly and just, you know, push in additional damage. Right here, Odyssey is at 12 HP. It's not exactly too high for iTiger to be dealing with, but this attack coming in, iTiger might have to tank that 5 damage coming in from the 5-4 Fearsome.
Yeah, that's the thing. Still so much attack damage potential here from Odyssey's side, and even though he does have some units on the board to tank it, but once those are cleared, yeah, like he'll be just completely naked from this point on. So I just wonder, like, what kind of fates can he kind of like extract from this point on in order to try to turn things around. But it's just looking from bad even more worse now. Look at the amount of buffs there. 6-6. Those 1-1s now buffed up to a 3-3. I mean, Odyssey's just said he's got everything in the army. He's going to throw everything but the kitchen sink right now. Everything but Azir, I should say. But that's still plenty of damage off the board right now.
Yup, Shroud of Darkness coming in. I think what iTiger is looking for right now is definitely going to be buffing those units up to get a good block. And, you know, I believe this is going to be a pick a card, right? I mean, iTiger should go for the pick a card. Yup, go for the burst split, get everything up, and you got a good blocker for the Legion Guard as well. So, and you know, just do the calculation, do your math, survive this attack, and there might be a chance for iTiger to turn this around the next turn.
Yeah, so very, very crucial. The base is going to be putting down here. So the TF should be able to survive the onslaught. Not much else for everyone else, though. So, okay, he's only going to be tanking that much damage, but it's going to bring him down to a 3 by the end of this round here. And already 3 cards added to his deck, though, from that removal. But still, the problem still is still on the board, so to speak here. And another round of attacks here for Odyssey can definitely finish this game off.
Yep, so this might be the final turn, ladies and gentlemen, that iTiger is going to take. And right here, Odyssey is just scrambling for option, crumbling sands, and that is going to be a good card coming in to remove one of iTiger's creature. But right here, right, iTiger already got, what, 8 damage ready to go. Vengeance on his hand as well. He's have enough spells to actually pop off the Shelly to you know, deal 12 damage this turn. He just have to time it well and utilize it well, so this way Shelly could just get those value and close off the game.
Okay, well, all hands on deck now. I mean, this is do or die at this point. I mean, you're only at 3 health left on your Nexus. You still have units to block, but even those major ones you can block off, you're still allowing at least the 3-3s through. So that's still any one of those. Even one of those crew is already going to be able to put some damage. So at least get some healing back, brings it up to a 4, but it still doesn't address the big problem that's on the board right now.
Yep, and if you guys could see at that 9 mana spell coming in from Odyssey's hand, that could be the game changer, right? If he's going to commit it and just obliterate 3 other units, which is going to be that 3 elusive targets, that's checkmate for iTiger. He has no other plays. His hand is just, you know, not too interesting. And you know, right here, Odyssey just baiting iTiger to commit as much mana as possible. And this way, he could just easily remove those 3 elusive off the board.
Yeah, so just trying to, I mean, iTiger right now is just trying to get as many buffs as he can here, but yeah, with that 9 still in Odyssey's hand there, that's still going to be his trump card. Twisted Fate is going to get a level up, so let's see if this is going to be enough. bringing it up to a 7-3, so at least some attack damage on his end, but it's still the health pool that's not sufficient here to deal with most of the damage coming from Odyssey.
Yep, and here comes the Sandstorm coming in. I believe this is the moment to cash it in, right? Remove 3 units away from Tiger. Tiger kind of has to commit, additional spells right now to buff up the Zap Spray Fin, but it's not going to be enough for 12 damage to close off this game. This is the final turn, I repeat, this is the final turn for Tiger, and Odyssey will be able to capitalize on this the following turn. And this is the moment, how could he play around this Sandstorm?
Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's all come down to this final turn now. Gets a 2-2 up. Makes a buff it up to 3-3. Everyone gets 1-1 across the board. That's pretty much the best he could do for now. At least he managed to remove 1. But that's pretty much all it looks like so far. He gets 1 of his own removed. It's still going to be, units still going to be taken out thanks to that Sandstorm. So he only has the potential to block 1 of these units here. But again, at 4 health, it's still looking like Tiger might not be able to get himself out of his hole.
Yep, it doesn't look good for Tiger as of right now. Emperor Guard allow Odyssey to draw another card as well. His board is looking so great, and the additional attack coming in would, just an open attack itself could bring up to 5 units on the offense, and Tiger only have 2 units to block, and there's no way that Valkyrie is going to do anything. This is a perfect open attack coming in from Odyssey, and I believe this is going to be GG for game number 1.
Yep. And pretty much that, just the 2 attacks was enough already, and yep, that's the end of Tiger for round 1. Odyssey takes this win outright. What an opening here, ladies and gentlemen. First match of the day, and Odyssey takes the win.
Well, I mean, Mono Shurima has proven that it is the best deck once again, and beating down TF Nami. And that's the problem about Mono Shurima, against Mono Shurima. There's so much control coming in from those Roiling Sands, and with a Zareth, it's gonna be really difficult to be dealing with.
Exactly. So very, very strong opening here from Odyssey. They're going to have another chance to roll another round here using different decks. But from this point on, I mean, all Odyssey needs to do is just win this next one, and he is going to be getting through to the top 4.
Yep. So the next deck that Odyssey is left right here is going to be that Mono Viego, right?
Yeah.
So that is what is gonna be going up against Tiger. Take a look at the decks left right here. Tiger might have a chance to just stick on to Nami Twist of Fate, but they have to get through one big hurdle coming in from the Viego control, and that card is called that Quicksand.
The Quicksand. So yeah, I mean, it's still going to be a huge thorn on his side. Mulligan going to be started for this next round here. So given that now he's gone from taking on the Mono Shurima to the Mono Viego here. How does his win condition change here?
Well, right here, Odyssey just have to control and run Tiger out of gas, right? And just all he have to do, take advantage of the early game, because right here we know that as a TF Nami, they don't really have a play for turn 1 and 2. They want to store up as much spell mana to level up that Nami as fast as possible. So Odyssey could switch gear on this control deck to go a little bit more offensive and just close off the game ASAP.
Alright, so let's see if that's going to turn out. Right now they're going to be going straight with turn 3 right now. So far Odyssey only has 2 units on the board. The spell's going to be brought out. Double Trouble, so 2 random 1-cost minions will be brought out, and yeah, there's a more road right in the mix there as well with Elusive.
Yep, so this Double Trouble, it foreshadows a lot of things, right? It's foreshadowing a Nami going to be evolving or leveling up the next turn as well, and that is where things is going to go south for you as your opponent. So, but however, take a look at Odyssey's hand as well. He got the Bakai Sand Spinner, he got the Merciless Hunter as well. So these are the key cards that he could use to remove the Nami off the board due to giving him the vulnerable tag.
Oh, I mean, if Tiger just basically loses at Nami as soon as he puts it down, it's going to be so heartbreaking, because again, that would have allowed him to get some control here. So at the moment though, he's going to be tanking that 4 damage to his Nexus, so he's going to be technically a little bit behind, but still kind of still potential for him to try to gain things back though. So let's just let's hope the prayers will be answered soon.
Yeah, you know, if you're going in for the answered prayer, getting a 2/2 tentacles, and you know that. Why he's actually doing this is just because he wants that spell mana open so that the Nami's attune could top up that one additional mana and level up Nami. And you know, that is what exactly iTiger is doing, but instead he goes for the Zap Spray Fin and just draw for that card. He knows that, you know, maybe he's going to be playing into a Merciless Hunter or Bakai Reaper. He's going to be really disciplined and not allow him to take that Nami that easily.
So yeah, he knows exactly what the threat is coming from Odyssey's side, so he's playing his cards right. He's giving that respect there to Odyssey. He knows that, you know, if Odyssey already being one game ahead, like any mistake from his end of the board, you know, Odyssey is just going to jump on it. He's just going to be able to wipe the floor with him pretty much. So yeah, just maximum control. He's just trying to keep everything under control right now. He's going to commit the Nami this round though, and gets a level up right immediately.
Yeah, and this is what, you know, card game is all about. You make things awkward for your opponent, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be awkward for your play, but you're gonna be looking at the bigger picture. Just make it more awkward for your opponent, because right here, after dropping the Viego, you got the Nami, and you will have the value of that Nami as well. So that is what I actually did, right? It made Odyssey didn't have a really perfect Merciless Hunter. Instead of, you know, going into Nami, he had to go for the vulnerable on the Zap Spray Fin, and that is not what Odyssey really want. But however, you know, Odyssey have another option, which is that Bakai Stand Spinner that might be coming up the next turn.
So, I mean, speaking about the Bakai Sand Spinner, I mean, how is that going to change things specifically here?
Well, I think, you know, it is going to be a Nami removal, but, you know, immediately I'd have to remove that Viego first, because that is the first problem of business. That first order of business, kill that Viego inside. And right here, Odyssey's don't have the right of negation, but a stasis right here in Hourglass will be able to protect this Viego, and at the same time remove one unit of iTiger's board.
Oh, that didn't quite work out, I think, the way he wanted it to. I mean, that stasis, so annoying, isn't it, sometimes? I mean, you really want to get it off the board there, but it's just literally that card is like saying, nope, you're not going to take away, you're not going to take away my Viego, not yet.
Well, I mean, that's the cool thing about Shurima, and that's what makes Shurima so great in a control situation, because there's so much protection spell coming in. You know, you got your Ancient Hourglass, you got your Rite of Negation, you got Quicksand as well. So just these three cards would be able to, you know, provide a much stronger control package for what you're trying to do.
Yeah, so we're waiting to see what's going to be playing out. The 5-3 is going to be brought on the board. It's going to bring one of the units down to a 2 now, so he's going to try to commit this onto the board at this point now. But I mean, what else can Edgar do? He only has 1 mana left, so I don't think there's much he can do here. To play a spell, get a little bit of buffs there. It's going to be Fading Memory, so at least brings it up to a 4/4. So okay, that's a pretty decent. This is a pretty decent play.
Yep, and right here, iTiger is gonna be thinking, how can I protect this Fleet Admiral Shelly? Because right here, the biggest attack coming in for Odyssey is definitely gonna be that Viego, which is at 6 attack. And if he's able to buff the Shelly to match, you know, to survive the attack coming in from the Viego, you know, things is gonna be looking very awkward for Odyssey to actually play around. So right here, iTiger is just, you know, even though, you know, he's ready to give up the Shelly, but that Shelly is not going down without a fight.
Yeah, so turn is still in Odyssey's hands. He still has 7 mana, so he could. What was that 7 card he has in his hand right now?
That's Atrocity. So yeah, so if he managed to develop a big enough Viego or a big enough Wraith, he could even use the Atrocity to fling it into iTiger's Nexus, and that is going to be game over if that actually happens.
Yeah, so I mean, that's an option that's on the table here pretty much for him from this round onwards. So yeah, just like with the first round, iTiger, there's a invisible countdown here, and he needs to be able to close it out within this next few turns here. Otherwise, like, Odyssey can immediately go for the punish with the Atrocity. Right now it brings out a 5-2, so again, still very stacked on his side of the board in terms of units. So Valfees is going to be aimed onto the Viego. This time he's going to be bringing it down to a 6-4. Still not enough to take it out when the game play completely, but definitely something for Odyssey to think for in the next coming rounds.
Yep, and right here, you know, iTiger, I probably believe that he might not have too much of a way to actually protect this Fleet Admiral Shelly right now, because of that 1/1 Spider is gonna be, you know, getting the buff coming in from Nami. So that might be a little bit of, you know, miscalculation coming in from iTiger also, which, you know, might cause the downfall of this Fleet Admiral Shelly. But immediately going in for the Glimpse Beyond and just just draw 2 more cards.
Yep, so 6-5 with elusive. That's going to be popped off immediately, but he does get 2 extra cards in his hands though, so maybe not too bad in the grand scheme of things, but still a lot of units stacked on Odyssey. Is now his Viego is up to a 7-5. It's even more painful this time around.
Yep, Tiger is just looking for option, digging into his deck, and Ruination, and that might be a huge one coming in for Tiger to deal with Odyssey. But that key card, Rite of Negation on the bottom left hand side of Odyssey's hand will be that said nope, right? The counter spell for that Ruination if it ever pops off.
Viego now up to 8-6 here. I mean, the amount of damage on the Odyssey's board, just like the first round, still so overwhelming. So again, he's going to try to pop at least one of those off there, so that deals with one of the 3 Odyssey onto his Viego, bringing up to a 9-7.
Yep, it's not just a 9-7, ladies and gentlemen, and down goes Nami's Tiger's Nami as well, as that Viego level up. It gains control of your opponent's strongest monster and or unit, and at that point in time it's that Nami, and if it's a champion, it gets obliterated. So that is exactly what happened, and this level up Viego is really going to be really difficult for Tiger to deal with.
Oh, that's be so painful for Tiger now. I mean, you lose the Nami, basically you're back to square one, essentially. But then your Odyssey, he's already in the end game situation. So terrible, terrible situation to be in this turn. What can he kind of do to try to turn things around now?
Well, I think it's just looking bad for Tiger. That Despair is just going to be destroying the second Nami on his board as well. He managed to buff that, Bubble Fish by 1-1, but I don't think that is going to be enough for Tiger to actually close this off. And the only way that Tiger could neutralize everything is by dropping down that Ruination, and I don't think Odyssey is going to be allowing him to have that opening to do that.
Yeah, I mean, again, the board is so stacked with units now. Double Trouble is going to be brought out Tiger's side, but still, yeah, again, if Tiger still decides to bring out a Urination, Odyssey already has a counter for that. So what other options are there really?
To be honest, I don't think is there are any other options coming in, right? Odyssey going in for the Rite of Calling as well. So this way he could filter his deck by 1 more card. So 1 less Viego in the deck, that means it's easier to actually draw into what you want or what you need, because the deck is so much thinner than before.
So nevertheless, a bit of a standoff now as Odyssey still has 6 mana in hand here. He's got plenty of 4 mana cards to play here. He's going to go for the spell. Try to move one of the 1/1s here. So again, just maximizing the unit count here on his side, and gets his Viego level a little bit inside his deck. So again, things still looking very, very good here for Odyssey. He's in fact looking into going for the end game, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone committed now.
Yeah, so this is a huge attack coming in from Odyssey, and he got that end game card that he needs, which is that Atrocity in his hand. So this literally brought, bring Tiger down to 10, and just nice, right? Viego has 10 attack on him. It's going to be 11 after this KO on that on the Spider as well. And right here, it looks like, it's going to be game over for Tiger.
Yeah, all the units cleared on Tiger's side of the board now. He still has 10 health in his Nexus, but Lily Viego has 11. So even if the Viego just gets through just once, that's enough now for Odyssey. So time's running out. I mean, what do you think Tiger could have done differently in this matchup here to prevent this kind of situation here?
Well, I don't think it's so much on the player, but ladies and gentlemen, let me just hold that thought right here, because right here, immediately going in from the Atrocity, and down goes Tiger. Odyssey take home this whole series 2-0, taking down the Tiger from Philippines.
That's it. Odyssey 2-0s his way into the top 4. Congratulations to one of the best Runeterra players in Thailand, proving the point now in this first round of the day here. And boy, oh boy, what a dominant performance here from Odyssey.
Yep, this guy, didn't exactly made it in split 1, didn't get the cash prize, but he's here to take home the win in split number 2. He's here to prove a point, ladies and gentlemen, and he's back with vengeance.
Yeah, I mean, what more strong? How much stronger a statement can you make than just 2-0ing your first opponent on a day? I mean, you know that he's already heated up. He's already not just heated up, he's warmed up way beyond anyone else right now, and he's definitely going to be able to carry the momentum forward into that top 4. But yeah, I mean, bringing it back to our little competition just now, what kind of things did Untitled do wrong really in this matchup?
I don't think it's what he did wrong, but it's the deck that you know Odyssey played literally counters whatever Untitled is trying to do, right? Untitled wants to have a white board, right? He needs a lot of elusive targets, and he needs a white board for Nami to actually pass the power around. But the whole point is Odyssey did not allow that Nami to survive at any point in time.
Oh, that's such a shame. And again, that's just goes to show how important it is to have the right decks, you know, for these kind of tournaments. And, you know, if you get countered, it's just a sad day for you. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we want to extend a thanks to our sponsors here, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And just it's just such a joy for Snapdragon to be sponsoring this platform that really allows our Runeterra players here to show what they're capable of. Shout out as well to our sponsor, Monster Energy. They are unleashing the beast. You can find out more information about that at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And finally, go ahead and join in the conversation on Discord. Head over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to join in the community for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Get to know some of our players here and then see, you know, where the scene is at this point. So that was a really interesting first game here. I mean, very strong off the bat from Odyssey, but we still have more games in the pipeline for you guys. But that will only come after this short break. So we will be right back after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. After that little short break, I mean, again, what a strong first game that we had just now between Odyssey and Tiker. I mean, we were just talking a little bit about, you know, the deck choice was just so important, right, for that first game itself, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, yeah, exactly, right? Coming into this particular kind of tournament, you have to only bring 3 decks. There's tons of decks in the market right now, and you have to come in with the best 3 decks that you think that is good for you. But however, I think that was the previous game is just a pure downfall for Tiger in the sense where Odyssey deck list literally counters that TF Nami.
So yeah, I mean, it's such a shame as well for iTiker because, you know, being able to make it all the way to the top 8 to be eliminated literally from the first match of the day, it must be a bit of a sore spot for him because now he's only going to be able to come home with like that 8th place finish here, and it's just like heartbreaking sometimes because, like, you know that you have the potential, you know, to go even further here, but you just get yourself literally gate-kept from the first round.
Well, I mean, that is what, you know, tournament is all about. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a look at what happened previously in game number 1. So the both players actually banned the Aphelios deck coming in as well as game number 1. Odyssey took the win against Tiger with his mono Shurima, and with a leveled up Zareth and Azir, it's just so difficult for Tiger to deal with.
Yeah, again, like Odyssey just pretty much had like the best possible decks. Basically brought like the best possible plays as well coming into this game here. So iTiker really from the get-go was just basically trying to play catch-up for most of it as far as I can feel. And it's just such a shame as well that, you know, whatever sort of like moves or plays that iTiker potentially could have done from his end is just perfectly countered by whatever Odyssey had in his hand. Yep,
there's nothing much that iTiker could do because, you know, it just Nami TF just plays so badly into Shurima, and just happened that Mono Shurima, Odyssey has 2 versions of Shurima decks that's available, that's open as well. But no choice, you know, iTiker had to take the dunk or take the downfall for game number 1, and, you know, coming into game number 2, he stuck to his guns. He continued with the TF Nami, but, you know, he's still unable to capitalize it against that Mono Viego.
Yeah, as soon as Nami was set down without any kind of support whatsoever, she was just basically like a fish out of water, essentially. Like no way for her to swim or just basically all she could do is just sink from the entire second round here. So just again, such a shame for, you know, iTiker here. You know, it's never a good feeling to be like the first one eliminated in the round, but, you know, it's like you said, this is the way tournaments are. You know, if you aren't the best, sad day for you.
But however, you know, his opponent is not exactly the easiest opponent, right? This guy is the best in Thailand. You know, he was a Worlds contender himself, representing APAC. He just recently won the Asia Masters as well with Team Thailand. So, you know, this guy is just a package. It's a complete package when it comes to Runeterra. You know, losing to the best player is all about respect at this point.
I mean, again, when you lose a powerhouse like that, then maybe that might sweeten things a little bit. You know, it's like it's fine. It's not fine to be beaten, but if you're beaten by literally the very best, it's like, okay, at least I know where I am at this point, right?
Yeah, that is exactly right, and that is probably, like, you know, I know iTiker as a person. You know, he's a really respectful man, and he respects his losses, and he actually is the kind that you know, don't get angry over losses. So, you know, he will be back in the drawing board, he will be practicing together with his team, and he will come back stronger together with Blacklist.
Yeah, let's hope the Blacklist is going to be able to come back even stronger from this point on. But, you know, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about this patch right now. So, I mean, one of the biggest things that happened in this patch is that Scout has been completely removed, right, as a keyword.
Yeah, I mean, it's not completely removed as a keyword. It removed away from, generated keywords, which is like your Pantheon, Arsenal, Victor. Like these are the cards that are affected by this nerf coming in, or this adjustment coming in from scouts, and that is why we actually didn't see any Pantheon Yuumi this patch, because without the scout, Pantheon is not exactly that impactful.
That's why it's a lot of things kind of like changed a lot here, really, just from that one adjustment alone. But let's go ahead and talk about our next two competitors. First of all, hailing all the way from Japan is All Creation, the open final seeding of 12th place, qualifying ranking 3rd place in cup number 4. His favorite champion, Hecarim.
Hecarim, this champion recently just got a huge buff as well. Hopefully, we get to see some Hecarim action from this man from the Rising Sun. He looked good, he plays well. What is there to say? We saw him in Season 1, or even Split number 1, and he's back in Split number 2.
That's right. I really definitely, if you have to do like a beauty contest for all of the Runeterra players, he's definitely gonna be number 1 for sure, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, dude, this guy is stylo and is freshening up, but that's not without his opponent coming in as well. Because first off, against All Creation, this is a new kid on the block for Snapdragon Pro Series, all the way from Vietnam, MBS Knights.
Yep, open final seeding of 13, qualifying ranking of 4th place in cup number 1. His favorite champion, kind of rare here, Lee Sin.
Well, I mean, Lee Sin has been dominant for a huge period of time. That blind monk is, gone, meditating somewhere right now. But, he's still a really difficult champion, or a really difficult deck to pilot, and coming in, I believe Knights is strong enough to actually deal with Lee Sin, but I doubt that he's gonna bring in any Lee Sin this tournament. But it seems like he might be a combo-ish or a control kind of player based on the favorite champion.
Alright, so that's gonna be exciting to see. I mean, knowing how aggressive All Creation can be, maybe Knights might have a little card up his sleeve here, a little trick in the book maybe to try to deal with the powerhouse from Japan. Let's have a look at the deck list right here.
Well, coming in, All Creation with that Bud, Poppy, J4, Mono, Demacia. Like, that's something interesting coming in from, sorry, it's going to be Demacia with Bud, right? And coming in, NETF, one of the more control-y, or even it is a replacement for the Swain style deck moving forward as well. And not forgetting the Aphelios, Victor, Vi from this is basically the Winding Light combo.
Yeah, again, like it's quite interesting that he's going with the Victor combination here, because I think Zoe Vi, I mean, it's still essentially a Winding Light deck, right? You're still looking to get your attack buffs, and you're still looking to overwhelm your opponent throughout, like looking to get that overwhelm in that play, right?
Yep, I mean, Victor could be a bigger unit compared to Zoe, right? So ultimately, I think All Creation is going in for a little bit more of the offense with that particular deck. But however, Knights, on the other hand, coming in with these 3 decks, with the Mono Shurima, which we have seen previously, is a really strong deck. Caitlyn Trundle, this deck we have not seen yet in this series, and it's going to be a concurrent timeline style deck. And not forgetting the old school Anivia is coming back as well.
I'm going to be very interested to see how the Caitlyn Trundle is going to be played here, because that concurrent timeline, very interesting card actually, because it not only allows you to just, swap it with the same cost, it's the same cost for entire library of Runeterra, so there's just so many options on the table, isn't it?
Yep, that is exactly right. But before we get into that, All Creation coming in with any Twisted Fate also. So this deck is all about that Raven Bloom Conservatory. Getting it to pop and get that tie book out on turn 6 is gonna be game changing. Blaze Edge is gonna be a 1-mana Mystic Shot at that point in time. Not forgetting our OG old school Riptide Rex is back as well, and stacked together with Tybook, this Rex is just gonna be wrecking havoc right here in Runeterra.
Everybody's favorite shark. I mean, now he's already been in this patch right now. He's back to his original stats here, so he's even bigger, stronger, and teeth a lot sharper, I think, this patch around.
So this is all about spell damage. It's all about those painful hits. So coming up next is Knights as well. As you said previously, this is a concurrent timeline deck. So coming in, if a turn 1 concurrent timeline is played, the subsequent first unit that you drop every single turn is gonna be transforming, is gonna have an opportunity to transform into something of the same cost. And coming in, you got you enter the battlefield, enter the play effects coming in from cards like Ravna, Aloof Traveler, Pharaoh's Financier as well, or even the Ice Spiller coming in from Trundle is going to be making a huge impact with this concurrent timelines.
You know, given how the interaction that concurrent timelines does, right? I tend to like to think that, you know, in some sort of alternate universe, some other pair of players is playing their own card game, and then somehow their players are just being transported to this universe here.
Yeah,
right?
it's all about like those, you know, timeline multiverse kind of like, you know, like shenanigans, right?
Yeah.
And that is exactly what this is all about. But you know, that deck is very reliant on having it on turn 1. If you know, he's not able to do that concurrent timeline on turn 1 as the turn goes by, and he's still unable to cast that concurrent timeline, it's going to be punishing for him in the future turns.
In any case, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to join in the conversation here, be sure to share your thoughts using the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. And if your comment is good enough, you'll stand a chance to be featured on the stream here, ladies and gentlemen. So go ahead, tweet away or send in your best messages on social media right now using that hashtag. So if you guys want to also bring in your predictions as well on who's going to be able to come out on top in this competition, let us know inside the Twitch chat right now. The match predictions are available here, brought to you by Snapdragon, and we're very interested to hear who do you think actually is going to be the top of this top 8. So yeah, we're going to be coming into this this matchup soon. I mean, it's great to see all Creation coming back here, especially, you know, how much of a splash he did in the last split, right?
Yep,
Right?
I mean, he did a really well performance coming in from split number 1, and I believe he's going to be carrying on this performance moving forward also. And this is the picks and ban coming in. You know, the Aphelios deck is banned, and Nivea is banned. We are not going to see that old school Ice Phoenix in this play as well. But, you know, coming in, this 4 decks that both players bring, there's no mirror matchup as well. It's going to be really fun to watch.
I mean, between the decks that the All Creation and MBS Knights are bringing out here, what do you think is going to be the deck that's that's the biggest threat right now?
Well, in my opinion, I personally feel that NETF is going to be really scary in this matchup, right? NETF, you know, is able, I believe he runs Scorched Earth, right? If there's Scorched Earth, you know, Mono Shurima have to be really wary of it as well. Caitlyn Trundle, it's all about those units, and NETF being a spell deck, it could remove unit pretty easily as well. So moving forward, NETF might be the threat in this 4 decks, but we cannot discount the Bud Poppy J4, right? The sheer amount of strength coming in, and those challenger units is gonna be doing a lot of shenanigans coming in the matchups.
So I mean, it's gonna be, you know, trial by fire here, I think, for MBS Knights. I mean, we didn't really see him in previous splits as well, and he's out here representing Vietnam, you know. And you know, I mean, Vietnam is a region I don't usually hear much about them. I mean, what are your impressions about that?
Well, I
country
mean,
as well?
Vietnam is probably one of the biggest region that supports the game, right? They have a huge player base over there as well. The community is huge. They have really strong players, and every single tournament you will see a Vietnamese in the top 8 or in the top cut. So you know, these players are always here improving and always coming in with like, you know, different people moving forward also, and that kind of shows, right, the amount of improvement coming in just by these Vietnamese players.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I stand correct on that point then. So, yeah, all the best here for MES Knights, but the fact that he's literally going up against one of the best from Japan, if he can actually make a win here, that could already be a strong statement that, you know, Vietnam might be here to stay in this Legends Runeterra scene.
Yep, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. First off, on the top side, we got All Creation with the Bud Poppy J4. However, on the bottom side, we got Knight on that Caitlyn Trundle concurrent timeline. No concurrent timeline in turn number 1, but this hand is looking fresh as 1, 2, 3, 4 is going on to Knight's hand. But however, on the top side, we have Fleet Feather Tracker into Broadwing on All Creation. He got that, you know, challenger thingy going on, but however, with the nerf of Broadwing, he's unable to challenge on turn number 2 with the Broadwing.
Yeah, that again, that's just a change that came in this new patch, isn't it? But you know, given that he hasn't quite gotten his concurrent timelines in hand right now, so
There's a timeline in his hand.
Oh, okay, finally he does get it in his hand though, so okay, I stand corrected. Concurrent timelines already going to be played straight off the bat here, so yep, things are going to be interesting from this point on. Can't wait to see what tricks is going to be coming soon from the multiverse of madness in this Legend of Runeterra.
Well, this is a great open attack coming in from All Creation, taking that's a 2 damage moving forward as well. He could drop the Broadwind later on. But the interesting thing right now is going to be, like as what you said, we don't know what is going to be coming up from the multiverse coming in from Knight. And, you know, he could go from the Boon Baboon right over here and immediately, you know, a Pharaoh Mystic is a good choice as well for Knights to go for. But instead, he go for the Stinger. You know, it's a 2-1 elusive, but it will be going, I mean, it's going to be going 2 damage straight to All Creation at the same time, planting some Flash Trap in All Creation's deck.
I mean, like, when you have a player using concurrent timelines here, that means that, you know, the considerations from All Creation's side is just like an amount of things he has to kind of keep track of is just increased tenfold, isn't it?
Yep.
Like the element of mystery there. Do you think it's going to be a huge advantage for MBS Knights like play here?
Well, it's all about value, right? You have to roll into something that is of higher value or higher stats than whatever that you just dropped. But here's the thing about All Creation is that everything has Challenger on his board right now, because these 2 units on MBS Knight, yes, it did indeed have a little bit, you know, more stats with the transformation as well. But it's still gonna be removed by All Creation easily with this 4 Challenger units.
Yeah, again, he can basically with the Challenger keyword in hand, he can basically target any one of the units that the MBS Knights has, just remove it from the board there, just from damage alone. Knights, though, he's going to remove at least one of them, so he has one less to kind of worry about, but still at least 2-1. Might be able to get some damage through to his Nexus, and he's just going to tank it straight away, and he's going to lose both his units as well. So already right off the bat, All Creation getting the board advantage.
Yep, so this is what the Demacia is all about, right? The Demacia is all about board presence, and it's all about, you know, having that control in combat. And here we have, you know, Knights, you know, exchanging a Flame Chompers into a Duran Sculptor. This way, additional unit coming in from Knights is going to be having an additional 1 health in those units. And there we have a 3-4 Caitlyn coming in, and this might be the right moment for Caitlyn to strike. But from All Creation as well, you know, this is a great attack coming in from Knights, but All Creation got everything planned out with this Poppy.
Oh yeah, we got some Poppy here now, and well, at least on the Knights side, he's going to try to move the 2-1. But as long as the Caitlyn is still around there, at least Knights can still potentially bring some damage to the table here. In round 6, that's going to be a Chime going to be brought in here from All Creation. And let's see, he brings out the Broadwing, 1-4 straight away.
Yep, he's looking out, you know, he's just trying to remove that Caitlyn off the board. You don't want that Caitlyn to stay around too long, so that more Flash Trap could be in your deck, and that could be really disruptive for All Creation. True Shot Barrage coming in, immediately targeting Poppy. I mean, that might be a good play, but he have to respect that sharp side coming in for All Creation. He will try to protect the Poppy as much as possible, but it seems like, you know, he's just going for it. He just wants that Poppy down.
Yeah, he wants to just remove it off the board there, or rather, he's still contemplating about it. He hasn't quite committed that move, but he knows that even if he takes off the Poppy, what was still the kind of problem that he has to face later on in this matchup here?
Well, I mean, this True Shot Barrage actually did stabilize the game for Knights, right? This actually removed 2 units, 1 champion, a really influential champion, especially for All Creation. And right here, a Bannerman coming in, buffing them up, but take a look at this. Nothing is of 4 attack to actually remove that Caitlyn off the board. But, you know, he could still do a little damage into Caitlyn, but she's still going to be planting more Flash Trap into All Creation's deck.
Yeah, he's still going to be tanking about 5 points of damage now, bring him down to a 10. But then, most importantly, his Caitlyn is still alive, still kicking for now, and still able to bring some hurt, hopefully. And yes, he indeed just goes straight for the face there. And All Creation now down to 12.
Yep, All Creation has no reason to block right there as well, because right here he got the unit advantage, and he knows that he will be able to push a little bit more into Knights Nexus. But coming down as well, and right here, you know, Knights really have to try to refill this board, getting a 2-3 in the process, you know, and not forgetting a Refna coming in the next turn would be crucial, or even that Ice Killer would be crucial as well. So this might be the moment for All Creation to go for an open attack and just, you know, try to do as much as possible. Jen, you know, immediately buffing up, and here comes the level up condition from Bard.
Yep, he's gonna be up and singing the song of his people here as he gets up to a 5-7. MBS Knights again with the concurrent timelines is going to bring out a 0-6 as an Ice Pillar brought out here to entirely target the 6-5. Is that going to be enough though? There's still a lot on the All Creation side of the board.
Yup, immediately going in for the Twin Splitter, but that let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, the effect from Twin Splitter is not going to be active as the Twin Splitter is not played from his hand. But it's still a 8-8 body for free though, so it's going to be looking great for Knights right here. And you know, with an Avalanche in his hand as well, he will be able to remove most of All Creation's unit if he chooses to.
Well, let's see if he's going to go for that option here, but at least with the 8-8 in hand, they're practically free. Yeah, that's still going to be a big threat that All Creation needs to watch out for. So looks like, yeah, he just gets it completely removed there.
Yep, and Tomb immediately going onto the gen, so this way there's no other, you know, way that All Creation could try to do his shenanigans. Yes, you could remove this Caitlyn off Knight's board, but that is a-okay because right here, you know, Knights is still in the commanding lead, right? This attack, Knight still have enough to remove the bot and still defend himself just by taking 4 damage to the face.
Yeah, so again, all things considered, Knights still has a good advantage just thanks to the 8-8 alone, and he still will have the 5-3 to survive this attack here when All Creation losing almost all of his units in the process here, so advantage coming back to our venerable Vietnamese player.
Yeah, right here, Knights already got lethal on board, ladies and gentlemen, as that Flame Chompers would be able to flag that Battleman, and he's going in for the huge swing, and this is going to be GG, and Knights got this win, 1-0, going home to the Vietnamese.
Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam showing up to the Japanese pretty boy here, and oh boy, what a statement straight off the bat by winning that first round there. And I just gotta say, I mean, it looked like he was just in control that whole time, wasn't he?
Yep, I mean, I believe the turning point right there is definitely going to be that true shot barrage, right? Taking out that Poppy and just making numbers really awkward that the Demacia units could not react to, and that Caitlyn is around on the board for way too long, and that Entomb was well calculated. Just remove the gen, and he knows that, you know, if he block right, there's only left with a Bannerman. All he have to do, Flame Chopper, hook the Bannerman, and everything is just game over from there.
Yeah, well done there to MBS Knights. Let's go ahead and have a look at what other options going to be on the table here. So Knights now, he's already finished his Caitlyn Trundle. That's already out of play for this next round. His only option here is Azir Zeref. So if you are on All Creation's side here, what kind of deck would you want to play here against Azir Zeref?
Well, this might be the time for All Creation to switch, but instead he stick to his guns and he's going in with the Poppy deck as well. But take a look at this hand, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a Penitent Squire into Bird and Bird later on also. So this is actually looking good to fill up his board, right? But however, on the bottom side as well, Unraveled Earth and Perseverium, these two cards is, you know, would allow Zeref to level up ASAP, and not to dropping Golden Ambassador on 4, you could fetch yourself one of a champion and grant it +2/+2.
What would be the Runeterra equivalent of killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Because I think I think MBS Knight's gonna need that right now. Okay, Burning Sun is gonna be brought out straight away here. And right now, MBS Knights, again, still on a roll. He's still on a high here. The bird's going to be brought out from All Creation. He wastes no time to take away 3 damage from the Nexus.
Whoa, I think All Creation actually hit a chime on turn number 1.
What?
And this guy is on the roll right here, and it seems like he is, you know, getting those chimes on time. But, you know, immediately 3-2, dealing 3 damage as well. In turn number 2, he could go for Penitent Squire into a second bird and just apply so much pressure against Knights. But however, the another way he could go around is to drop that Broadwing and then develop those 2-1 drop later on to have that challenger online for the Broadwing.
Yeah, what he's going to be able to choose. I mean, he has a Quicksand in his hand here. Probably could just go with the Zeref. To choose a Zeref here, but he's just taking his time now to kind of decide. I mean, we're still at a 2 mana point here, so still plenty of time for him to strategize.
Yeah, I believe Zeref is gonna pick right there, because right here he really needs to get one of the champions on his field, right? But Unravel Earth might be a potential one as well, but it's just like he go for the Zeref, and here you have another 3-2 bird as well into a Penitent Squire, and right here, you know, things is looking great for All Creation as he's go for the offense, and this 2 bird is gonna be forcing Knights to block with the Wolf.
And that's going to be taken out immediately after this round of attacks here. He's going to be tanking 5 points of damage total. So So I mean, again, it's not bad in the grand scheme of things, but certainly is going to be putting a lot of pressure on the Vietnamese player who, mind you, had won that first round. So maybe All Creation, he's just setting up for that revenge round, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he wants his win, right? He's hungry. He has he done really well in split number 1, and he's here to prove a point that I could still do what I do in split number 2. But right here, All Creations, 4 mana open. I believe this might be a good chance for him to drop a Poppy, but he has to be really careful with that Rite of Arcane.
Right, because it can just basically get popped off immediately if he does so. So, yeah, a lot of things to consider from All Creation's side. Bit of a pause right now as MBS Knights decides what he wants to try to do, but even with 3 mana in the pool, he just concedes a round back to All Creation and another Chime to level up the Bard there for our Japanese player.
Yep, right here, it seems like a really good open attack for All Creation to take right now, and this is what, 6 damage worth of damage, but instead he chose us to go for the Poppy, and wasting no time, Knights just went for the Rite of Arcane, removed that Poppy off the board. But that top deck of Sharp Sight coming in from All Creation is gonna be so handy for him to allow that Poppy to survive this Rite of Arcane.
Right, so he still has some defensive options here. So even the Rite Arcane is still going to be targeting that. He still has an option to bring it back to the table. Sharp Sight going to be used here. They're going to be able to block it. And yep, Sandstorm not going to commit it, it looks like. As MBS Knight still considering his options here.
Yep, I mean, there's no play coming in, right? What he could do, go for the quicksand and probably remove the challenger off that bird. So this way, it forced a really awkward attack coming in from All Creations.
Yeah, I mean, again, you really want to make your opponent as awkward as possible so they're going to cringe a little bit too hard once you get to the end game, right? So, yep, he's going to commit to that quicksand, it looks like. And, yep, aiming straight for the Poppy there, bringing her down to a 2-5. So at this point now, I mean, again, Poppy still looks like she's going to be able to survive this onslaught here. But what's going to be a game plan for Knights now? I mean, the units all brought on the board here by All Creation, so what's he going to do?
Yep, so Knights right here, is definitely going to be removing that Poppy. You don't really want her to stay around too much, but the damage has been done, right? He add +1/+1 to the rest of the team, and right here, Knights is only sitting at 6 health worth of damage, and coming into the subsequent turn as well, it seems like J4 will be coming down and just challenge something off, because right here, Knights really have to try to re-establish his board to match what All Creation could have. If not, it's gonna be GG at 6 health in turn number 6.
That's why. I mean, again, like, there's still 20 ticks left on the Black Sun disc, so for Knights right now, he's still not in that position to really turn things around. All Creation already has him dead to rights there with like 6 health left in his Nexus. So unfortunately, even though the Knights had a really strong first round, it's round number 2, he's just hanging on by a thread.
Yep, All Creation immediately went for the Relentless Pursuit and just tried to push in as much damage as possible. Stasis on that, that ancient clock, like that 2-2, right? That's not the thing that you want to do it, but you have no choice but to use it so that you have a little bit more bot space moving forward. And right here, it seems like All Creation have the lethal stuff like right here as well, right? Immediately going in for the attack, get the J4 to hook the 2-2, and ladies and gentlemen, that is game over for game number 2.
Oh man, I mean, All Creation come with the revenge here on the MBS Knights, so it's going to be 1-for-1 now. We're going to be guaranteed a game number 3 here in this round, and I would say well handled by All Creation side.
Yep, I mean, he's not coming down, he's not going to rest, he got a great start, he got a turn 1 Chime. Like what's the possibility of, it's like close to like what, 1% at that point in time, because there's only 3 Chime in the whole deck.
Yeah, again, a bit of luck, but he still managed to carry that and still got the advantage by the time we got to the end game there. So very well done to intrepid Japanese player here. As we have a look now at the final choice here for the decks. I mean, yep, there's pretty much only one option here: Azir Zera versus Annie Twist of Fate.
Yep, Annie Twist of Fate, man. I've been, being terrorized by this deck on the ladder again and again. That Taibo coming down into Riptide Rex, that is not the combo that you want to deal with. And especially coming in as Mono Shurima against a Noxus deck with Scorch Earth, you got to get that Soothsayer as fast as possible so that you could get the Spell Shoe on your Sanders.
I mean, from what I'm hearing here, it does sound like that Nami Twist of Fate is still going to be a huge threat here, even though the Mono Shurima is a strong deck in its meta. So the choices are just going to matter so hard. Okay, he's going to be able to get the Azir quite early on, maybe. But what do you think, though?
Well, I mean, he could get whatever Knights want at this point in time, right? Because right here, All Creations got that turn 1 Annie, and he is on the offensive turn number 1. And take a look at his hand, ladies and gentlemen. 2 copies of Scorch Earth and no protection spell coming in from Knights. And that Sandis, we know it, ladies and gentlemen, that it will be going down at turn number 3. Knights really have to try to find a way to protect it. If not, it's gonna be game over.
Oh no, this is really bad now for MBS Knights. Again, no protection at all for the Sun Disc, and if he gets taken out, all that advantage in this Mono Shurima, it's just gone. There's no like coming back from that. So, oh boy, this is going to be a very treacherous couple of rounds here. Is he going to be able to do it? Oh, Scorchers, right away!
No more Sandis for you, Mr. Knights, and that you called it bye-bye, and it's going straight right to the discard pile. No level 3 game plan come in from the Mono Shurima player, and right here there's only one game plan for Knights. You play the Mono Shurima aggro. That's all you have to do to close it off, but I don't think All Creation will be letting it slide so easily in this matchup.
Oh man, I mean, I guess the equivalent to that, like, is just basically trying to fight with 2 hands, but then suddenly you just got one of those hands taken out immediately. So you're just a one-handed fighter going up against a heavyweight here.
I don't even think it's one-handed, Victor. It's handless, right? You're going in handicapped right now because your game plan is ruined and you only have your base unit. Yes, things might look great, right? You got a good bot, you got a really well-established bot, you got the Azir and you got that Xerath. But you can't reach into your win more. You can't reach into that level 3.
I mean, it's just all the best late plans of Mice and Man all gone awry now. So for Knights, I just feel so bad for him now because it's just going to be a struggle from this point on, isn't it?
Yep, Disintegrate going straight right to the Endless Devout. You know, a 1/1 Spider is just going to bring that 3/3 down. You're going to see this really often from the Noxus deck right here. And take a look at this, right? Even though he's losing in health, you know, he's just keeping it strong. He got everything that he needs, and this Annie is on the roll. And right here, Knights really have to try to destroy this Annie before it levels up. And once it levels up, that Tibbers is gonna be a fuzzy angry bear.
Oh boy, 5 mana. He's gonna send down a landmark here, commit to that. Yep, hopefully we'll be able to get the Annie out of the way there, but still, it's going to be an uphill battle even with the Annie taken out here by NBS Knights, because I can't imagine. I mean, again, everything on his deck here is all banking on that Black Sun Disc. He gets removed immediately. No chance, no face.
It's not just your Sun Disc removed. Take a look at this. Destroying this particular landmark, that means that Rite of Arcane is not going to be triggering, and the Annie is safe. 4 mana open for All Creation, and that is a all good mana for Mr. Twisted Fate to come down with that gold card, removing 1 unit off his board. It seems like right here, All Creation is on the roll. Rock Hopper coming in is not going to be stopping him too much, because right here, turn number 6, Tibbers is online as well.
Dude, this has literally gone from bad to worse to even worserer. What is this game right now? All Creation on a roll now, puts the Annie, puts the TF down. Oh no, I don't know how NBS Knight's gonna dig himself out of this now.
Well, I mean, NBS Knight, there's still a turnaround, right? There's still a way for him to win via the aggro routes. All you have to do is just maintain that aggression. Like, take a look at this. That Twisted Fate is immediately going down. It's forced to block right there, and All Creation is down to 10 health. And right here, you know, Roiling Sands onto that TF, gets the blue card. All Creation is scrambling for an answer. He got that Riptide Rex though, so we got to see what our old pal Rex is gonna do in this matchup.
Oh boy, yeah, the shark is gonna be smelling blood in the water now, but NBS Knights, okay, good recovery so far. He has a 5-6 on the board with a 5-2, so there's still attack damage potential there, and the TF is still at a 2-2 for now, and he's Disintegrate gonna be aimed at that 5-6 for now though. Is that gonna help?
Yup, I mean, any Disintegrate, getting that Disintegrate onto the Xerath. You got that Blitz Edge in your hand as well. It's gonna be pinging him, and 1 damage is gonna say bye-bye to your Xerath.
So much efficiency from just that one play alone. So now it's really down to that 5-2 now to main the attack. So Soothsayer, Ancient Preparations, Ancient Hourglass. what option would be good for Knights at this point?
Well, Soul Slayer is just too late, right? There's no point getting those spell shield. Your Sundis is gone at this point in time, right? Like this Hourglass might be a good option. Xerath is level up. Yes, good for you.
Okay,
You got to level up your Xerath, but guess what? It's going down because that Tiber is going to be doing 2 damage to Xerath, and it's going bye-bye.
And there's it. He's gone. As soon as he leveled up, that's it. It's completely disintegrated. It's gone. GG. Bye-bye. There's Xerath. No. Back to square one here for MBS Knights. All creations still having all the advantage now. Blade's Edge going to be aimed straight at that 3-1. That's going to remove it from play now. What you going to do now, MBS Knights?
Yep, because right here, All Creation is going in with Tibers. The Angry Bear is here for Annie's blood, and he took down 5 more damage from MBS Knight. 10 health on All Creation. It's not impossible for him to close off this game as he have a level up Azir. You gotta level up as Xerath, you gotta level up Azir. No Sundis, no movie animation for you.
Aww, a bit of a shame. Came in too late for the party. You'll just realize that the party has already been spoiled from the get-go here. So, man, even though he's being able to bring it up to a 3-6, just look at All Creation side of the board. He still has so many units on the clock here, and he's still MBS Knight at 8 health. He will still be able to block at least, so he may be able to survive this round here, but it's the future rounds that worry for him now.
Well, my eyes, Victor, right here is on that Riptide Rex, right? That Rex is going to be doing so much later on. Take a look at this, right? He's going to have that Blade's Edge on to open, and he's going to be having that Plunder trigger, and it's a good moment for the Riptide Rex to actually come down. No other units coming in from Knight 10 as well. Ancient Hourglass, yes. So immediately, I think he's going in for the open attack right here. Quicksand just trying to defend Tibers. That Rex, I just feel that Rex is coming, right? You can feel it. You can feel it. Cannon Barrage just raining down on MBS Knights.
You can see the fin sticking out in the water at the distance there, and it's getting closer and closer. You can hear the Jaws theme music just playing right now. Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, hanging on by the thread now is MBS Knights, and it's still going to be the big shark in All Creation's hand that could potentially bring in. And here comes the shark!
Riptide Rex, so baby shark, Xerath, bye-bye. As 2 of them is going straight right to it. Stasis to protect the Xerath, but that means more attack, more damage is going straight right to the Nexus. You got to think this through, Knights. Are you going to protect the Xerath from this Cannon Barrage?
Oh, I mean, that's so much damage. That's so much damage from that one shark. One after another, cannonballs all flailing down onto your board there. What are you going to do about it? All piling onto that Xerath, but it still survives though, being 5-1.
But it's fine, right? Because right here, 2 cards left in each other's deck as well, But Raven Bloom coming in, that means a free Tybolt is coming in for All Creations. So, I mean, this is the power of this NETF deck, right? It just win more and more and more as time goes by. So it's all down to All Creation. What is he gonna do now?
I don't know, man. I mean, he can decide he's gonna bring Arachnoid Sentry, Arc Fire to remove one of the units off of MBS's board, and yeah, but then still attack damage wise, All Creation still has a lot, but at least the hands are just very much empty. So you just have to deal with whatever you can see at this point. So I mean, MBS Knights, does he still have a chance here?
Well, it's not impossible, but it's just looking grim, right? So, I mean, right now he still have the priority. He could go for the Rite of Arcane, remove the Tibers, and just try to push a little bit more damage against All Creations, because right here, All Creations is in the back foot in terms of the creature department, because right here, when Knights attack, he will have a additional 1/1 Sand Soldier or 2/1 Sand Soldier, and that is going to be potentially bringing 3 more damage to All Creations Nexus.
Let's see how it goes from now on. Nakaburo is going to be brought out, so there's a 1/1 on All Creation's side, going to be buffed up to a 2/2. He gets a draw 2. Raven Blue Conservatory brought out on All Creation's side, but just oh my goodness.
Yeah, but it seems like it's not going to be a good push coming in from Knights, right? I mean, 3 units in All Creation, he could do a good block as well, drop that Tybolt, and then go for a huge swing later on. A Death Sand in the Sand is not going to be doing too much because that Xerath have that spell shoot tag on him, and no spell could touch him for now.
man, I mean, again, still so precarious. Again, MBS Knight has tanked so much damage that he's down to 5, so at least he does have the units to block for this round, but still not quite out of the woods for him. I mean, it's still looking like a very deep pit that he's in right now. And I'm just so worried. I'm just so worried for him at this point. Hourglass.
Yeah, I mean, Hourglass onto the Soothsayer, you know, and he could use it as a Rite of Arcane to remove the Tibbers. Yeah, just to remove the Tibbers away from the fight as well. So this way he could preserve his units a little bit more, and at the same time dealing 2 damage with the Nexus onto the Tentacle also. So, you know, it's just trying to stop whatever All Creations is doing, but this House Spider is just going to be stopping whatever all Knights have planned, right? Immediately Rite of Arcane into the Tibbers and just removing that Angry Bear off the board.
Yeah, at least you now you only have the Shark to worry about from this point on, but still things are still grim for MBS Knights, and yeah, I mean he has all the mana in the world, but only a 3 mana spell card to commit here. So yeah, he's gonna be able to remove the 6. So now it's just down to the Rex. He only has a 4/1 left on the board. Once the stage clears on that, he should have the second unit up online. But what else can you do? I mean, yeah, your hand is completely empty. You see the threat coming from All Creation's side. You're at least able to remove 1. You're still going to be able to block.
Perseverium, that's not what you want to see. Tybok coming down, and here comes Big Daddy Tybok. And it's going to be a Quicksand, not going to be doing too much. And yes, that Quicksand could block against the overwhelm damage coming from Tybok, but MBS Knight's not going to do anything. Consist this round, and All Creation will be moving straight right to the next round with a 2-1 victory over Knights.
Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, like, how much of a worst case scenario is that as a you know, Monoshirima player to have your Burning Sun Disc taken out round 3 itself?
That is the worst to the power of infinite.
Oh my
god. Like, you don't want, you're like, that is your game plan, right? Your
Yeah.
game plan is to take down that Sun Disc and restore it, but it's destroyed before it's being, like, turn number 3 as fast as that Scorcher comes down.
Yeah, I mean, I feel so bad because, like, if he had the Sun Disc, maybe there would have been a chance. Maybe it would have been a much closer fight. But it just seems like as soon as that Sun Disc was out of the picture, like, yeah, he's drowning. He's drowning, and like, you know, he's trying to search for the life preserver, but it just wasn't coming. The RNGs did not smile on him today, though, and what a sad day though for NBS Knights, you know, making it this far. But unfortunately, his journey ends right here and now. But then again, what an entertaining match, though. I mean, I gotta say that was one of the most unexpected things I could have thought of coming into this show today.
Yup, I mean, like, that is exactly what the NETF is trying to do, and it did what it's supposed to do against that Monoshirima. All Creations is a good player, and he's showcasing it this time, and he's just trying to prove it once again. He's gonna bring it all the way to the final stage.
Yep, so we'll be seeing how that goes on though, but let's go ahead and give a shout out to our sponsors here, ladies and gentlemen, because the Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you, of course, by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, the platform that is allowing our best of the best of esports here to show their talent and their capabilities. Shout out as well to our second sponsor, which is Monster Energy, unleashing the beast. Go ahead and check them out over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And finally, if you guys want to join in on the conversations when it comes to this Snapdragon Pro Series, be sure to join us on Discord here, because it's over here at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, where you can join in and talk to your favorite players, talk to everyone else in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and show your support for all of the titles that are under the Snapdragon Pro Series umbrella. So after the excitement of that little match over there, I just can't wait to see what other kind of twists and turns we're going to be having in this tournament here. But nevertheless, we're only going to be able to bring you all that action after these short messages, so make sure you guys stay tuned. We'll be right back after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting. Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen.
Hey yo everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we just witnessed 2 matches so far. So you know what that means in this top 8? 2 more to go until we get into the rest of the top 4. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Moonboy. We've been your casters so far, and man, I'm still a bit shook. I'm still honestly a bit shook at like Black Sun Disc getting taken out so early on. I mean, just completely screwing up the Monoshirima game there for MBS Knights, and it's just such a heartbreaking moment, especially in the final game. He still had a chance, right? At that point, though.
Yeah, I mean, Knights literally fight for his life till the very last moment, right? Like, yes, without the Sun Disc, there's still a winning option because the amount of damage coming in from Mono Shurima is just too much, but All Creation managed to just pull it through and he take the win.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and talk to the winner of that last matchup there. It is All Creation from Japan. All Creation, how are you doing here today, my man? How do you feel after that win?
まずは最初に、勝利おめでとうございます。今のお気持ちを簡単にお伝えください。
当ててよかったです。
Yeah, I'm just really glad that I could able to win my first match today.
Right. I mean, All Creation, when you go for that Scorch Earth on turn number 3 on that Buried Sunders, what were you feeling, right? Like you know that was the opening and you went for it.
ターン3の時ですかね。あの時の、かなりこの盤面を、覆したオールクリエーション選手が、盤面を一気に逆転させた場面があったと思うんですが、その時のそのお気持ちだったりどういった意図があったのかというのは教えていただけますでしょうか。
どこかちょっとよくわかんないですけど、特に何も考えてプレイはしてないです。はい、やるべきことをプレイした。間違ってないと思います。はい、間違ったことはしてないと思います。はい、
Yeah, so to be honest, during the match I'm not really thinking of like hard things, but I just went for what I trust and what I think is the correct choice.
I mean, always the calculated person, right?
Yeah.
The great best way to kind of play the Terra this way. But I think any other questions from your end?
I don't have any other questions,
Okay.
but I'm gonna wish you all the best, All Creation. Love your shirt, you love your style, and wish you all the best in the top 4.
次の試合も、
All right, so that was All Creation there. I mean, the thing is that given how how crazy that last round is, he just looks so calm. He just looks like so
It's cool, right?
Cool. Like it's all according to plan, I guess, for him.
He has the prophet face, right? He's like, I'm cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and move on to our third match for today. This is JBK's hailing all the way from Korea, from open final seeding of 3, a qualifying ranking of first place actually in cup number 3. So he's going to be quite strong as a player coming into this playoffs here. So these open finals. His favorite champion, Aurelion Sol.
Wow, that big dragon, coming in, the celestial dragon as well. But I don't think Aurelion Sol is going to be played today, so hopefully based on the favorite champion, he might be a little bit of a control or late game kind of deck player. So we haven't seen Ace in the Snapdragon series before, but however, coming in first place in cup number 3, this guy must be coming in with a pack of punch.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we're talking about the top 4 for the entirety of Asia Pacific. That's why you literally have Japanese players playing against Vietnamese players, Philippines versus Thailand. So let's go ahead and see who is JBK Ace's opponent here. It's going to be Big Red Hato, and he hails from Vietnam. Opens final seeding of 11 place, qualifying ranking 3rd place in cup number 3. Favorite champion, Annie.
Yep, so coming in, you know that when this guy is coming in with Annie, he is an aggressive player. He's all about the offense. But take a look at this. Both players qualifying from cup number 3. Ace having the first place, but this guy having the 3rd place as well. Have they met in cup number 3? Do they know each other, and did they understand each other in the exchange in cup 3? But however, this might show, and this might the losing player might come back of this one, and Hato had the time to reflect, to think how to bring down Ace in this playoff.
Yeah, let's hope he has learned a lot from that last matchup, because chances are they may have met before in Cup 3 itself. So let's go ahead and have a look at the decks that both of these players have brought to the table here. Take it away.
Yep, coming in from Ace, we got Mono Viego Shurima stuck together with the Zoe Aphelios Vi, and not forgetting but Poppy Galio. We have seen the J4 variation, but this is the little bit more defensive style, which is your Galio. However, on Big Red Hato on the other end, you got Yodas and coming in with Beno City, Ionia with this Cannon Lulu. You got Zoe Aphelios Vi with the Overwhelm package as well. And coming up, this is the new kid back on the block. It's not new. We have seen it before. He's dominated the meta before, and he's back to dominate once again. Azia Aurelia with the new buff on Aurelia. She's back, and she's here to bring those dancers to your face.
Yeah, some familiar decks here, some new ones. I mean, the special one is definitely the Fizz Lulu deck over there. But I gotta say, like, one thing I really like about this new patch is that it's really bringing back a lot of like old strategies, a lot of like favorite strategies from the past here. So do you think that's going to be an advantage for like long-time players, coming into this patch?
Yeah, definitely, right? Especially when you're week 1, when your favorite cards or your old favorite decks actually got revived, and that is a chance where you actually show your familiarity in this kind of matchup.
So let's go ahead and feature our first deck here from JBK Ace. It's the Demacia and Bandle CD and Runeterra.
Yep, so there we have, we have seen Bud, Poppy, J4. This is kind of like the same shell, moving forward as well, but with that Galio change instead of J4. He's not going so much on the offense, but with that Galio, he will be able to pump up a lot of defensive stats on the rest of the team as well. And going in with one less, relentless pursuit compared to the other J4 deck. Golden Ages, three off of Golden Ages that's all they need, because Galio will be providing more rally once it's leveled up.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just showing the kind of like his favoring of like control style decks here. I mean, it's just fitting that he decided to go with a Galio instead of J4 here. Basically like buffing up more, focusing more on the back end here rather than going for the aggressive front end. So let's go ahead and see what Big Red Hato's featured deck is going to be here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the Ionia and Shurima deck here. We've already seen how this is played out before, but anything a bit different that Big Red Hato brings to the table here?
Well, this particular list that Hato is bringing, something interesting is that 2 of Ancient Preparation. We haven't really seen this particular card being played in this deck, but it seems like Hato is running for consistency and he wants his top deck to be right. And this deck has been dominating ever since the Shurima expansion, and nerfing Irelia back then, but bringing her back with the Attune tech on her card as well. So things is going to be looking really interesting for this deck. It has been dominating ladder for the last few days, and would this deck be dominating this tournament today?
Yeah, right. So I just love the dichotomy between these two players, right? Because on the one hand, for JBK Ace, he's more of a control player. Big Red Hato, very clearly super aggressive, super like early game cards. So I mean, right now, given the current meta being a lot more faster, do you think that's going to give a bigger advantage for Big Red in this case?
Well, I think the only wall that is standing between Big Red and the top 4 is that Demacia deck, right? That Demacia deck literally shuts down every single deck that he's trying to pull off, right? With the Yodos, he could challenge this easy tick off Yodos. It's easy picks coming in from the Demacia deck with Challenger as well. And with Irelia, those Demacia units has such a great blocker against him.
Yeah, so we're going to be jumping straight into the game right now. Talk about what decks did they choose on this side here?
Well, on the bottom side, we are seeing a Zoe Aphelios Vi coming in. I believe it's going to be a mirror matchup coming in from both sides. So, this deck we have not seen. It has been banned throughout the last 2 games. But here we have, ladies and gentlemen, the first display of this deck.
Oh, right. I mean, now it's going to be a mirror match, so that luck is going to be a way bigger factor here compared to other kinds of matchups. So, comparing the hands that are going on right now between Ace and Hato, like, anything kind of stands out to you at the moment?
Well, because right here, Hato is, a little bit more on the unit side in his hand, but however, on Ace's side, it's all about sustainability and removal with the Pale Cascade and the Mystic Shot also. So this actually, if Hato could keep up the offense and burn out all the resources in Ace's hand, things might be looking bad for Aces. So now it's all about, conserving, right? Like, how are you going to conserve what you have in your hand, or what resources you have to expand?
Alright, so let's see how things turn out. Hato already having 2 units on the board. Some Dredger are going to be brought out by JBK Ace. It brings a 4-3 immediately to this table here in the second round. He's going to play it straight away. So that's a 2-1. He's going to block that. Unfortunately, that's the end of his play there. And the 4-2 brought down to a 4-1.
Yep, right here with 4 mana in Hato's pocket. Going in for the Cyanide Urchin. I believe this is going to be a turn where Aphelios comes down to play.
Yeah, Pharaoh's Finance here going to run out 3 cards to choose from JPK Ace's side. Going to go for the 2-1 right now, so at least some units on the board here. So yeah, let's see how things turn out from this point on.
Yeah, but I don't think this is the right time for Hato to play Aphelios, but here comes the Moon Boy himself, and it's going in straight for the Crescendum, right? With the Crescendum, he's able to provide another 1-cost unit onto his board. But right here, with this attack, I believe Ace is not going to allow that Zoe to survive any longer, as that Mystic Shot is immediately going to shoot that Fae down.
So I mean, again, when he's playing the Aphelios this early on, you know, what is he looking for in this case here? I mean, is he just putting it on there to just put that early pressure, or is there something else he has in mind?
Yeah, I think it's just tempo, right? Like he's just trying to get as much tempo as possible. With the Crescendum, he's able to have another unit onto his board. So he's just trying to have more tempo compared to Ace. Ace has been lacking in the unit department right here as well. We've seen not much unit coming down from him, but a lot of spells coming in from Ace. So, you know, maybe Hato have caught on it and he's just trying to, you know, play around it and just swarm the board right now and waste as much resources in Ace's hand.
Which is pretty much the game plan here for Hato's hands. So yeah, I mean, he's basically playing that to a T now. And looking at the situation, he's definitely looking to be in the lead here, especially with 2 units on the board. First Finance, you're going to be brought out yet again by JPK Ace. What is he going to be choosing here?
Well, I mean, Glorious Evolution looks really good, right? Like, I'm a fan of that card, so I would go for it, right? Because it is a win-big situation. As long as you pop it off in turn number 7, Glorious Evolution will pay you back with dividends. And as every single card you play, every single card is augmented. It gives +1/+1 to everything on your field as well. And you got a -1 discount. This is a 10 mana card that does like what, 3 things, and there's so much value in that one Glorious Intervention.
Yep, so no surprise, he's gonna pick that into his hand. Ferris Financial gonna be brought down to the board, but still Big Red Hato having a fuller board here. So that's gonna be JPK Ace bring out the Mountain Goat, so that's a 3-2 on here now. Turn now switched over to our Vietnamese player.
Yep, right here I think Hato want to start the turn off with a Crescendum, likely will be a Calibrum, and trying to remove that Mountain Goat away from the board. You don't want him to get any more exposure or any more cuts from those shots, right? So that, you know, you could not allow it to have anything. Ballistic Board coming in as well. With a Ballistic Board, you know, things are just going to be looking good for Hato in this matchup.
Yeah, so here, choice between 2 cards here. Oh, he's gonna go ahead and change that. Gifts from Beyond or pick a card.
Well, I think, you know, Gifts from Beyond might be a good card coming in, right? But we'll see, right? And right here, he just have 3 cards coming in. Pick a card will allow him to find a lot more cards in his deck, dig a little bit deeper. Steel Tempest coming in, single combat. These are all good cards that could remove Aphelios away from the field.
So let's see. I mean, JPK Ace is still starved of units on his hand, right? So at the moment, do you think his spells are going to be enough to help him sustain these next few rounds, though?
I think, you know, if things pans out well for him, like, you know, he could survive a little bit longer, but down goes Aphelios in that single combat also. Not getting the 0 mana Steel Tempest is gonna be stopping something from attacking from Hato's side of the board. So it's gonna be a no-brainer coming in. You know, he will be hooking the 2-1 and going in for a straight combat, or not even trying to hook, you know, just trying to preserve the Flame Chompers. But 6 damage coming in from this swing is a huge amount of damage that Ace is gonna be suffering.
Yeah, and the fact that he has no units to block it either means he's just going to have to tank all of that to bring him down to 13 now. We're entering our 7th round here, so what's going to be the game plan from our Korean player?
Well, right here, to be honest, boon baboon into something, right? Or even you have to try, he might want to try to save enough mana to pop off the Glorious Intervention. Like, that is also a possible play. But Assembly Line will be allowing him to have 2 more units on his board, 2 more 3/3s, and that is going to be allowing him to defend a little bit better against Big Red Hato.
Okay, let's hope he's going to be able to pull that out on the next turn, though. But he still has 5 mana left. Only has a bunch of workers at the end, so that's, yeah, again, he's going to be able to use that to block some of these damage here. Another Aphelios knife going to be brought out again, and that's going to be straight up to take away one of those forge workers.
Yep, but however, there's no affiliates on the board, so that particular weapon is not going to be phasing to whatever that he chooses right now. So, you know, right here, Ace is on the back foot. He has to defend as much as possible. But, you know, take a look at this. Hato is digging or trying to get a little bit more value out of this. Having that Serpent and that Boom Baboon is going to be the target for that next combat.
Yeah, so Forge Worker is going to be brought out just at least to do some face damage to that Nexus, bringing it down to a 17. Still not quite even in the odds quite yet. Another Poro Cannon is going to be in the hands for Bigger Hato. He's going to commit all of his units on the board now. So JBK Ace, what can you do to block this?
Yep, dropping Ace to 10. I believe this is the time for him to use whatever burn spell he have. Remove the ballistic bot away from the bot so that you can save yourself from 6 points of damage. But there's still 4 points of damage from this combat. You got your Boom Baboon is destroyed, and you know there is still a burn spell in Hato's hand. Right, he could still burn him for it with a Get Exciter. There's an Ignite, and here comes a Mystic Shot for 1 cost as well. So things are looking great for Hato if he continues digging for his burn spells.
Oh my god, it's just so much value there for him. He's going to bring out a Boom Baboon. I mean, it's only a 1 mana cost there, so it's just a no-brainer for him to just put that right out there. And again, he's still having the unit advantage on his point. I mean, even though JBKS has a couple units on his board, those are just 0-2s. He's going to need some buffs on the hand there if he wants to try to bring Red Hato's health down. So still very much in trouble here for JBK Ace.
Yep, things are not looking great for Ace in this mirror matchup. Winding Light as well.
Okay.
It seems like he's going in for the offense, but Hato says, no you can do. I got one more myself. Come at me, my friend.
Come at me, bro. He's going to try to commit some here. He's going to just dive away with that 2-3. Switch it to the 6-5 now. What you going to do? Are you going to commit your 6-5 as well? Okay, 5-4 in the mix. Okay, everything else as well. All right, JBK is trying to make up for some lost ground here. Could potentially bring it down to a 15 here if he allows those at least those 6-5 and 5-4 through. But Hato, he still has options to either block or, yeah, he still has a burn.
Yeah, but I think that, you know, right here, right, Hato is in the commanding lead. Even though, you know, Ace goes for this white swing as well, Hato could just, you know, go for a good block and just remove everything off the board. I get the reset is fine because Hato still have units in his hand. He could go for the Poro Cannon and just have another elusive on the board. Just do another 1 damage to Nixon as well, because right here in his hand, he already got 5 points of damage in the form of burns.
Yep, it's trading and trading off. It's going to be a full-on reset. But with the huge amount of cards, especially unit cards on Big Red Hato's side, he can definitely replenish all those units very, very quickly. And yeah, to a point, the Poro Cannon is still going to be a big factor here for Hato. He's going to get Aphelios back in hand as well, so potentially he might be able to bring a character to the mix.
Yep, here comes the Moon Boy coming down once again. I believe this is going to be a crescendo, right? Widening your board at this point in time, you want to push that 2 more damage through because you are just 2 damage short from lethal, and this is what he's trying to do. Still Tempest in his hand. That is something that Ace could do to stop him, but right here, Hato is just widening his board. Calibrum is even a removal for the Some Dredger also. Hato seems like he already got this one in the bag.
Yep, Felix is going to be brought out on JBK Ace's side, so these both of these guys have champions on the board, but again, the vast majority of the damage can still come up bigger in Hato's side. Poro Cannon is going to be, one of the Poros is going to be used here, so he's going to get an additional 1-1 in place there. Still plenty of damage on his side, and because JPK Ace is down to the single digits in health, yeah, he's still not looking very good for his side.
Yup, and there we have, you know, Hato top deck into that Mystic Shot. He got lethal in his hand, ladies and gentlemen, but went for the level up on the Aphelios. Why bother closing it later when I can close off the game now? And Hato is not gonna be having any patience anymore because this game has gone way too long.
Yeah, it's gone for a very, very long time now, but Hato has just kept the advantage through and through. JPK Ace, you look at his hand, it's just so thin on cards, and again, like, he wouldn't be able to deal that much damage back to Hato even in the end, so yeah, it's very, very limited. He's going to use the Poro Cannon now to at least get some units on the board maybe, but that's pretty much all he could do at this point.
Yep, there's nothing much that he could do, you're right, Victor, and Hato is just developing, right? Like, why bother, right, at this point? This is a huge board. This is a white swing coming in. and you know he's even adding damage onto the Flame Chomper, and it seems like right here Hato is just going for it, right? He's just using all his resources and telling Ace, are you gonna scoop it up or what? Because I'm just gonna keep going and just bring you down.
All right, buff it up, 5-6, so much damage on the Aphelios now, and he's going to commit to it. He's going to force the issue now to JBK Ace. JBK is going to try to block with every last thing he has here, but it's still going to bring him down to a 5. And most importantly, Aphelios still going to survive, so massive, massive damage being done here onto JBK Ace. And Big Red Hato, he can still end this. He can still end this in the next few turns.
No, not next few turns, man. This is the final turn, ladies and gentlemen. Hato got, what, 7 points of burn in his hand, but J-Ace is only at 5. This deck don't really have much healing. There's no counter spell as well. So this spells will be going straight right to Ace's Nexus.
Oh boy. So terrible right now with JBK Ace because, yeah, options is just not on the table here for our Korean player. Big Red Hato can pretty much finish this in his turn now, so it just depends on how he wants to do it. Does he want to do it straight away or does he want to do it in style? But it looks like, yep, not gonna have the chance though. JBK Ace knew that the writing was on the wall there. He surrenders, so the first round goes to Big Red Hato.
Well, I mean, that was a great play coming in from Hato, right? Knowing that his opponent don't really have much unit in his hand is unlucky on Ace's side, but Hato knows that it's gonna be time to capitalize, and he crunch it down real hard.
Yeah, and crunch he did indeed. So now it's going to be 1 point to Big Red Hato, 0 points right now for JBK Ace. Still another round to play here, and I mean, what do you think? Yeah, what do you think he's going to try to do here? He's probably going to have to switch it off. So what deck did he choose this time around?
Well, it seems like Ezreal Arilla is being banned for Hato, so he's going straight right for that Lulu Fist Cannon. So this is your Yodas and Arm. If you guys are unaware what this do, is basically flood your board with tons of Yordles and just buff it up and go for a big swing. And this is what Hato game plan is, and I believe right here with Empress Dais, things might be looking great for Hato, to be honest, not gonna lie.
Oh man, I mean, that's already advantage again to him on this point here, and JBK is still going to be sticking to that Zoe Vi, so yeah.
They actually switched to this
he did.
the Viego deck.
Okay,
so
okay.
yeah, so I mean, it is a control deck after all. You know, there's a lot of control option coming in from Ace to you know capitalize on as well. But I like how Hato is being really disciplined right here, not playing the Lulu on turn 3, so that you know you're not going to be playing straight right into a Merciless Hunter. But however, this is the turn where Ace Merciless Hunter is going to strike.
Yeah, okay, round 4, that's when he's going to put down the Lulu now. So for JBK Ace's side, he's going to use the Merciless Hunter to try to take out that Lulu first. But then what else can he try to play from his hand right now? Because Hurricane is going to be brought out. Big Red Hato sends all his units down, ready to strike. So they're going to be trading units here from this point on. And he's going to be able to get at least a 4/4 buff on that. So he should be able to survive that onslaught. Not going to be able to keep the Lulu, I think, because that 4/2 is certainly going to be able to take that one out. But 3 points of damage is going to be tanked by JBK Ace's Nexus.
Yep, I mean, this 3 points coming in from Ace is not going to be doing too much, right? He still have that Valfeast to heal a little bit back as well. There's no point in taking off the Lulu at this point in time because she already is vulnerable. So, you know, all you need to do is just get that Sense Charger and just take Lulu down easy. So, you know, there's no need. So just take out the 3/2 and you can handle the Lulu later on as well.
Yeah, so still shuffling those cards around to kind of see whether he can try to optimize this, but frankly at this point it's just basically just to remove those 3/2s, or maybe he's still deciding to go for that Lulu here. So it's still going to be Hato's turn. They're going to be trading faces here. So yeah, Lulu gets removed from the board.
Yep, I mean, at this point in time, Hato knows, right, that Lulu is only there to buff up their Flame Chompers. And the Flame Chompers is 4/4. You actually get a decent trade. You still got the 0/2 around as well. Viego coming in from Aces, not going to matter too much because Yodel Captain coming in, and he will be buffing subsequent Yodels +1/+1.
Okay, that would be the game plan for JBK Ace. For now, it brings out a 5/2. Poros, yep, coming out straight away buffed to a 2/2, so plenty of damage to come out for Big Red Hato's side. And here comes additional unit spawned out there, and a 6-5 now on JBK Ace's character.
Yep, and there we have, another quicksand coming in, and that is his answer to that elusive Poro that Hato have in his hand. But, I think Hato is not exactly going in for the elusive game plan, but, in his hand, there is still no still no Yodas in arm inside. So that is also a possible, way that Hato could lose because he's not getting that Yodas in arm in time.
So, I mean, at this point now, what do you think like JBK Ace needs in his hand here in order to try to regain some advantage? Because it feels like I mean, okay, he does have quicksand. He actually has 2 quicksands. I just noticed. So okay, he does have options, but then what will be the kind of like the biggest threat to him at this point now?
Well, he has to first remove the Yodel Captain. Like, the Yodel Captain, has so much steamrolling capability, right? An additional unit coming down, the Yodel Captain buff it, and 2 Yodel's Captain in board, that is not where you want to be. And right here, subsequent unit coming down is going to be getting +2 because there is 2 Yodel's Captain. So, it's going to be really careful, and there we have that Merciless Hunter coming down, trying to take off 1. But this Daring Poro is going to be a 3-3, and the damage is going to be hard going into Ace.
Yeah, might as well just get those buffs done before you lose that Yordle Captain anyway. So, yeah, he's going to commit everything on the board now. But at least,
Well,
yeah.
I think right here, Ace, could just go for the optimal block, and at the same time not, let Viego go down. There's quicksand to -4 damage away from the Yodel Captain. So this way, Viego could survive. But however, if Ace managed to let this go through, it's gonna be getting Mystic Shot immediately, right? It's not gonna allow that Viego to survive. Ace is away from 4 mana right now. There's no Rite of Negation. There's no way that Viego could survive if he takes damage this turn.
So, right, so again, looking at the board situation here, I think JBK is probably going to have to tank that 5 damage there unless he can do something about those elusives. But, oh, yep, it looks like Mike committing a quicksand, I think. Time is running out for his end, though, so he's going to be bringing his 6-5, shuffling it around to face off against the 5-5, so quicksand to take most of the damage off of that one, so his 6-5 should be able to survive, though it'll be down to a 6-4 by the end of this round.
Yep, so, at 6-4 or even 6-5, after the Enroaching Mist goes down, Hato have to try to remove that Viego ASAP, because if not, it's gonna steamroll. Like, take a look at this. This is already 7 point of stacks going into Viego, and you don't want Viego to be leveling up. Once it level up, it's gonna be really difficult to be dealing with. And Hato is trying to find a Mecha Yoda in the process, but I don't think it's gonna be doing too much to help him.
Yeah, trading units now, so down to 6-4. Going to be able to do some mutually assured destruction on the right-hand side, but at least the 6-4 now is still able to get himself buffed up to a 7-5. Rise of Call is going to be brought out here onto the 2-2 to take it out of play. So only one major unit here to kind of worry about on JBK Ace's side.
Yeah, but this major unit is not going to be falling down so easy as well. Even though if Hato is able to remove this Viego, Ace have another Viego to come out and play as well. Snapdragon, Hydra Vine coming in. That is on time at turn number 7, and there we have it, really buffing Viego away from 5 health, and he's safe from any point of burn that Hato have. And this is a really good offense coming in, and it forces that Yodel Captain to block, or he's going to be taking 7 to the face.
Exactly. So now, yeah, the onus is now on Big Red Hato to try to deal with this, and potentially he could be losing a lot of health here. He can't really deal with that 7-6, but yep, Yoda Captain is going to be committed here. Probably should be able to survive this round here, but he's still going to take 7 damage to the face, which puts him 1 down compared to JBK Ace. So just like that, in one fell swoop, JBK Ace evens the odds.
Yep, and not just that, it is coming in with a level up Viego as well, and he will be stealing that Yodel Captain away from Hato. One of his key units is gone. Yoda's in arm coming in late for the party, and JBK Aces is looking fresh, he's looking good, and he's looking to win this round.
That's a fat Viego right there and then. So now JBK Ace has Big Red Hato on the run now. And looks like he may even remove 1 additional unit from his board now. So this is going to compound the problem here What can Big Red Hato do?
Well, I think he's going in for a defensive YIA, and this YIA is not going to be doing too much. 6-6 and 5-5, both of them miss. I mean, he could do... Oh, and wait, this is lethal, but however, here comes the quicksand, and it's going to have a perfect block, taking this two out, and Hato is out of gas.
That's it. He's out. He's completely out of fuel. He's stranded on the side of the highway, and he can only watch now as JBK Ace has all the units on the board. He surrenders now. So, ladies and gentlemen, 1-for-1 here. We're going to game 3.
Wow, I mean, that is a great comeback coming in from Ace, and you know, evening out this match as well, this series. But however, Hato not having the Yodas in arm early really did made him, you know, on the back foot, and slowly the favor actually slided straight to Ace.
I mean, it just basically compounded from that point, didn't it? So, yeah, I mean, let's see how game number 3 is going to turn out here. What's going to be the cards decks are going to be picked out for this round?
Well, on the top side, Ace is only left with the affiliate Zoe Vi, while however, it's going to be Yodas and Arm with Hato. So we have seen these two decks in action before. Hato got that turn 1 fist, and it's not allowing Ace any breathing space because right here he got a Yoda's arm in his hand and he's ready to strike with his Yodos.
Finally he has what he needed that he didn't have that last round, so hopefully things will turn out a little bit better for him going forwards here. But JBK Ace again, he's not going to be any he's going to be no slouch actually to deal with here, so you know he's going to be coming in with as much firepower as he has right now. Mounted Good also going to be committed here, but Hato certainly will also be able to bring out a 3-2 of his own. Some Dredger going to be brought out here, so it's a 4-3 plus a 0-2 on KBA Ace's side. Wow, I mean, they're just basically trying to stack the boards as many units as they can early on.
Yep, take a look at this, right? It's only at turn 3, and Hato already got 4 units on his board. This is not the right time for him to strike, though. But I think, you know, he's just trying to bait the Some Dredger to go for the block, and even try to remove the Mountain Goat in the process, because right here with the Pokey Stick, that Some Dredger could still go down.
Yeah, so Fizz is still alive for now. He didn't really commit it in that last round of attack, but at least managed to remove 2 units of JBK Ace's board. Like right now, what would be the win conditions for either side here? I mean, for both JBK Ace and Hato.
Well, because right here, Ace just have to control Hato as much as possible, not allowing him to, you know, pull off that YIA, just control his board as much as possible. And right here, the Fist is in danger, and Hato actually got the option to actually save the Fist, but no, he's unable to do so. But Pokey Stick onto the Some Dredger, draw into the Flame Chompers, and that's not enough. Because right here, Ace, you know, even though Hato got that Yoda's Enam in his hand, he has no unit to capitalize on it.
Yeah, Ophelia is going to be played out here by JBK Ace.
As darkness falls, the moon rises.
Also that one weapon there, and now it's going to be on Hato's side. Does get a Mystic shot off the top of his deck there, and the Yodel Captain's going to be put into play now.
Yep, so with this Yodel Captain, but there's no unit to follow up. Take a look at Hato's hand. The only unit is that Flame Chomper. Chrysanthemum coming in from Ace. He's going in, and he will be getting that 2-drop unit that he wanted, but immediately going in for that Get Excited, just removing the Moon Boy out of the action, or even forcing a Pale Cascade coming in onto that Aphelios. But I guess that is not going to be the case, as the Aphelios will be going down this turn.
Oh yeah, what a shame. I mean, it looked like that the Aphelios could have been a big player here for JBK Ace's side, but sadly it's not going to be as it gets clapped out of the game for now. Gets replaced with 3-1. And now just going to try to trade faces here, and he should be able to take, they should be able to take each other out in that point on, so it's only going to be Yodel Captain left. But again, to your point, Hato doesn't really have any units to follow up with this Yodel Captain, so is he in trouble at this point?
Yeah, this might be the point where he actually falls off. All these burn spells in his hand is not doing any justice for him. But however, on Ace's side, his hand is not exactly looking the best as well, right? Like, you know, yes, he has the Calibrum, he could, you know, ping the Yodel Captain a little bit more. He goes for the Some Dredger, draw a card, and hopefully find a little bit more things. But, you know, compared to Hato has nothing left to do.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, now it's just basically a stalemate, and they're just going to have to top deck, I think, pretty much for Hato, until he can get some good units on hand. For JBK Ace, pretty much the same as well. He's going to use the Celebrim, and that's going to be aimed onto the Yodel Captain, I think. But Yeah, I mean, now, like, what do you do in this kind of case? I mean, you're basically blocked with units. Are you just going to be just hoping they're going to be getting the right kind of draws from this point on, or?
Yeah, I think Hato right here just wants to get units, right? Like just fill up the board, but it might be a little bit too late for him to do this kind of thing. Yes, you know, he could draw another card with the Urchin and you know, discarding one Yodos in arm, getting another burn spell. This is not
right
looking
now.
great for him. Like, this is not what he's looking for. Get excited immediately onto the Yodel captain as well. But right here, Hato is on the back foot. This Yodel deck is not paying dividends for him.
Oh, what a turnaround from last time. I mean, look at that. JBK Ace with the comebacks yet again. Just showing, you know, the power and potential of a control, like a really good control player, even when faced off with a super aggressive player on the other end. So played this so well for JBK Ace's side. He's going to be able to stack his end of the board there. Ferris Finance here also going to be brought out, so he's going to be able to pick up a 7 mana card. And Hato still starved of units for now.
Wow, I mean, this...
Okay.
I don't even know what that card, like, you know, is called. I think it's called, I just call it Kaboom because it just booms, right? And you know, even though Ace's board is empty, he's still able to refill it, right? Next turn he could just go for the Financier and try to refill or even regain his board. And that Celestial Trifecta could still do a little bit of difference against Hato.
Yeah, and it's all spells on Big Red Hato's side now, so he has nothing. He's nothing to kind of put on the board here to block.
So there you have, I think he's getting, you know, he's choosing 3 spells and it's going to be cost 0 this turn. Super cool star chart is going to be, you know, cool for Ace to actually pick it up, you know, compared to the Time Winder, because you have to remove, you know, discard a card for it. And right here is going to be Inside of Ages to get 2 more additional spells from that as well. But instead, I think he went for that, went for the Time Winder. I think, you know, he wanted to remove those 1-drop units later on in the game.
Yep, so let's see how he's going to try to play this out from here, because as far as I can see here, Hato is definitely on the back foot here, ladies and gentlemen. As long as JPK Ace can continue to spawn units on his side, Hato still doesn't have anything really to try to block it against, because so far he's been top decking spell card after spell card. Now he finally gets a Lulu on hand, but is it a little bit too little too late?
Yeah, it's too late, right? It's a little too late, right? So, I mean, he could drop the Lulu, you know, it's gonna be get excited immediately by Ace, you know, it's gonna be no question asked, because Lulu is a kill on sight. You don't want her to, you know, do her shenanigans, you don't want her to be around in the field for too long, because this little Yodel is just hugifying everything.
Hugify, that's a good word to use it. But yeah, again, JBK is going to be taking that Lulu off the board as soon as he can. So once that happens, I mean, Hato still back on the back foot yet once again. Flapped out. That's a Lulu done and gone.
Yep, there's nothing that, you know, Hato could do. Just passing the priority straight right to Ace, and Ace is just gonna be, you know, digging his deck a little bit deeper, get himself the Moon Boy, and Hato still have the answer for the Aphelios, but, you know, instead, you know, he chose to use it for the face, you know, going 3 damage straight right to Ace's Nexus, and this is a clear. All clear for Aphelios to land. The Moon Boy has landed, and he is likely going to go for the Crescendum.
Oh, in hindsight, do you think he could have just saved it? I mean, he did manage to put him into the single digits now, but was it worth it though? Because now that Aphelios is out in play, he does get Poro Cannon, so maybe, just maybe, there might be a chance here, but sadly, JBK Ace can still pull so much damage from his end if he chooses to do so.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance. Poro Cannon sounds nice, it sounds fun, but there's nothing good to discard in Hato's hand. Is he gonna be discarding the Yodos in arm? Possibly, but if the 2 Yodos actually land, it's gonna be time winded.
Yeah, oh man. I mean, still so bad for Hato right now, because even though having it, if he is going to get himself upgraded now, it's going to be a 4-4 for him, and he's picked up the Silver Rim.
Yep, he's going for it, and there you have, you know, a big Vi coming in, and she's just gonna be coming in with a huge punch with her huge knuckles as well, stacked together with a you know, lifesteal in her tech as well. She's gonna be dealing 5 and healing 5, and with this amount of units in his board, it's just looking bad for Hato.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all. All units going to be committed on board. What can you do, Hato? Mystic shot onto 1 maybe, but still got a 6-6 steal. We've got a 4, and it's going to be down to 1 health point.
Yup,
Aye.
Ace got like 3 types of burn in his hand. True Shot Barrage, Mystic Shot, Time Winder. There's nothing that Hato can do. No counter spell, no healing, no counter play for this. Get excited, it's not gonna cut it because right here, Ace just have to choose. Pick a poison, my friend. And if it's me, I would go with the True Shot Barrage. But Ace just want to end it with these 2 cheap spells.
Just straight away back to the face, and it was just like watching sheep being led to the slaughter there, pretty much. Because yeah, like his draw from the get-go was just so bad for Big Red Hato's side, but for JBK Ace, I mean, he's definitely gonna be smiling on his end.
Yep, that is exactly right. But I think, you know, the downfall is definitely gonna come from Hato, right? The Yodels in Arm deck didn't exactly swarm. We haven't seen a scenario where we see a full board of Yodels with the Yodels in Arm. He could not pull it off just because the amount of burn and the amount of pressure that Ace is constantly giving onto Hato, and it's just difficult for Hato to come back.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a shame because like it wasn't really much of a fight. It was just more of like punishment after punishment coming from JBK Ace's side. So, yep, with that said and done, that's going to be our Korean player getting through into the next round here. So, well, congratulations to him though. But for Hato, so sad. Like because we had 2 Vietnamese players here who had the chance, you know, to really get into the top 4, but just both of them not being able to get through. So, a bit sad though, especially for a region that big.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have seen them, you know, coming in. They did put a good display, but unfortunately, both Vietnamese players are out, you know, in this tournament as well. But later on, we got more, like the final top 8 as well. So that's gonna be pretty interesting. Yeah, so it's gonna be a long day of good games.
A long day indeed, and because it's going to keep on going here, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and give a shout out to our sponsors here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, of course, is the one that provides a platform for all these players here at our top 8 for this Asia Pacific Legend Runeterra Open Finals. And well, we're going to be giving a shout out to our other sponsor, Monster Energy, for unleashing the beast here coming into this tournament. So go ahead and check them out over on their website. And finally, if you want to join in the conversation when it comes to the Snapdragon Pro Series, you can definitely do so by hitting us up on the Discords here, where you can meet up with players, you can discuss about your favorite games here, you can even give suggestions on there if you want to see even more games to be added into the Snapdragon Pro Series calendar here, and we certainly love to hear from you guys. So nevertheless though, this is going to be a break now before we get to our final top 8 match here for today, and it's going to be a big one here, so make sure you guys stick around there. We'll be right back with our final top 8 match of the day. Until then, we'll see you after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah, out of the way.
Heyo, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Final for Split 2 of Legends of Runeterra. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Moonboy. We've already witnessed 3 matches so far, so you know what that means. The last matchup here for the top 8 is coming up, and it's going to be 2 heavy hitters right now, isn't it?
Yup, so we have KDF, Reroll. We have seen this guy in Snap 1. So this guy, I believe he was the champion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, he's here. He's just trying to retain the crown as well. But however, Pokeberry, one of the giants coming in from Singapore, and he's here to try to get into the finals as well.
So it's going to be a real treat for you guys here because one of the best from Korea versus one of the best from Singapore. But before that, let's go ahead and have a little word with JBK Ace here, the winner of match number 3. JBK Ace, great to see you here. How do you feel after winning your matchup here? Let us know what's on your mind.
네, 우승하신 거 정말 축하드리고요. 그리고 우승하신 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단은 무척 기쁘고 앞으로도 또 힘든 상대가 올라올 것 같기 때문에 더 분발하고 더 열심히 하겠습니다.
So happy I won the match, and I think they're gonna be a difficult opponent in the future. So I should be more try hard.
All right.
Well, so, I mean, when you saw that Yoda's and is in his lineup, what is your approach to this deck? Because we haven't seen this deck around for very long.
상대가 들고 오신 덱들을 봤을 때 어떤 생각이 드셨나요? 평소에는 잘 보이지 않는 덱들이라서.
상대가 그 아펠리오스 조이 덱 쪽이라서 그 넬지르 쪽 밴하면은 뭐 편하게 이기지 않을까 생각이 들어서 넬지르 밴했습니다.
다시 한번 말씀해 주시겠어요? 잘 안 들어서.
아, 네. 그 아펠리오스 조이 덱 미러전 빼고 나머지는 그 어그로 계열 쪽인데 나머지 그 넬지로 쪽이 좀 까다로워서 넬지를 밴하면은 나머지는 쉽게 이기지 않을까 생각해서 그쪽을 밴했습니다.
So except the Apelios and Joy deck are the mirrors of my deck, and others are mostly aggro decks. So I think except those two, I think it will be fine for that.
All right. So again, thank you so much, JBK Ace, for your time, and you know, best of luck for your future like pathway here through this open finals here. We're going to wish you all the best, and hopefully you'll be able to proceed even further. So thank you so much, JPK Ace. All right, so that's again looking very soft-spoken there on his end, and I mean it's still he's still respecting the competition a lot there, judging from his comments there, because you know he's obviously very excited to be able to make it this far. But it just goes to show the amount of pressure that these top 8 guys really face once they're at this level, isn't it?
Yep, there's a lot of things on the line. $2,000 is on the line as well. You want to progress, your pride is on the line, and you just want to win and keep your calm and just do what you do.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and introduce our next 2 competitors here. KDF Reroll, open final seeding of 7th place, 2nd place in cup number 3. Favorite champion, Aurelian Soul.
Yep, this guy is no stranger to us in Snapdragon Pro Series, because this guy is the champion of that previous Snap. So he's here to retain his title, and he's here to say that I am the king of APAC, and he is here to slay.
Yeah, to slay and to stay on, hopefully, as this goes on. But his main obstacle at this point here is the next competitor here, which is going to be Pokeberry 34. Hailing all the way from Singapore. If we could go ahead and have a look at his stats here in a moment. He has an open final seeding of 18th place, qualifying ranking 5th place in cup number 2. Favorite champion is Swain.
Pokeberry 34 coming in all the way from the Lion City himself. He's here, and he is here to try to get himself a spot in the finals. He won that $2,000. He failed it the last time, and here is his first big obstacle, the retaining champion, and he's here to prove a point, and I believe he got what it takes to take him down.
Of course, he's a very consistent player, and always glad to see him again in this top 8 here. But unfortunately for the 2 of them here, only one of them can get through into the top 4, so they're just gonna have to hit the ground running there, I'm afraid. But given that he is literally the only representative of Singapore here, so I mean, how do you think his chances are going to be coming into this one?
Well, coming into a cut game, the ball is round at this point in time. RNG is going to be on whoever's favor. But take a look at the decks that are coming in from both players as well. Reroll with a really controlly lineup with Caitlyn, Trundle, Concurrent Timeline, Aphelios, Victor Vi, and Jace Heimerdinger control. But however, Pokeberry kind of have a little bit of a mirror coming in with Aphelios, Zoe Vi, Jace Heimerdinger on his own, and the only Aribad in the top 8.
Yep, so a bit of a unique choice here from Pokeberry's side. KDF Reroll again, very, very strong decks on this end here as well. So I don't know, like at this point, like you said, sometimes it can come down to the crystal ball to determine between these 2 guys. So you would say that this basically both of them have an equal chance against each other here?
Definitely. It's down to whoever's going to be making the cleanest play coming in, because these 2 are one of the best players in the region, and one single slip is what you need to lose the whole series. So you got to be really careful right here from the draft. You have to ban the right deck so that your lineup could thrive later on.
Okay, so I mean, speaking of those bans, right? Like, right off the bat, I mean, what do you think would be best for KDF to ban, and for Reroll to ban, and conversely, what would be best for Barry to ban, though?
I think both sides is definitely gonna ban the Aphelios deck, right? Where you don't want that Aphelios deck to be running while those last-minute overwhelm is just gonna be overwhelming for you to be dealing with. But if it's not gonna be Aphelios, Reroll might be going in for the Aribad and force a mirror matchup to both players.
Oh yeah, practically it will be a mirror matchup at that point, isn't it? So yeah, very interesting. Let's go ahead and have a look at Reroll's featured deck here. This is going to be the Jace Heimerdinger, Shadow Isles, Piltover, and Zone.
Yep, this deck is untouched by the latest patch. It's still solid, it's still controlly, and it still does what it's supposed to do. Number this 6, right? This is a deck that revolves around 6 mana, where you got all the 6 mana spells available for you to dispose. Piercing Darkness, Shock Blast, Vengeance. These are the cards that it would be complementing to whatever Jace is gonna do, and at the same time creating an elusive turret from Heimerdinger.
666, the number of the beast here for reroll, and definitely the lucky number that he'll be looking for should he be playing this deck here in this round. But let's go ahead and have a look at one of Pokeberry's decks here. It is the Ari Bar, the only one so far actually in this competition.
Ari Bot, it's all about bouncing your creature and bouncing your unit, leveling up Ari as fast as possible, and have those chain attacks going on. It's all about elusive, it's all about dodging whatever your opponent is gonna do. I mean, he could basically ignore what his opponent is trying to do and just do what this is basically solitaire aggro coming in. And if you are not going to be stopping this elusive unit, you are going straight right down in the hands of the Nighttail Fox.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that, so many cards just stacked in the 1 and 2s there, so it's all about getting that early game setup done right here for Pokeberry. So fantastic. Let's go ahead and see how things will turn out later on as we go towards the pick and bans there for the cards. But now that we're kind of at the point where we're going to be seeing our top 4 here, at this point, what do you think? What do you think about the matches we've seen so far? I mean, literally the first tournament we've seen in this patch here, has it kind of met your expectations?
Well, I believe like it's we have seen a few new decks, or like comeback decks coming into the meta as well. It's looking fresh, right? There's no Thralls, there's no the Legion Deserter as well, Viego Noxus. Like, these are really polarizing matchup, and you don't really want to meet them, and this is really refreshing, to be honest.
Nice. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into our game right about now. So bans wise, straight up ban the Jace Heimerdinger, so no chance for that to be used in this game though.
Yep, so removing the Jace Heimerdinger, there's no unit removals as much burn, there's no shock blast coming in, and no 666 for any of the players. So, but however, the key difference is gonna be that Caitlyn and Trundle versus Aribat. But however, I think Aribat might be a little bit of a back foot right here just because reroll has PNZ in it. And, those burns would be able to remove all those units from the Aribat deck. So you got to be really careful on how he uses resources and when is the perfect time to go for those counter spells.
And guys, remember, like, if you play the deck and you win it, that means you can't use it anymore for the next round. So that if he decides to go for that and he just it works out for him, he's not going to have that advantage going forward. So yeah, can be a very precarious or dangerous situation to be in. But then again, this is what these competitors signed up for. Danger is the name of the game.
So ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is the final game of the top 8 round. It's gonna be Reroll going up against Pokeberry from Korea, going up against Singapore. And there you have that turn 1 Zoe going in from Pokeberry as well. But, Reroll have that turn 1 play of his own.
Yep, so he's going to go ahead and just smash that face, bring it down to 18 in round number 2 here. I mean, running a mirror matchup for these two guys here, so I guess a good way to kind of like suss each other out a little bit, have a little bit of even footing and let RNGesus decide.
Well, I mean, things is looking great for Rio, right? Take a look at his hand. He got the Aphelios, he got that Victor in his hand as well. As long as the Victor drops down, it's gonna be rolling with those keywords, and the Augment is just gonna be doing so much. So this Sunblast coming in from Pokeberry is gonna be having so much impact, especially when it's going straight right to the Victor's face.
I mean, speaking of which, like, Reroll is basically using a variation of the common, like, Zoe Vi deck, right? So, I mean, what's the big, like, advantage that Reroll would have just having the Victor in his hand?
Well, I mean, having Victor, that means, like, he has more, damage, right? He's more aggressive compared to a Zoe, which is a 1/1. You can't exactly protect it too much, but with Victor, it's a much more sustainable unit or champion, and at the same time, it gets stronger as turn goes by.
Yep, so here we go. Mountain Goat versus the Ferris Financier. I think he's going to have to go back to Wall Street there after this little exchange, though, because, oh man, even a buff there is going to be applied there with Pokeberry, and he's going to get Aphelios in his hands as well, so that's going to be able to help him out. Victor is going to be played now by Reroll, so 2-4 on the board now to face off 4-1. Let's see how it goes.
Yep, to be honest, Victor, I have no idea. Like, it felt like Reroll is playing our deck. right?
Huh.
There is Victor, and then there's Aphelios, the Moon Boy. So what else to say?
All right.
That's the perfect deck for this broadcast.
Man, this is so perfect. The stars and the sun is all aligned here to give us this moment right here. So let's savor it as much as we can here, ladies and gentlemen. Buffed up to a 4-4 here on Reroll's side. Then let's see what Pokeberry will try to do. He's going to try to push it down to 2-0 and just eliminate from the board. Aphelios going to be played out here by KDF Reroll, so Moon Boy. Let's see what you're gonna do.
Well, I think this is gonna be a time for Crescendum, right? You gotta have, widen up your board, because right here, Pokeberry already removed the Victor from play, and you still have that True Shot Barrage on Reroll's hand. So, that could still potentially remove, Aphelios or whatever champion that's gonna be coming down from Pokeberry. And, this Crescendum is gonna be widening up his board, and he will be able to face or defend himself against the attack next turn from Pokeberry.
Alright, so it's gonna be Reroll's turn now. He just swaps it over. He's just waiting for a bigger number in his mana pool, I guess. Baboon's gonna be brought out. That's a 3-1 on the board here. So Zenite, Urchin brought out as well. He's just gonna try to stack his side of the board there as many units as possible. And Pokeberry responding there immediately by putting them out for attack.
Yep, so this is the crucial turn, right? Turn number 6, you're going into turn number 7. You want a wide board, right? Because that winding light is going to be coming in, and you need it for a big swing. And looking at Pokeberry's hand, he's got not much defensive option against a huge winding light. So, and Reroll is just going to do exactly as planned. He's just going to be, widening up his board and just play as much unit as possible. Pokeberry knows what he's up to. Turn 7 is the turning point, and immediately removing the Aphelios off the board.
Yep, so that's one less damage dealer to deal with there. Still have the Mounted Goat in place. So at the moment, though, what do you make of the hands on both on this side right now? Because I think KDF has plenty of spells on hand, maybe a couple of unit cards. He's gonna go ahead and play that Baboon there. Poro Cannon is gonna be brought. The Poro is gonna be brought out by Pokeberry, so at least one elusive, and Reroll just again widening his board as much as possible here.
Yep, here comes the Pulse Fire Aphelios. That's a nice skin line coming in from Pokeberry, but immediately saying, nope, that's too pretty, it's off the board. But however, Pokeberry has another Aphelios in his hand as well, so, he could still carry on this Moon Weapon shenanigans that he's trying to do. Immediately going in from the Calibrum, removing the Sum Dredger off play as well, and this is the time for Reroll to strike.
Yeah, so he indeed commits 3 units on the board, 4 units on the board here, and that's going to definitely force Pokeberry to try to wind the board, perhaps put the Aphelios in play now. But so far, no, he's still contemplating. He's still leaving only the Poro on the board for now, switching instead to the 0-2. But he's still probably going to be tanking the 6 damage, though, if he doesn't quite swap it out.
Yep, I mean, you have to block that goat, if not, the goat is going to be gaining so much value from those shots that he's producing. So, coming in with a second Aphelios, he could go for a Crescendum or a Calibrum. But I think he's going in from the Crescendum, so, he's going to be having more units on the board as well. So, it's just about tempo race, right? When it comes to this kind of matchup, it's all about the tempo. Reroll have that perfect anti-tempo card against Pokeberry, which is that True Shot Barrage. He's going to be doing 3-2-1, and that's the exact number we see in order in Pokeberry's board.
Bring that tempo up, bring that BPM to the peak now. Let's see if it's going to work out, as Pokeberry now puts a 0-2 on the board here. Mind you, he's still 3 health points behind on his Nexus. True Shot Barrage is going to be brought out, though, so that could be big trouble for Pokeberry, isn't it?
Yep, and there you have additional Poro that's not going to be doing too much in reaction to this True Shot Barrage. But in down goes Aphelios. That's like, what, the second Aphelios that Pokeberry has lost. And things is not going to be looking good, because right here, Reroll got the Aphelios of his own, and he's going to be coming down the next turn, the next turn to actually do his thing.
Oh, what a shame, though. But at least he's going to be able to bring a couple of Poros out, but it still hurts to just lose both of your Aphelios right there. I mean, his chance to show off that beautiful Beaver skin all just completely gone to waste now, as Reroll just kills it again and again. How many times does he have to teach this lesson to this old man?
Well, but I think, it's all down to how consistent or how, Pokeberry is trying to hang on to his life as of right now, because take a look at the health of the units that Pokeberry actually have right now. They're all 1 health unit, and with the Winding Light in your deck, you don't really want to be in the position because those overwhelm damage will be doing a lot to you.
Yeah, hopefully not too much. Thing is, he's going to just trade out the 3-1, but this allows the two Poros to bring the damage through. So at least that evens the health pool somewhat. Let's get a Chime there thanks to the Mountain Goat draw. Gem's going to be brought out. That's going to grant some health there, so at least he has a good health pool. And oh, the buff's coming in with that 6-5.
Yep, and these Chompers are all 2-3 or 3-3 in sizes, and with the challenge attack, he could remove whatever he please as of right now. And immediately, you know, going in for the swing, there's no lethal available for reroll, but it literally crippled Pokeberry down to nothing. There's not much in his hand, he's running out of gas, and the Pure Over Tailstone can't exactly find Pokeberry too much.
And remember, KDF Reroll still has Aphelios in his hand, so still major threat though, even if Pokeberry can get himself out of this. So yep, I think it's going to be taking a lot of damage here.
Yep.
Oh, managed to bring it down to a 1-1 there, so not too much damage done, but still doesn't quite solve the problem because all of his units have been cleared off the board. And yeah, he's in deep trouble here.
Yep, some treasure, that's something that Pokeberry could use to actually dig a little bit deeper into a Vi, but it's a little bit too late. There's not enough cards in his hand to actually buff up that Vi. Calibrum immediately going straight right to the Some Treasure as well, taking him out, but Reroll still got this advantage, right? He got 4 cards in hand, he got the Aphelios to generate more value as well, but it seems like Reroll is on the roll.
Yep, Aphelios now going to be played by Reroll here to try to add the extra pressure, so Pokeberry responds by putting the Vi down, but again, Calibrum is going to be able to take out that 2-2 Koro for sure, so he's going to be left with just that Vi to kind of bring any attack, but again, Reroll still on a roll.
Well, I mean, this Aphelios is immediately going straight right down to this Vi, right? There's nothing that, you know, Reroll could do to help, you know, Aphelios to survive, and at the same time, Reroll could not remove this Vi post-combat as well. So, you know, he's just trying to push it in, he's just trying to push this limit, but Pokeberry might be able to turn this thing around just because of this Vi drop removing that Aphelios.
Okay, so that might help turn things around a little bit for him, but he's completely dry as far as his hand is concerned, so his top deck from him on this point onwards is still a Mountain Goat. It's still available for reroll. How many Mountain Goats have we seen in this game so far? Feels like they're just herding sheep all throughout this game though.
Yup, and there we have the Victor leveling up as well, so all creator card is gonna be costing 1 less, and there you have that discount on the Gravitum as well. So, I mean, this is a good offensive turn for reroll, right? Just, you know, buff up the Victor, go for the Graviton on the Vi, and just go for the big swing.
Did I say herding sheep? Actually, it's a goat, right?
It's a goat.
That's a completely different thing. My little joke didn't quite land, unfortunately. But you know what's going to land very soon? The damage! Damage coming from reroll. Woo, that's a wide board there he's got, and it's getting even more wider with thanks to the buff now to that 5-5, bringing it up to a 6-5. And oh, Vi is stunned. Vi is stunned, so what can he do now? Nothing.
Yep, this is 13 damage, and that is exact lethal, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing that Pokeberry could do, and Reroll takes home the win in game number 1.
Oh man, it looked like he was just about, just able to hang on, but things already kind of took a turn by that mid game though. So, I mean, what kind of went wrong for him, do you think?
It basically running out of gas, right? Every single unit or every single champion that got played down by Pokeberry has been removed. So that actually just steamrolled and just let Reroll roll it on.
Just keep on rolling, baby. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and roll on to our second game now. Let's see what decks they bring to the table. Caitlyn Trundle going to be brought out now.
Yep, and also Aribat on the bottom side from Pokeberry's side as well. You know, this is a fantastic board that Pokeberry has, to be honest. But Reroll unable to find that concurrent timeline in turn number 1. So this might be looking, you know, not as planned for Reroll, but you know, with this amount of these cards coming in his hand, it might look good.
Yeah, might. He does have a bird. He does have a 1-3. He does have some units this time. Hopefully he'll be able to keep those. But looking at what Reroll's going to do, Ferris Finance here going to be brought out, of course. And that's going to force Pokeberry now to commit some attack here. Since at least keep things on the balance when it comes to the Nexuses. Nexuses?
Nexus.
I don't know what the plural of a Nexus is, but nevertheless, though, it's still going to be quite even between these two.
And a second Asmus from the top as well. Pokeberry is going to be buffing up that Highwayman, and it's going to be buff, right? And how Highwayman is going to be cloning himself. So he's getting so much value just because of these chimes hitting on the Highwayman.
Yeah, here we go. Round of 4 gets a Bard. Another chime yet again. That's above the Bard now. That's going to be up for grabs later on. He's going to go ahead, play it down, and that's going to bring it up to a 3-6 as soon as it's up.
That is not just a bot, but that is a bot, right? Yep, so this from the latest skin line as well. So that's a really pretty bot. And, you know, if we are lucky enough to see the level up animation, like, it's going to be juicy.
I mean, it's Bard. Is it practically a barbarian at this point now?
No, I mean, it's a bard named Bud, right?
Not confusing at all, for sure. 4-6 now up here. He should be able to survive this one, but Troll Chant is going to be used there, so that's going to bring him down to a 2-6. He's not going to be able to take that one out, so just trading help practically, but at least the Caitlyn is brought down to a 3-3.
Yep, and right here, Pokeberry has to be really careful because those traps are stacking up in his deck. As long as that Caitlyn survives, you know, things is going to be looking grimmer and grimmer for Pokeberry. Immediately, you know, going in and just defending himself, and that Bud is not going down to this aftershock.
Okay, so still survive. Ari is going to be brought out now as a 2-2. Thermodynamic going to be done straight onto her, so she's going to be dead as soon as she arrives. So, so sad.
Well, I mean, Pokeberry had the option to protect her with the Nobify or even the Twin Discipline, but I think, you know, he's just playing it slow, he's playing it chill, there's no need to rush, because right here, Riro is the one in danger without any unit on board. And, you know, this, and take a look at this, right? This amount of, you know, going in, drawing 2 as well is just having so much buff, and it seems like Pokeberry is in the commanding lead in this at this situation.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, in units as well as like just a hand alone, he got 2 Notifies, so he can definitely defend for days here if he so chooses. So he's gonna go for the aggressive here, straight up leveling that Bard. So is he now an actual Barbarian? Let's see. Let's see. A 7-6 is definitely a very accurate, a very tanky and a very strong Bard there for sure.
Yep, and there we have it. He's singing "I Can Show You the World," right? And I think this Caitlyn is not going anywhere. You know, 3 sisters immediately going in for the Fury of the North. He's looking to take out Bot, but however, Pokeberry got that answer with the Twin Discipline, and the Bot is still alive. This guy is still standing strong and is not going down anytime soon.
My buff is better than your buff. What you gonna do? Bart still survives. He's gonna be 6-3 for now, but that still means that Pokeberry is still having all the advantages. Bert is going to be coming in here as a 2-2 instead of a 1-1 now. So, man, that's all the advantage still on Pokeberry's side. Caitlyn's going to be brought out as a 4-4 here, and Hero pretty much has committed on the board. And unfortunately, it looks like this exchange here is not going to work out well. Mystic Shot at least should be able to take out that 5-6, but here we go. The Notify cancels out that Mystic Shot. So, unfortunately, that 4-4, bye-bye, Caitlyn.
Yep, so I mean, even though right here, right, Riro seems like he's on the back foot, but however, Buried in Ice is in his head, right? He could still turn this thing around, and the second Caitlyn is coming down from his hand as well. So once this Buried in Ice, you know, it could potentially freeze everything, but this open attack coming in from Pokeberry just seals the deal, and Riro has to take that loss, and it's going to be 1-1, and we will be moving on to game number 3.
This is such an amazing heavyweight fight right now. Just literally trading blow after blow here, and neither of them are just falling. They're both still standing strong even at the end. So well done there to Pokeberry for making that comeback. So now it's going to come down to this final game now, and oh boy, I mean, again, I really wish we could see them get into top 4, but there's only one slot left.
Yep,
that's all.
so there's only one slot left, and there's only one more game left in this set, and this is going to be game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, as Pokeberry going up against Riro. And take a look at Riro's hand. Is there a concurrent timeline? Yes, there is.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the multiverse is in play now, ladies and gentlemen, and let's see if any more surprises are going to be in store here. So remember, timeline, concurrent timeline means that any sort of like same cost cards can be brought out from anywhere in the Runeterra library. So it doesn't mean just only the cards that are in your deck. So let's see what Reroll is going to try to do here. 3-4 brought down on the board. Now, yeah, it's still going to be his turn.
Well, I mean, this Boxtopus choice coming in is perfect, right? With only, what, 2 mana, you get a 3-4 Octopus with Challenger, and this Aphelios is not safe, ladies and gentlemen, because that Boxtopus is gonna be taking out the Aphelios, and he's still surviving after that combat as well. So, you know, maybe Pokeberry have to be a little bit careful of how he should approach this Boxtopus, because, you know, if not, that Aphelios is not gonna survive.
Yeah, so he's just going to commit the 2-1 there. Didn't get blocked, so he's at least able to get some damage through to the face. But now the Aphelios is going to try to aim that Boxtopus there. Is it going to be enough to take him out of play for now? Not quite, still alive.
Yep, Calibrum only doing 3 damage to the selected unit, and that's the problem with the Boxtopus because it has 4 health. It's just so difficult to be dealing with, but however, Pokeberry have that Mystic Shot if he chooses to fire it off on the Boxtopus. But this time, Innkeeper is not going to allow that Boxtopus to rest, because not allow the Boxtopus to go down, because he's going to be rested up to 3-4 once again.
Yeah, so Innkeeper going to be brought down, flips around to a 0-3. Aphelios going to be selecting another weapon of choice here.
Yep, I believe this is going to be a Graviton coming in, right? He's not going to be allowing the Boxtopus to move anytime soon because he wants his Aphelios to survive. And there we have, you know, being stunned right now, the only option is going in with the Caitlyn. Pokeberry has no choice but to absorb this 3 damage.
Yeah, I mean, still, the fact that Reroll has already been brought down to 16 means it's not that painful to just take that damage here. Pokeberry can still just bear with it. He's going to try to bring out another weapon here. Which one is that exactly?
Yeah, this is the Crescendum. Right here, he got this Investigator where both players draw a card. But this is the point where things change, where Reroll dropped the Refna, and this is gonna be, you know, buffing everything in his deck with +2/+2. And if a second Refna comes down after that, it's gonna be +4/+4. So that is gonna be really scary if this Refna stacks up. And there's a second Refna in his hand.
Oh boy, it's going to be a very, very important turn here. So they're going to try to commit on the board now. Looks like Caitlyn may not survive this round here. But certainly there's still 3 damage they're still going to get through. But Pokeberry is going to get 2 additional cards into his deck now. So that still gives him plenty of advantage on top of the damage he's been able to do.
Yup, and top deck Zoe is not going to be helping out too much because this Aphelios is immediately going down straight right to the Genevieve. And, you know, 7 mana open, there's Aloof in his hand as well. There's so much things that Reroll could do just to mess around with Pokeberry. And, you know, with this, I think sputtering Song Spinner, like that might be a good choice for him. But instead, he goes for the Glorious Intervention. I think Pokeberry, if he wants to win, he wants to win big.
Okay, let's see if he's gonna be able to last out to that, because again, that is still a 10 mana card, so it's still gonna be a while before he's gonna be able to get it out in play. But as long as he can keep KDF Reroll on the run here, perhaps that still might come to fruition. Still taking his time though, before he finally decides to put out the Trundle, ladies and gentlemen. Ice Pillar in his hands as well.
Yep, Trundle is down and the King of Trolls is here. As, you know, he's just waiting, right? He's just waiting for the moment to drop that Ice Pillar and hopefully get himself a Dreadway where he could double those damage. Look at this, right? With 2 mana, he could change himself into a 3-2 Fearsome, and right here, Pokeberry is in a very tough position. How is he gonna fight back off this one? Because things isn't looking good for him.
Yep, Graviton going to be aimed under that tree too. That should be able to take it out of play completely. But still, Trundle is still going to bring massive, massive hurt if he cannot really block that out. And it looks like he might be tanking that damage, so that might actually bring him down to 11 here. Unless he could figure something out on his end. Okay, he's going to go ahead and block it, but that's going to completely empty out his end of the board. And as far as I can see, there's only like spells pretty much from his end, except for that that one Zoe card.
Yep, there's nothing much that Pokeberry could do, because right here, even if he plays that Zoe, he's playing down for defensive purposes, and this is not where you want to be, right? And
yep, here we go.
Follow up by maybe a Some Dredger, but this Ice Pillar is the turning point, and a Dreadway is in the mix as well. Double damage, ladies and gentlemen. Doubles damage coming in from Reroll. Things is going to be looking bad for Pokeberry because that Trundle is going to be leveled up and he has Overwhelm right now, and it's not looking good because it's going to be double the damage from Trundle.
I mean, by calculation, that's 14 damage he could potentially do if he just lets the Trundle through. Now, he does just poke a little bit with that Zoe, but that's not going to do much now, isn't it? I mean, again, he will have Overwhelm, so I don't know what to do if I'm on Pokeberry's side.
It's just not looking great for Pokeberry right now because Rero is high rolling and Aloof coming down, drawing him in a card, and bye-bye to Glorious Intervention into a second Aloof. And right here, Rero has a full board, and you know, all he has to do is just go for the swing, and I believe it's going to be game over right after this.
Oh boy, it just feels so bad. It felt like there was a chance for him, but that all just completely gone. I mean, that's a danger, right? Of being an aggro player just running out of gas. It's like you just left with zero options, zero opportunities left. And then now he's just going to be staring down the barrel of a gun here that Reroll has literally pointed at his head.
Yup, and there we have, you know, the final nail in the coffin. Reroll going in for the declaration of attack. Minus the 42 at this point in time. There's nothing that Pokeberry could stop this one. And I believe this is going game number 3, going straight to Reroll. And the champion is here to stay, and he is moving straight right to the grand finals.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, nothing he could do, but the amount of damage there, double damage is no joke, ladies and gentlemen. I saw, what, a maximum of 38 if he didn't do those blocks? That's just, how do you deal with that? Seriously, KDM Reroll makes it into the top 4, and he is in position now to continue to defend his win.
Yep, so you know, he's here and he showed us what he could do, and that Caitlyn Trundle really did pay with dividends, especially when the concurrent timelines is on turn number 1.
Right? I mean, again, once you have that in hand, things can turn out very, very well for you, as Reroll pretty much figured out. And so unfortunate for Pokeberry, twice in a row now. He just basically got himself gassed. Twice in this matchup. He got himself gassed out, and it's just such a shame because otherwise, you know, potentially could have made a good comeback. But it just wasn't meant to be.
Yep, I mean, as much as Pokeberry kind of gassed out, Reroll actually was high rolling, right? He got whatever unit he needs. The final nail was that Dreadway, so that is what changed the game.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and give a shout out to our sponsors here, starting off with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters is their slogan, and they have definitely been a huge supporter here of this local scene here in Asia Pacific. And we also like to give a shout out to our second sponsor, Monster Energy, unleashing the beast here for you guys, and hopefully that just brought you guys such a great show here as we've already moved on through our top 8. And don't forget, you can still join in the conversation when it comes to the Snapdragon Pro Series by joining our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. So definitely, now that we've already finished our first 4 matches, know that what that means. Top 4 is coming on soon, and then after that we're going to be finding our champion. But before that, we're going to have to take a break, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll see you after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth. and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Heyo everybody, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Moonboy, and we are here to bring you guys now the top 4 for Legends of Runeterra. This is the Open Finals for split number 2, and boy, what a series of matchups we had today, didn't we? I mean, first we saw Odyssey 2-0ing Ed Tiker for by just having deck advantage. All creation, he literally killed the Burning Sun disc in round 3. Hato didn't manage to get his Yordle Swarm, and finally Pokeberry gassed out twice in a row here. So, I mean, what has been kind of like the highlight for you so far, though?
But it's definitely gonna be that Sun Disc burning up, right? But I think there's an interview coming up as well.
Yep, it is. So we're going to be talking to the winner of that previous matchup there. That's KDF Reroll, hailing all the way from Korea. So KDF Reroll, how are you doing? And let us know how are you feeling, especially after taking that win.
네, 우승하시고 이제 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
오늘 운이 좀 잘 따라주는 것 같아서 기분이 좋네요.
I feel like I'm quite lucky today, so I'm quite happy about it.
All right. So next question off to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see you back, Reroll. Like, you know, you're looking great, you're looking fresh today. What is your plan coming into top 4? Like, you know, what's your game plan? And are you, aiming for the grand finals once again? Are you aiming to win this time?
네, 다시 돌아오신 걸 보니 되게 기쁘고요. 이제 4강에 들어서게 되셨는데 어떻게 게임 플랜이 계획이 어떻게 되시는지.
제가 할 수 있는 최선을 다해서 그냥 이제 이기도록 노력하겠습니다.
I'll just try my best to reach the grand final and win the victory.
All right. So yeah, I mean, again, congratulations on that. We're gonna leave you now so you can go ahead and prepare for your next matchup here. But again, congratulations and best of luck to you for your next matchup.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He's so cute.
I know, right?
I like him.
Yeah, he's so bubbly, so bubbly, you know, and like especially coming off of that the win there. I mean, it was definitely a bit of an intense matchup that he had against Wookie Berry. To see him still in high spirits, I mean, the confidence level must be so high on his side, isn't it?
Definitely. So, I mean, what you need now is confidence, right? Confidence and calm at the same time. Do not be too complacent because you're 1 win away from the grand finals and 2 wins away from the $2,000. So, they have to compose themselves and get it right.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and jump into our matchup coming up now, and this is a recap of the brackets that are going to be coming through. So again, just to recap what happened in that round of 8, we did see that Ed Tiker just going up against Odyssey. Unfortunately, our Filipino lost out massively to the Thai powerhouse that is Odyssey there, 2-0. Then later on, All Creation went up against NBS Knights, who represented the Vietnam here against the Japanese player. All Creation wins that 2-1, and it wasn't quite a straightforward victory until the burning disc got burnt up. JBK Ace went up against Big Red Hato, and unfortunately the second Vietnamese player here got taken out as well, 1-2 here, so that allows JBK to get through the next round. And finally we saw KDF reroll going up against Pokey Berry, and he still managed to get the win here and proceeds on to the top 4.
Yep, so this is gonna be, the top 4. This is the 4 players that is gonna be bringing the best, because one more win, they're going straight right to their grand finals, and they will be bringing their best. Take a look at this. Our first player coming into the first featured game is gonna be Odyssey, all the way from Thailand, and we have seen him play very well in the previous game as well, and he's here to find his spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, open finals, seeding of 9th place, qualifying ranking of 3rd place with Cup 1, favorite champion being Ari, and I'm very much looking forward to how he's going to be handling his next opponent here, because it's going to be the guy from the land of the rising sun, Japan, where All Creation, coming off fresh with that win there, he's definitely going to be looking to try to get himself into the finals too. So it's going to be a super stacked lineup, super stacked kind of matchup going on here in this first semi-final. So just to recap again, he has the open final seeding of 12th place here, qualifying ranking of 3rd place in Cup number 4. Favorite champion is Hecarim, and again, confidence definitely should be running pretty high here for him as well.
He's shy in that previous interview, but he's not shy from winning this one. All Creation, he's so close from his victory the last snap as well, right? He got 2nd place, but right here is the champion of the Asia Master. So, it's a huge obstacle in his way right now. All Creation have to crack all that he have to break Odyssey down.
Yeah, so again, let's recap the deck list for both of these sides. So, given that Odyssey had a much more, I wouldn't say easier time. I mean, technically it is easier given that he did 2-0 him. But with All Creation's deck list here, do you think it's going to be a much harder matchup for him this time around?
Well, I think it's going to be pretty even, because right here, Odyssey is running a Viego Shurima and Godo a Mono Shurima and also a Zoe Aphelios vibe. However, All Creations coming in with a Poppy Bot, J4, NETF, and Aphelios Victor Vi himself. So coming in, I believe the ban is definitely going to be on the Aphelios deck, and it's down to this 4 decks that we see in the first, on the left side.
Yeah.
And, just take a look at what exactly, each player is running in a particular deck, and Mono Shurima coming in from Odyssey.
Yeah, so Mono Shurima again, it's just focusing a lot on the Azir and that Zerath. I mean, the burn Sun Disc is the most important thing there, and you saw what happened when you don't get it, when you lose it basically from the start there. You basically lose out your potential to actually get the level 3 benefits there for both Azir and the Zerath. And if you don't have that, I mean, basically your game plan completely gone, especially for that late game.
Yep, that's exactly right. And take a look at the deck list that Odyssey actually have. He only have 1 copy of Soothsayer, and it's not easy to actually draw her off the top. So if this is going straight right into a TF any matchup, we might see a deja vu from top 8.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and have a look as well at what featured deck is going to be on All Creation's side here, because he does have a very interesting Demacia, rather like a standard Demacia actually, I should say. But then again, is the Bard, the Poppy, the Jarvan 4 that is featured in his pool here.
Yep, so this deck is all about challenging units, right? Just challenging units and take the right fight. Like, you don't want to, you have to pick the fight for yourself so that you could win as much fight as possible. Durant Sculptor coming in, subsequent unit is gonna be buffing on their health as well. 2 copies of Javelin, that means all creation is all on that offense, especially with 3 copies of Golden Ages and 1 copy of Relentless Pursuit as well.
Yeah, so that's gonna be what they're gonna be bringing to the table here. But then at the end of the day, it's not. It's going to be how you play those cards. So coming into this now, we're talking about top 4 here. Between these 4, like, who do you think kind of stands out a little bit out of this tournament so far?
I think Odyssey coming into this tournament has a very good momentum, right? He came off the win of Asia Masters as well, so it seems like he is on the roll coming forward also. So take a look at this. Both decks, or both Aphelios deck, have been banned as per predicted, so it's right here, it's all down to these 4 decks. But I believe the most dangerous deck right now within this 4 is definitely still an ETF.
Yeah, I mean, again, we saw how insanely powerful it is when it's in the hands of All Creation in his previous matchup there against against the Vietnamese player. So let's see whether or not he'll be able to make Lightning Strike twice, maybe. I mean, I don't know whether it'll be the right kind of parlance to use for the Buried Sun disc, but nevertheless, though, let's go ahead and jump straight in. So Twisted Fate and Annie coming into play now. Let's see how it goes.
Well, it seems like we're not going to get a Deja Vu this time, because a Soul Slayer is in that opening hand of Odyssey. I don't know how to say. I believe it might be luck, but it only runs 1 copy. Let me remind you guys, he got it in his opening hand.
I mean, man, that's already really good here. So, well, hopefully he'll be able to keep that momentum rolling, as he's the only member of the top 8 here to actually 2-0 his own matchup here. So definitely in terms of that sort of like performance here, he's got a lot to live up for when it comes to this matchup.
Yup, and right here, Odyssey is just looking great. The only thing missing is his champions, and Unraveled Earth immediately played from his hand as well, because right here he's still digging for his champions. There's still no one home for Odyssey to bring the champions back.
Yeah, so let's see what All Creation is going to try to do now. Brings out a House Spider that's going to be able to take out 2 of Odyssey's own cards there. So he's going to try to force things onto the board now, try to force confrontation, just clear out these couple of units here. But still the 1-1 survives here for Odyssey's side.
Yeah, because right here, if All Creation notice that Odyssey is a little bit low in gas, this is the time for him to step on it. Like, just go for the offense and just deal as much damage to Odyssey as possible. Because right here, this is your opening and you have to strike.
Ooh, that's a Make It Rain in his hands too. So even if Odyssey is able to fill up his side of the board, that can easily be cleared out. And in fact, he's just going to go straight ahead, dump that Make It Rain onto the board there, and just take whatever damage he can and force Odyssey on that reset.
Yep, All Creation making it rain, they say. And right here, Odyssey don't really have much choice. Maybe he could have, summon a Sand Charger to maybe block 2 damage off the House Spider. Like, that is also a possible move. But, you don't want to be taking 5 damage this turn. Odyssey have to try to, figure out a way. How can I refrain from getting 5 damage this turn?
Yeah, so let's see what's going to try to play out there. I mean, he is going to put the Walking Sands down, but that's about it. He doesn't really have any other plays there, but at least he does get a 5-2 on the board, so at least something to use in case. Ancient Preparation is going to be used here, so he can choose between 3 cards, and so it goes for the Azir.
Yep. It's likely it's going to be that Azir, because he's lacking champions, he's lacking units, and the Azir is going to be providing so much coverage once he comes online. And it feels like Odyssey have a little bit. Pump a little bit of level ups take onto Azir as well, and Azir is pretty close to leveling, not gonna lie.
Yeah, again, All Creation you really extending an advantage thanks to having to do that reset on Odyssey, so he's just able to let Twisted Fate and the rest deal so much damage onto him, so he's down to 16 now. Preservatorium, Terrium is going to be used here to just preserve something, but again, it's just a lack of units on Odyssey's side. It's just continuing to become like a Achilles heel for him at this point.
Yep, and right here, you know, All Creation is just rushing. At this point in time, he's just rushing to level up to the Fate as fast as possible. Get that pick a card, and hopefully he get to draw 2 more additional cards the next turn. And with the Eye of Nagakaboros, he might be able to level up TF the next turn. And, you know, and coming in from Odyssey's side as well, 3 mana open. What else can he do, right? He don't want to, you know, commit into the Azir because next turn he got the Ancient Clockwork to actually be a defender for him.
Yeah, so Disintegrate in hand there, but again, nothing to disintegrate at the moment on Odyssey's side until maybe just Rite of Calling is going to be used here, so that coming into play once he brings out a champion of his own. He gets another Azir in hand.
Yeah, that is not a Xerath that he is looking for because he is not home at the moment. I mean, All Creations managed to get an Annie on top of it as well. And right here, things are not looking great for Odyssey, but the top deck of Xerath saved him.
Oh man, I mean, again, he would have been so bad if he got both Azirs, but no Xerath to put in play here. But Twist of Fate, nevertheless, will get himself leveled up now, so he's becoming a bigger and bigger threat now on All Creation's side, bringing it up to a 3-3, and he's going to be played as well, so it's going to be full steam ahead for All Creation.
Yep, and here we have that first card played out. It's definitely going to be that blue card, and you know, even though this turn All Creation could trigger up to the red card if he chooses to, and you know, this is a good opportunity for Odyssey to strike.
He's going to have to do it sooner rather than later now because he's been hurting all throughout until this point. Twist of Fate is going to be brought out, so is the 2-2, and so is the Annie, so it could be an opportunity for Odyssey to just clear out some of these cards for the board. But still, he will be tanking some damage though because he don't think... I mean, okay, he has Quicksand, but I don't think he has much else to kind of block there, so yeah.
Well, I think, you know, Odyssey, what All Creation is trying to do, he's baiting the Xerath to block, right? So that, you know, he could do a little bit of damage to it and then Ravenous Flock it and just take down the Xerath, because the next turn, he's going to be dealing 2 damage to the weakest unit, which is your Annie, just because 2 Passive Variant pop off that turn. And, you know, this particular block coming in, I think All Creation is just, you know, this is a juicy Ravenous Flock. Goes for it, goes for the red card, but Odyssey has the stasis, that Hourglass, Ancient Hourglass, just protecting the Xerath once again.
Whew, lucky him, and he still has another one in hand, so he can definitely protect it again one more time, but then after that, that's it. But at least he saves himself for this onslaught. Even though he's down to a 10, gets another Quicksand in hand. Xerath going to be leveled up now, so at least, yeah, that stasis definitely saved him this time.
Yep, and there we have a level Xerath, and down goes that you know, Buried Sundisk, and down goes the TF in the process as well. Like, this is just looking bad for All Creations at this point in time, right? Even though if the Azir, and there we have is leveling up as well as the Sundisk ticks down to 1, and it might be the final hour that All Creation have.
1 minute to midnight here for Odyssey's end, and All Creation, I mean, he had the advantage, you know, from the early game to the midpoint now, but then everything just flipped around here, and now Odyssey is on the verge of opening up this, just unburying that Buried Sundisks. Man, All Creation is going to have his work cut out for him from this point on.
Yep, going in for the Disintegrate onto the Azir. Odyssey got a decision to make. Is this the unit that I want to protect? Is this Azir worth going in for the Hourglass? But I guess not, coming in from Odyssey, because Xerath is a much more important target that he wants to protect. And there you have a Scorch Earth going straight right to Xerath, and Odyssey knows that this is the time for the Ancient Hourglass.
Just basically, he had it in hand. Just use it right now. Save that Xerath, because it's such an important one. And remember, he still has an Azir in his hand, so he can still potentially bring that out to combo if he wants to, but that'll be later on. Now the Buried Sundisk has finally arisen now, ladies and gentlemen. And Odyssey, he needs to be able to bring this to a close, and Xerath gets leveled up.
Yup, and there we have Shurima is restored, and Xerath is here at a 5-8 stat line, immediately dealing 5 damage to the Nexus. And that is a lot of damage, ladies and gentlemen, because right here, All Creation is in the back foot right now. How is he going to come back off this one? Scorch Earth going straight right to the Xerath, but however, and Odyssey have one more Xerath and one more Azir in his hand.
yeah, he can still bring it back. So, I mean, in this case now, it's still not that bad for him. So, yeah, so much damage that not even Flex Tape is going to be able to fix it, unfortunately.
Yep, and there we have a disintegrate into a Depth's Hand. All Creation is not allowing any Zeref to survive because this is the final Zeref that Odyssey have.
Ooh, so yeah, a bit of a shame. He's now going to be forced to play only Azirs from this point on. At least he does get the level up again onto him. So that's a level 3 Azir in play now.
Yep, level 3 Azir, and All Creation has no other play but to scoops it up. And there we have Odyssey taking home game number 1.
I actually thought that he might have a couple more turns there, then, didn't he?
Well, I mean, I think All Creation have no way to defend because the next turn coming in is at 11 damage, right? With the Sand Charger stacked together with Azir. So I think All Creation calculated it, and there's no way for him to turn this around.
Yeah, a bit of a shame then. So that the first round is going to be going over to reroll, and let's see where. Yeah, well, let's say for Odyssey, and let's see whether or not he's going to be able to continue on that momentum. Because I got to say now, at this point in this tournament, he's 3-0.
Yep, I mean, Odyssey is on the roll, right? He got the momentum coming straight right in it, so this might be a potential 2-0 for Odyssey. And All Creation, you know, looking at this hand, it's not much of a great start for him, to be honest. And looking at Odyssey hand, he got everything that he needs to get that Viego to level up ASAP.
Yeah, so he's going to have a 2-2 and a 1-1. 2-1 and 2-1. All Creation just basically stacking as many units as he can quite early on here, I have to say. That's going to force Odyssey's hand a little bit here, but Make It Rain straight up going to be used here, just clear his board and do a little bit of phase damage too.
Yep, I mean, just taking, you know, the soldier down to 3-2 as well, because right here, All Creation got a little bit of comfortable attack. This Valve Fist literally stopped whatever All Creation is trying to do, and it's going to be looking really awkward for him to attack, but no choice but to attack with just the House Spider.
Yeah, just whatever you have on hand, right? Just send the spiders forward and hope he has arachnophobia. But nevertheless, though, I think he's not going to be too phased at this point, even though he's going to lose that 3-2. He still has another spider in hand here and still has plenty inside his hand here to try to play out. So let's see how All Creation is going to try to play this off.
Yep, Odyssey immediately giving him the pass, and I think this is a good pass coming in from like, you know, if All Creation just pass it right there, like, it might be looking good for him, but instead he goes for the Whisper Words, not wanting to spend any mana or waste any mana, and just try to find himself more option coming later on into the late game.
Yeah, so it's all about that late game now for him, isn't it? So let's see whether or not he's going to play something out. Bakai Sand Spinner is going to be brought out. That pretty much nullifies that spider there and has a 5-3 on the board too. So he, All Creation is going to be forced to block that. So he only sustains that 1 point of damage. So not too bad for now.
Yep, I mean, All Creation is not looking that bad, right? But however, Odyssey, this is turn number 5. It is Odyssey's turn to play that Viego. And I think, you know, All Creation knows it, right? I'm just going to pass it here, right? If you want, you could drop the Viego this turn. If you're not going to do it, you're going to waste the turn.
Right, so that's the thing. He has to decide if he wants to try to commit to that or not. And yeah, the turn is on his hands here. He does have a top deck of a Quicksand, so yeah, the decision is now. Do I play that Viego now, or do I just hold on for like maybe something else down the line? What do you think?
Well, I think, you know, it seems like that pass coming in for All Creation with so many cards in his hand, it actually really shows that, you know, he might have a threat in his hand, right? So this is not the smart option for Odyssey to actually play the Viego this turn. Yes, he have the mana to go for the Rite of Negation, but with 9 mana open for both players, right, they got to be really careful of what possible chains might be coming up in this series. So, you know, and Odyssey might want to save that Rite of Negation for that Riptide Rex because it could nullify all 7 barrages coming in from their Rex.
So he's going to play the Treasure Seeker and just passes it on to All Creation, so he's not fully committing quite yet. So All Creation takes his opportunity to bring out the Twist of Fate and picks up a red card here. What's gonna be? Ooh, just damage there to just basically clear out the board and leaving only the 5-2.
Yep, so this might be, you know, the opening that he wants to drop down, you know, Viego, but I don't think it's smart right now. But the Bakai Sand Spinner immediately trying to remove this TF off the board. As long as the TF stays, he have the opportunity to level up soon. So, immediately just take him out of the equation. There's nothing much that he could do.
Yeah, because he doesn't have it in his hand, so he cannot replenish that TF. He's going to be forced to play that out now, and looks like, yep, he will be losing that Twisted Fate. So Odyssey at least is going to be able to get some advantage back from this point on. So could he play the Viego now? Do you think it's kind of safe, or still he has to watch out?
You still have to watch out. I mean, right here, there's all creation is on Noxus, right? You got to be really careful of what they're going to throw, because right here, Odyssey is in control, right? As long as that Viego slips, it's gonna be downhill for Odyssey from here on. So he got to be really careful and play a little bit more conservatively, but instead he chooses to go for the Viego, and this is gonna be it, right? This is gonna be it. It's gonna be like, make it rain, and or even a blade into a Scorch Earth, like that's possible as well. And this is a red card into a Scorch Earth, like they could still remove that Viego.
Yeah, that's danger that's coming out from All Creation's side. So Odyssey still has a turn in his hand right now. Uses the right of negation, and then only passes on to All Creation. So let's see, what will he do? Clear out those spells and just okay.
Yeah, this is the right moment, right? Like, I mean, Odyssey is tapped out of the right of negation. You just have to ping it for one, and then you still have enough mana to actually go for the Scorch Earth to remove the Viego. So, I mean, it's looking great for All Creations as of now. I mean, like, he's just in control, right? Because right here, it seems like Odyssey might be losing a little bit of footing because he's running a little bit low on resources in his hand.
Ooh, and that's the Viego gone now for Odyssey. That might put him in a lot of pressure because he doesn't have a replacement, and yeah, right now he's just stuck with those 2 5/2s. So even though it has a lot of damage, again, All Creation has to make it rains, and certainly will be in full control of that if he does clear out. And I think that's a Rex as well on All Creation side.
Yep.
Big threat there, ladies and gentlemen. A big threat incoming here from All Creation.
I mean, All Creation could just hold back a little bit on the Rex because, he has a Raven Bloom in his hand. Like, he could potentially have a Tybook into a Rex later on, right? So, these are what maybe he's trying to go for, because, those Make It Rains would have so much more value when the Tybook is online.
Alright, Ravenous Flock going to be picked up here on the top of the deck here for All Creation. Odyssey still going to have to decide what he wants to try to do from this point on. I mean, what do you think assumptions are? He's going to use a Aspiring Chronomancer now. At least he's going to be able to choose between 3 cards. But what do you think is going to be the end game now for Odyssey, given that the Viego is already taken out?
Well, Odyssey have to try to find subsequent copies of Viego, right? He got the right of calling. He could, tutor himself the Viego that he needs. But, here comes the All Creation. It's not allowing him to rest, right? Death's Hand immediately going into the Bakai. It's not allowing any 5 damage. It's just going in. The most you could do is 2. I could deal with 2. And I'm just gonna chill and level up my Raven Bloom.
No, just stalling for time, really, because again, he needs a Viego in hand, and it's just not happening for him yet. So he still has 6 mana to go, but decides to just pass it on to All Creation now to make the decision. And All Creation, again, he still has the Ravenholm, he still has the 2/2 of the Twisted Fate, and it's just going to aim that 2/3, so probably going to remove that from play now. Oh, sorry, it's going to put a stun, sorry.
So, but right here, Odyssey got a play, right? It's the Hydra Vine, because right here, Odyssey is just lacking in units. So this Hydra Vine is going to be producing 2 units. But however, right, All Creation have the perfect answer in the term of Scorch Earth. So, he just got to be a little bit, aware, and if he could see through that Odyssey do not have another counter spell, All Creation might be able to just bluff, like, just go for the offense and just take down the Hydra Vine.
Right, so yeah, going to be a very tense round now for Odyssey. He's down to 4 mana left, and yeah, I don't see anything under the quicksand that really kind of play here. So again, it's so tough when you don't have your champion card in hand. So I mean, how much more time can he stall, really?
Yep, so immediately going in for the quicksand, this actually bring him away from 4 mana. That means it's open season for All Creations right now, because that Hydra Vine is going straight right down.
Yeah, he's going to aim that down, and again, you don't want to leave a 7/6 available on the board. It's going to use Make It Rain now to take away a little bit of damage there. And
Scorch Earth.
Scorch Earth straight up onto the 7-5, and it's gone. That's it.
Yup, and right here, Odyssey is just running out of option. There is no unit on his board. There's nothing available for him. Taibok is coming down the next turn. He got himself a Viego, but, is it too late at this point in time, right? Yes, he got a stasis, like he could dodge whatever the Riptide Rex is going to throw at him in the future turns, but this is the turn where, he just go for the Make It Rain, and he could even potentially go for that Ravenous Flock as well.
Yeah, that's a big problem for Odyssey, is that even though he's got a Viego now, it still feels like he's not quite out of the woods yet, and he's still going to be taking some face damage now thanks to this Make It Rain, and Promise will continue to compound when All Creation can get that Rex out in play. But for now, yep, he's going to use the Hourglass now to save his 7-6, so at least he's going to be able to keep himself alive to die another day, maybe.
Yep, so right here, Odyssey only have 2 mana open, and this is the time for All Creation to strike. This is the time for him to push as much damage as possible, because right here, priority passes back to him, and he have Overwhelm in his pocket as well. So this is the time for him to go for it, and then go for the Riptide Rex the next turn, because looking at Odyssey hand, he don't really have much way to interact after the Riptide Rex.
Ooh, okay, so again, if he doesn't quite block this one out, but then again, if he does block it, he's going to lose that 7-6. So, ooh, this is just a rock and a hard place now for Odyssey. Just when you thought that he might have this in the bag, might just go away, but then he does manage to take out that one though, so he still survives through this little onslaught. Only the Annie is left on All Creation's side, and Odyssey just might be able to take things around, but nope, here comes a Rex.
Up, and here comes the Rain and a level up Annie as well, as Tibbers is here to join the play as Annie levels up. And look at this, just 6 more damage going straight right to Odyssey Nexus, and Odyssey is not out of the clear.
Yeah, so much damage being done to him right now, and yeah, he loses it. He loses his vehicle, and now takes so much damage. He's down to 4 health left on his Nexus. Ay, 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 ay. This is so bad now for Odyssey.
Yep, things are not good. Only defender that he have right here is gonna be that Merciless Hunter. And All Creation still have ways to develop his board, and he has Tibbers to go for the stun and actually deal more damage to whatever Odyssey units have. And this Valfeast is, as of right now, things are not looking great for Odyssey. I think it's game over at this point in time. But players, they have to play it out due to sportsmanship.
Yeah, just play it out there. He knows he's lost, but this is also going to give him some extra time to kind of think about his next round here, because, frankly, this is I think it's pretty much one and done here, unfortunately for Odyssey. But nevertheless, though, there's still going to be at least one more game to go, because All Creation, of course, didn't manage to win that first round. But finally, All Creation putting a stain on Odyssey's little win-loss record at the moment.
Yup, and right here, All Creation got that Twist of Fate in his top deck as well. Valfeast immediately going in for the 2-1 Spider, and that raid card is looking juicy for All Creation if he chooses to go so. TF into the raid card, takes out 2 units, and Odyssey is left with nothing at this point in time, and All Creation is just going in for the big swing to close off game number 2.
Yep, that's it. That's it. The end now for Odyssey here. Top deck only gets 2. Surrenders through, and looks like we're going on to game 3 now, ladies and gentlemen. Odyssey, he tried his best here, but unfortunately that didn't quite work out for game 2.
Yep, we have to take a look at Odyssey's hand. The whole game is not exactly drawing the best as well, and the amount of removals that the TF Annies provide is just too much for him to deal with. So, unfortunately, Odyssey is unable to capitalize. This is probably his first loss in the top 8 so far. Hopefully get the win in game number 3.
Yeah, there's still a chance. There's still one more chance for him to make it into the finals now, and it comes down to this specific game.
Yep, and on the top side, we have Odyssey sticking on to that Viego Shurima, but however, on the bottom side, we are seeing a Bud, Poppy, J4 coming in from All Creation.
All right. Something a little bit interesting now, hopefully, because Odyssey again is going to be playing both Odyssey and All Creation are playing now to be able to get into that finals, because that's going to be a guaranteed cash prize even if they lose that final. But then if they don't, then they're going to have to fight it out in that third, fourth placer, and you still stand a chance to lose out on that prize money.
Yep, and that is exactly right. So everything is on the line right here. Your grand finals is also on the stick right here as well. So both players will be trying their best to win this one against their opponent. And, it seems like All Creation got the cards that he needs to actually proceed into this particular game. But however, Odyssey, on the other hand, Merciless Hunter, he don't want that Duran Sculptor to survive a little bit more. And I think, even with the Broadwing, he's unable to take down the Merciless Hunter.
At least not quite yet, though. The Broadwing has 4 health, so should be able to survive this rally here. Yeah, just go ahead and trade that off there. At least remove that 1. And it's at least 18 to 18 now. So keeping things on the balance here as All Creation picks up a Chime. That's going to continue to level up his Bard for now. And that's quite an early charm too, I think.
Yep, it's one of... I mean, it's coming from that the bird, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, so that actually went to the Javan right there. So I think this play coming in from All Creation, he could go for the Broadwing into the Fleet Feather Tracker, and he has a full board of birds, right? Like it's a bird, and then there's bird from Bud. But yeah, but Odyssey coming in with the soldier as well. He's not allowing All Creation to do much this turn and just removing that Duran Sculptor away from the field.
Yep, so here we go. Units on the board here for Odyssey. He's potentially going to be able to do 5 damage. Does the 5 damage now. So that's putting All Creation to unlucky number 13 on his Nexus. He still has units on the board. He still has 2 Rot Wings. Picks up a Golden Aegis on the top deck.
Yep, so this might be, the strike that All Creation needs, right? So he's just going in for the swing, and he could remove these 2 units on the board at the same time. But, the magic number is 5 coming in from the Viego deck, because that is where Viego comes online.
Indeed, and Odyssey does have Viego in hand too, so he could potentially play that out. Trying to decide where he wants to try to block here, because the real damage dealers is just the Bard and the 2-1 on the right-hand side. And so far, he's going to be only committing this 4-2 at this point, and that's going to be 8 points of damage there, which will put him a little bit lower compared to All Creation. So does he necessarily want to put himself in that position, though? Looks like the answer is no, as he puts down his 3-1 to commit this rally here. Stasis going to be used up here. Doesn't quite clear most of the units, but at least doesn't sustain too much damage.
Yep, and he immediately plays that Merciless Hunter instead of that Viego in respect of a rally counterplay. And this is what exactly we are talking about that All Creation could do. And, if Odyssey drops that Viego down, he might not be able to survive this particular turn.
Let's see how it goes from now. There's going to be 4 potential points of damage here if he doesn't quite block. But again, what can he use to block? I mean, I see the 7-7, but he doesn't have enough mana for that. He does have an Hourglass, but that's not going to be useful in this case, so just take it to the face.
Yep, and even with the Cameron Soldier, he's able to get another +1/+1 onto the Viego, so that's something that, Odyssey is happy about at this point in time. All Creation is just chill at this point in time, right? And here comes the Viego coming in from Odyssey as well. There's no unit that could remove it, so just be patient, buff everything up, and let Javan do the job the next turn.
Yep. Let's see. He's gonna commit. He's gonna commit his Viego now. So probably trying to bait out All Creation. Just put some units there to just burn it out completely, and try to narrow down his board a little bit. I think.
Yep, that is exactly what Odyssey is trying to do, right? Because when you're talking about Demacia, they're always talking about having unit space, and if you're removing their units, you're always winning. And with another Ephemeral coming in as well, it seems like Viego is on track to even level up pretty soon in this matchup.
All right, that's gonna be a way to turn this around as we enter round number 7. A Swiftling Flight is gonna be picked up on the top deck for All Creation as he commits all of his units on the board now. What is Odyssey gonna do? Sends out his 3-1.
Yep, and I mean, this is a challenger coming in for All Creation, right? And down comes the Javan as well. It's going straight right to Viego, and this might force Odyssey to go for the Hourglass onto that Viego as well. So I mean, this is the opening that All Creation created, but it doesn't seem to land. But taking 4 damage right here for Odyssey. So if Odyssey actually plays the Hydra Vine this turn, it might be game over, and All Creation could win this just because of the rally in his hand.
I mean, plane has already taken off, circling the airport, trying to find a place to land it. And land on his face it does onto Odyssey, and now he's down to 4 points. If Hydra Dyne going to be brought out, that's going to bring out a 4-4 as well. So plenty of damage potential on Odyssey's side, but All Creation still has a Jarvan Force, still can bring up a challenge.
Yep, is this over for Odyssey, ladies and gentlemen? Because right here, if All Creation could just go for the Relentless Pursuit and just, or even the Golden Ages, he could still go for that push. And you know, Odyssey could get some good trades out of it, but you know, it's down to this one.
Yep, it's down to this one as All Creation commits all his units on the board, forces out at 7-6 here. Time is running, time is of the essence here as Jarvan goes in for the kill, slashes and hacks his way to victory here as he completely demolishes the Nexus of Odyssey, confirms the win, and gets into the finals.
Wow, I mean, All Creation, ladies and gentlemen, here we have second time into the grand finals, all the way from the rising sun. He got the nice shirt coming in, he got the nice hair, and he got that nice look, but last but not least, he got that nice plays coming in.
Yeah, that's all about the plays here, ladies and gentlemen, and the plays that matter the most here are the ones that gets you into those top spots, and to the top seems to be the roots that All Creation is on the way to.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking great for him. It's positive right now. He has like what, both feet into the grand finals. He took out the champion of the Asian Masters. Like, he is on the roll right now, and he just have to carry on this momentum into the grand finals.
Yeah, so that's really exciting to see. We still have one more slot in the finals to see later on, but before we get to that though, we just have to give a shout out to our sponsors here, starting off with the Snapdragon Pro Series' main sponsor, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, and winning definitely mattered a lot right now for All Creation here, but who's going to be his challenger? We'll be finding out soon. Monster Energy, of course, is unleashing the beast here, and they are definitely worth checking out here. Go ahead and jump onto their website at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, join in the conversation here. We want to hear from you guys at home here. Join in at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, so you can go ahead and have talks with all the players, everyone who is in the Snapdragon Pro Series right here and right now. So let's go ahead and take a short break, but we'll be right back to find out who's going to be the next Legends of Runeterra challenger to get into the finals after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
To get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're going to be coming in here with our final semi-finals match very, very soon. It's not a tongue twister, I swear. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Moonboy. We're moving on to an all-Korean matchup right now. It's going to be the old guard versus the new guy, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's what, Reroll going up against what's his opponent again?
Reroll going up against JBK Ace.
Yeah, Ace, right? So, you know, both players coming in, Reroll coming in, well, you know, he's trying to retain his championship this time. Ace, you know, is just wanting to dethrone Reroll. But before that, let's just take a look at the winner from the previous game.
Yeah, so All Creation coming back once again now. I mean, okay, so first question right off the bat. You're going to be going into the grand finals here. Are you still going to be on your game plan right now, or are you having some like thoughts here as we go into this? Let us know. What's on your mind right now?
次はいよいよ決勝戦となりますが、何か意気込みなどありますか？
まず、2回連続、決勝の舞台に立てるということで、とても良かったと安心しています。決勝は、もう、変わらず、気楽にやっていけたらなと思います。はい。
First of all, I am really glad that I'm able to proceed to the final match, as well as like last series. And I will just keep calm and just doing whatever I can to keep up my work.
Yeah, very nice, very composed answer. Moonboy, after you.
Well, I mean, All Creation, if you are, you know, watching the next game coming in with Reroll going up against Ace, you know, you met Reroll as well. You know, who are you supporting or who do you wish to face in the grand finals?
次放送される、試合が、おそらく、オールクリエーション選手の対戦相手となりますが、どちらの選手と、当たりたくない、もしくは当たりたいっていうのはありますかね？
リロール待ってるぞ。
So I'll be facing Reroll next game.
Oh, so that's a bold prediction. But you know, all the best. I hope you enjoy. You know, just take a rest and just maybe study the game later a little bit. But you know, wishing you all the best. I'll see you later on.
Yeah, oh man, it's still so composed. I mean, either he's like the coolest cat like in Japan right now, or he has the best poker face. Because you can't imagine if I was in his shoes, I'll be quaking. I'll be like too excited right now.
He remind me of those anime guys with the specs, right? Then he's just, I know what to do. You know, he's that guy, right? So you know, but
oh my god. I mean, again, such a cool and composed person All Creation is. But let's go ahead back on topic now with our two Koreans who are going to be facing off against each other. I mean, you're still guaranteed to have at least one Korean representative in a final, but who is it going to be?
Yep.
So let's go ahead and have a look at the brackets. Coming into this one here. So again, we did see Odyssey, having a really good first game of the day. Unfortunately, he got stopped in his tracks by the time he got into his matchup with All Creation. He didn't go down without a fight though, but unfortunately the fight still favored the Japanese player here, so he ended up taking this whole series 2-1. Then as we see further down the line there, of course, All Creation, he did manage to beat the Vietnamese player. He beat the Thai player, and now he's potentially going to have to face off against a Korean player. Now, JBK Ace, of course, he had to beat Big Red Hato to get his semifinals. Akira Reroll, he had to beat the Singaporean Pokeberry 34 in order to make it to his place now in the top 4. As we have a look at JBK Ace, just to remind you guys of where he really stands when it comes to statistics. He has an open final seeding placement of 3rd, has qualifying ranking of 1st place in Cup number 3, so he won that outright. His favorite champion, Aurelian Soul.
Yep, the new kid on the block from Korea is here to face his countryman right here, and is none other than our defending champion Reroll from Korea as well. Coming in with the open final seeding at 7th place, and the Cup 3 coming in at Cup 3 at 2nd place as well. Favorite champion Aurelian Soul. So this guy, he's here to retain his title, and his All Creation is waiting and predicting that he is the one to face him in the grand finals.
Yeah, so I mean, given that they both have the same favorite champion, do you think they both have similar play styles as far as you've seen so far?
Well, the deck shows it all, right? So, coming in, Ace, a little bit more of the control to mid-range style kind of decks. But however, Reroll is going in with a really controlling lineup, right? You got Aphelios, Victor Vi, I mean, there's a combo deck, we would say. And however, Jace Heimerdinger is more on the control side, and Caitlyn Trundle is more on control or even unit style, right? Yeah, so both players having a similar style of lineup. So it's down to the bans. I believe it's still gonna be Aphelios, because everyone just don't really want to deal with Aphelios.
Yeah, it just feels like when you have the Aphelios like Zoe Vi, or in this case for Reroll, the Victor Vi, it always ends up becoming a long drawn out match anyway, and it always sometimes comes down to the luck of the draw at times, especially when both of them are just neck and neck, and that coming into this top 4, these guys are going to be bringing their best, so they definitely want to try to face off, with the decks that are a little bit more different to come when compared against each other. Nevertheless, let's have a look at one of JBK Ace's decks here. This is the Piltover, Enzon, and Targon.
Yep, so first off, is that Zoe Aphelios Vi that we have been seeing, and players have been afraid to face it again, and he has always been in the bandwagon. So, coming in, this is a Winding Light deck, so it's all about flooding your board and having all the value when Winding Light drops, and that is probably going to be game over as long as those overwhelm damage flow through into the Nexus.
Yeah, again, as long as you can get the attack damage done, you get the overwhelm, it's pretty much game over at that point, but everything has kind of stars have to align somewhat, doesn't it, when it comes to this deck in particular. But at least you do have the Aphelios to provide some sort of utility and support, so you can still provide some great sustain going through the early and mid game.
Yep, as you said, you're in Targon, all the stars have to be aligned, and this really have to flow it through. But without further ado, let's just take a look at the next deck coming in from Reroll, and it's gonna be Caitlyn Trundle.
Yeah, Valor, Piltover, and Zon, and we did see many times there the concurrent timelines that really, as long as you get that in the first round there, then you're going to be in for a really good Caitlyn Trundle game. So it's always going to be a little bit of a surprise, a little bit of unexpected surprise at times, because you never really know what to expect, but you definitely know that whatever comes into your hand, you must be able to maximize the potential value of what you get from that concurrent timeline.
Yep, and not forgetting the ultimate 8 drop from the Ice Pillar might potentially get you a Dreadway that could double your damage, as we've seen in the top 8 rounds against Pokeberry. So this is a really scary deck if their concurrent timelines go off.
Yep, so let's go ahead and pray a little bit, I guess, for our two little Koreans here. They're going to be fighting it out for this final slot. If you guys at home are having a little bit of prediction of who between the two you actually not only support, but who do you think actually will have the upper hand coming into this matchup here, cast your vote now in the Twitch chat here and let us know what your predictions are. So in any case, you know, it's going to be, obviously, like, Reroll is going to be a little bit more favorite given that he is the returning sort of like defending champ from like last split. But do you think the X factor will be certainly in play here for JBK Ace, just given his last round performance?
Well, I mean, anything goes, right? Whoever makes the cleanest play. But the thing is that we have seen Reroll that he is a really clean player from Snap 1 or Split 1, right? So, you know, he's just here, he's just gonna be not making any mistake, and if, you know, just waiting for Ace to make mistake, because he's the new kid, he might be lacking a little bit of experience or discipline.
And that's the thing, like, if especially if you're someone who has competed in so many tournaments, you've seen so much in your throughout your career. Like, do you think like anything is going to be able to rattle someone like Reroll in this, especially given that this is a slightly new meta for him, right?
Yeah, but I think, you know, coming in, right, everyone is just playing it cool. They know what they're doing. They're cool. They're just, you know, composed at what they're trying to say, trying to play.
Yeah, so here we go with the bans. So Viego is going to be banned and Jace Heimerdinger as well. So that does leave the Aphelios potentially in play for both sides.
Yep, I believe, you know, both sides don't really want to deal with that control matchup, so immediately banning both of the control decks. We will be likely seeing a Aphelios mirror as well, but we have seen time after time again the Victor variation is a little bit more offensive, or should I say aggressive, compared to the Zoe variation, because we will never get to see Zoe level up in this kind of matchup. But however, you know, but Poppy Galio in going up against Caitlyn Trundle, that is a big question mark, because, you know, what kind of cards are you going to get from the concurrent timeline?
Exactly. And again, it's sometimes we don't really want to leave it RNG here as we rush now to our first game of this final semifinals. Let's see how it plays.
Yep, so coming in, you know, both players having a pretty good hand, right? The Zoe Aphelios Vi player, you know, he got that Zoe on turn 1, he got Mountain Goat on 2, and even have the Vi in the opening hand to just start buffing her up. But however, here's the question, right? Is there a concurrent timeline from the Mulligan coming in from Reroll? But it seems like that's not going to be the case. He's going to be keeping whatever he has and just going to be playing good OLR.
Yep, it's going to be classic gameplay from this point on. Zoe's going to be able to push her face to get a super cool star chart in hand now. It's going to be initiative handed over to Reroll and then back to Ace here. So, yeah.
Yep, right here, I think Reroll only has one play, right? It's definitely going to be removing that Zoe as soon as possible. You don't really want to deal with, you know, that Zoe, because as long as it sticks onto the board, it has higher chances of leveling up. But take a look at this. Ace really got a good hand coming forward. He got the Aphelios and Vi, and even got the Winding Light in his hand as well. So things is just looking great, right? As long as things flow, Ace would just, you know, easily have this in the bag.
Yeah, but what do you think is going to be like? What do you think is going to be able to change that for JBK Ace though? Because it looks like things are aligning quite well for him. What potential spoiler can Reroll kind of do it from this point on?
Well, I think, you know, Buried in Ice, right? This is a very good card, but however, it is unusable until turn number 6 if he has 3 spell mana open for Reroll. So those are cards that, you know, he could just use it to drag out the game a little bit. But as of now, without the concurrent timeline, you guys can see how weak this individual creatures or individual unit is that Reroll have on his board. Like, it's not doing too much impact, and it can't do much changes to you know, his win rate.
Yeah, I mean, Azui still has elusive, so he can't really quite target it yet. And JBK Ace seemed like he was thinking about forcing the issue here, but instead that's going to allow Reroll to get a Mystic Shot onto the Zoe, removes it from play now. So it's just only going to be the regular units from this point on.
Yep, and right here, Reroll got an Aftershock off the top deck. That is a great removal if a Aphelios actually come down the turn. Things is not looking great for Ace, because the Aphelios, you know, at turn 4, he's still unable to meet the Nightfall requirement. So, and right here, Reroll is just going to push, right? As long as those traps manage to hit and land on those units, Reroll could just take a little bit of advantage from this.
Yeah, Caitlyn is going to be able to bring her damage through, so that brings JBK Ace down now to 16. A shock is going to be sent out there. Doesn't quite remove the 2 cards from play, but they're definitely not looking as healthy as it did before.
Yep, Financier coming in. Celestial Trifecta might be a good card for Ace to pick, but if he's greedy, he might go for that Glorious Evolution and start rolling. I mean, we have seen time after time players picking that up, but they never actually managed to just use it.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. He just went straight for the 6 mana card instead. Trundle going to be brought out here, so that's a 5-7 on the board now, and the Ice Pillar in Reroll's hands. And it's going to force JBK Ace now to play the Aphelios.
Yep, and it's a Aphelios into a Caliber, immediately going straight right to the Financier, not allowing it to survive anymore in this board. And I think, you know, right here, Ace is just trying to control Reroll as much as possible, right? He got the units advantage, and right here, Reroll is on the back foot in terms of unit numbers. And, you know, it's only turn 6, he can't exactly play the Ice Pillar, but the Aftershock immediately going straight right to the Aphelios, not allowing it to survive.
Oh, that's a bit of a devastating blow there, I have to say, because now he's going to be forced to use the Vi here. That's going to put her in a very risky position, but it's kind of forced his hand here, unfortunately. So let's see how this Trundle is going to be played now by Reroll. Is he going to be sending out together with Caitlyn? He's thinking about it. He's putting it on the board and taking it off again, but no, he only commits a Trundle for now.
Yep, this particular commitment coming in is just baiting Ace, right? If you do want to kill my Trundle, because right here, this is your best opportunity to remove the Trundle. Just trade your Vi for it.
There we go.
But Reroll got that Trochan, and this will be a bad trade coming in for Ace.
Oh man, that's gonna hurt a little bit. I mean, that's not enough to take out the Trundle, and he's back in the safety zone now for Reroll. He's gonna get himself healed up back again. That just that completely cancelled out.
Yep, that is what, you know, that Trundle is all about, right? You know, having those regeneration tag on it as well, is gonna be really devastating moving forward also. So, you know, coming in, starting off with a Mountain Goat as well. I think Reroll might be, you know, keeping the mana up, you know, keep 8 mana open so that you could go for the Avalanche or even the Ice, like I don't know, 8 mana Trundle spell, and that could potentially remove every single you know, unit on the board.
Oof, ice baby, maybe. Well, I mean, Ace is definitely not feeling a little bit too good there, having lost his vibe, but at least he does have a wide board on his side, so he does have that going for him. Unfortunately, Missing Shot is going to be able to do some damage, and that's so painful.
There was a big stun swap coming in from Reroll, right? Just dealing 1 damage to everything and just immediately shredded everything to pieces. And right here, you know, Reroll, if Reroll actually decides to block with the Trundle might be going down, because right here, Ace have the Mystic Shot to take him out.
Yep, so, I mean, it still ends up with Ace having an opportunity here to clear it out, but again, it's so painful to lose so many of his units there. Trundle is going to be the only one to block. He doesn't quite leave the Caitlyn out to be hung to dry here, but unfortunately, this is kind of even the odds now. He does get a bit of a buff there onto the Caitlyn, so she's up to a 5-5 now, so looking very healthy on Reroll's side of the board.
Yep, Reroll is just looking great right here. He turned the tide around. Ace had the lead in the early game, but Reroll manages to turn it around with that stun swap. And, you know, coming in, and this is the Ice Pillar that we are talking about, and there we go. Trundle's levels up, and the Overwhelm tech is online.
Oh boy, this is going to be danger now. Danger Will Robinson, or I should say danger JBK Ace, because he's going to be forced now to try to bring some weapons out to bear. But that Trundle 6-8, huge threat, so he does get the stun out of the bat there to just try to nullify a bit of that damage.
Yep, at this point in time, Ace is just delaying, right? He's just delaying Reroll, and hopefully he find himself into some outs that he could find. And, you know, right here, the Messenger might be the card that he's looking for. You know, he wants to dig a little bit deeper into his deck, and, you know, maybe the Warrior and the Scourge, maybe, or even Cosmic Ray. That is also possible.
Okay, I mean, he has definitely some options here, but what is he going to go for? I mean, the Scourge is going to be such a costly card to play, to bear in mind. And remember, he doesn't have any units on board right now, and even though he's managed to get the stun, that's only just going to delay things here. So the Messenger is going to be sent out. He's going to go ahead and yeah, pass it on.
Yep, in a financier top deck, and it seems like both players are not exactly drawing to their best capability at this point in time. But Vero, with 2 of the champions on board already, like things is gonna be looking great for him, right? He's on the roll right here, and Ace is on the back foot. How is he gonna turn this around? Because if he floods back his board, Vero could just clear his board once again with the Trundle spell.
That's the thing. It's just such a hard decision to do for his point, and I mean he's been doing so well so far to just keep things on a balance, but I'm afraid the scales have tipped definitely into Rerol's favor now. So I mean he does have a lot of cards on hand. What do you think could be his game plan from this point on?
Well, I think Ace is just trying to go for one big swing, right? Immediately going in for the Great Beyond, and he's swinging in for 10 this turn. I think this is just Rero is just gonna be removing it, Frozen in Time, Buried in Ice, sorry, and just Peacemaker to just remove the spell shield for safety measure. And this way, both of this unit is being frozen and being entombed right now, and Rero got an open field for him to strike.
There's a lot of damage you could do there. Practically 11 points now if JBK Ace doesn't find anything to mitigate that. So he's going to be down all the way to... Oh, actually, he's going to be down 12 points in health. Oh, even more now because he gets the Trundle buffed up here. Oh, this is just so... This is going to be so painful here with JBK Ace.
Yep, Ace has no choice but to go for a double burn and just remove a Caitlyn just to save himself 5 points of damage. But this 8 damage coming in from this this Thrall is just so painful to deal with.
Oh, she's down to 7 now, half the amount of points that Rero has. He's going to try to see if he can draw something out of his deck here. Gets Cosmic, the 3-4, and also plays out the Charger as well. Still one more tick left though before he's going to be able to get those 2 units back up to play.
Yep, I think, we know what Ace is trying to do, and he's just trying to, go for that big swing with the Winding Light. But, this is a great attack coming in as well. 15 damage immediately going straight right in. Rero has no way to drop the attack off that Great Beyond, and this is lethal coming in from Ace.
Oh, wow, what a turnaround here. JBK Ace shows up and plays it well here, takes that first game away from Reroll, and now the pressure is on our defending champion.
Yeah, I mean, how is he gonna stop that one? Because that Great Beyond was a great choice, right? We are saying that if you went with a Great Beyond or something that is like huge, that's his only play that turn. So, he put it to use, he put it to play, and that actually paid back with interest.
Wow, I mean, again, like the mathematics there was certainly like on the limit there, I have to say, because it was just a 1 point difference. I mean, if he hadn't gotten that damage done early on, I think Rero could have easily gotten that game back, didn't he?
Yep, definitely. He's just 1 turn away from winning. And however, coming in both players, it seems like Rero have that concurrent timeline in his hand, and he chooses not to play on turn 1. Instead, go for the Omen Hawk and just play a little bit slower compared to Ace.
Okay, so after the excitement of a first game now, it's going to be down to brass tacks here, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, looking forward to a very much game of patience now between these two here, as they don't really want to, especially for Rerol's end now, he's very much at risk here if he cannot successfully make this game land for himself. So JBK Ace, all he needs to do is just win one more, and he's already through to the finals.
Yep, one more and it's through to the finals, and Rero find himself a bird, and he could... Oh, no chime for him this one because it's not played. So, right here, Ace only have one game plan, right? And his game plan is to flood the board and just be as offensive as possible, because right here, if he's faster than Rero, things could look good for Ace.
Alright, so give it all unlicensed innovation or Hextech transmogulator. Choices, isn't it?
Yep, I think it likely might be a license. Right there might be a good one. I love Popcat Pop because he's just cute. Yep, yeah, he went with the Pop, right? And the Pop has quick attack also. But however, with a 0-4 in a way, Rero could not go for the attack this turn.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate about that. That's a Trundle off the top deck there for reroll, so perhaps he could make Lightning Strike twice, but JBK Ace, he's going to bring out a Swiftling Light, buffs it up to a 3-3, and the Bard is getting leveled as well, so all good things looking on the up and up right now for JBK Ace.
Yep, take a look at this, right? Aloof, a 2-3 immediately transforming into a 6-4. I have no idea how math is actually worked out for this one. But yes, indeed, Rero did gain lots of value off that particular move from the concurrent timeline. So this is, you know, what this deck is all about, getting value from all these additional cards that you're going to get from the side.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate though that after that rally, JBK Ace is still the one still having units on his side of the board. And he's still getting his Bard leveled up now. Caitlyn is going to be played. She's already buffed up to a 4-4 at this point now for KDF reroll, but he's trying to catch back up that tempo. He's still a little bit lacking in units.
Yep, and right here, you know, you guys realize that Rero did not commit to any unit this turn because this is what he's trying to do. He might want to go for the Buried in Ice the next turn, but seeing that the Poppy is online right now and it is his time to act, he has to defend right now. And he has no choice but to ditch the move of the Buried in Ice.
Yeah, and as still playing along, the Bard is still getting stronger and stronger by the rounds. And look at that buff now, so much damage potential from JBK Ace. I mean, is Rero really in trouble at this point, you say?
Yup, I mean, it's just looking bad for Rero right now, right? The only way that he could play is probably play that Trundle, and hopefully that he could defend himself against this onslaught coming in by Ace. And look at this, it's just tons of damage, and not forgetting Poppy is going to buff everyone by +1/+1 during this combat phase as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's just extra damage for zero cost. KDF Rero is going to be sending the Trundle out maybe. JBK Ace, oh, he's going to... okay, still committing to this. Still wanting to force the issue here on the reroll. I mean, this will be lethal straight away if reroll decides not to actually commit any defenders. He's going to put everything he has onto the board now. He has no choice but to do so if he wants to have a shot at keeping this game going. But that's going to leave him so low at 4 health on his Nexus. I mean, oh, and there we go. The Poppy again buffing it up. Is mathematics going to work out here? I think.
Nope, he's fall off lethal.
Yeah, it's still 4 points off, and again, he may have survived for now, but is there any way out from this point?
Well, I think at this point in time, right, reroll, whatever reroll does is not insignificant to Ace, right? Because, you know, you are not going to have as many units as I have, and you know, Ace is just comfortable at this point in time. There's no need to develop. You're at 4, one single attack and you're out of the game. So now the question, how are you going to answer me? And the answer is simple. It's Buried in Ice.
Yep, so try to ice them, put them in the freezer for now, and leave it for later on when you want to have your dinner. So, yep, at least that's going to kind of keep things delayed for now, but Rero still needs to need to find a good answer to this, because once those units unthaw for JBK Ace, he's still going to be back in that trouble. He's still going to be very much in danger of just not making it through.
Yep, and there we have, you know, Ace seems like he got the advantage on the board, right? He got the amount of number, he got 5 damage that could go through into the Nexus. But right here, if Ace is calculative, he got to be really careful of the 3 Sisters in Rero hand right now, because that is going to be transforming into a Flash Freeze, and that could potentially end his run. And like, you know, to not allow him to get the lethal this turn. But instead, you know, Ace going for the Demacia, buffing everything up by +3/+3. And it seems like, you know, if you want to freeze something, you gotta pick your poison.
Oh man, there's so much damage on that end now. Puts out Ice Pillar. Which card is going to be able to pick up here? But I mean, it's still. I mean, those 3 units are going to unthaw by the next round, though.
Asgard the Ancient. Asgard the Ancient.
Yes!
Pick
okay.
it!
Ho, 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 ho. Here we go. Can KDF Rero get himself back up to speed here? The Trundle is going to be leveled up completely now to a 7-9, and it's going to have a 7-7 on the board too. But how is he going to try to get himself out of this? I mean, that should be able to block, no doubt. But... and again, he's still going to be living on the edge even from that point on. Bard is going to be brought out. He's going to be leveled up as well. That's going to bring him up to 5-8 now. Lots of damage on the board here that JBK Ace could potentially put out. It's going to force KDF Reroll to put down the Caitlyn. Now he has to block.
Yup, and right here, 5 mana is still open. 3 Sister into Flash Freeze is still a Flash Freeze is a possible move that Ace or even Reroll could pull off. Because right here, right, he's actually forcing the Caitlyn to go in for the block and at the same time try to threaten Lethal, because right here it's just one simple play. It's gonna be Flash Freeze and just freeze the butt.
Yep, but then by that point it's going to be completely left empty, left hanging practically. So yep, the freeze is going to be brought out now to try to deal that one. So he blocks, successfully blocks all of the damage so far. But remember, there's still 2 units in the freezer. In the freezer, as you use a parlance there, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. But yeah, still not quite out of the woods. And yep, again, they're unthawed now. Still not out of the woods, ladies and gentlemen.
Yup, and a second Poppy, like that Poppy is important, right? Like he could just return something from the top deck to the top of Reroll's deck and just out tempo him. Because right here, immediately he's aiming for the Poppy, he's just trying to take it down, and Ace might be on the back foot for this one. This might be the turning point just because that the Ice Pillar turned into the Earth God.
Oh wow, I'm just so enjoying this. I mean, again, previously JBK Ace was the one who just did the flip around and completely turned Reroll on his head. Now Reroll is just serving him a nice cold platter of revenge here. If he can actually stick this landing now, that's all that matters at this point.
Yep, things are looking great right here. The Silver Wing Vanguard coming down as well. He got that Lauren Protege in his hand, and Reroll only could play one more card this turn. And here comes the Lauren Protege, and I believe it's going to be an Aftershock going straight right to the Vanguard. And I mean, it's still a 4-on-4 right now. Ace don't really have an additional unit to push the additional 4 damage in this turn.
Yeah, I mean, that turn is practically exhausted the entirety of JBK Ace's hand right now, so he's going to be all in from this point on. Another Chime is going to be picked up, but Troll Chan is going to be picked up on Reroll's top deck right about now. He still has units to block. He still has a chance. I think that's the most important thing for him now is that he still has an opportunity to turn things around. But man, just been on that razor's edge for how many rounds now? 4 or 5 rounds in a row, man. I mean, this guy's got nerves of steel.
Yup, and as long as Reroll hangs on, he will be winning this one, because right now Ace is running out of gas. There's no other card that he could put down to actually win him the game. Even if he plays that Duran Sculptor down, Reroll could just play that his unit in his hand, and it could still potentially be a good block for him.
Yep, looks like JBK is not deciding to commit to the rally quite yet. But again, time might be running out, so he's going to commit only 2 units so far. That can be easily blocked by KDF Reroll for now. But then, well, again, like, it's just that kind of turnaround back right one after another. It's like, my impression of where this is going to turn is just completely flipped on his head now. It's reached this late game situation. So I don't know. It still feels like Reroll still has a chance to come back, but JBKA still has a lot of units to deal with, whatever he has on hand now. Okay.
And Anya, Refna into a Reckoner, and the Reckoner will be stunning the weakest unit every single start of the round. And there we have, and this is the start, and I believe this is the end as well. Mystic Shot from the top deck, and this is just a simple attack coming in from Reroll.
Wow, okay now. I mean, again, JBK Ace is already out of gas, so he's just going to have to try to top deck this and see if he can get something. But unfortunately, it's just going to sustain so much damage, and now the Caitlyn is going to be up online here with the with a 6/6 level up. Oh man, I mean, how is it possible for Reroll to just continue to survive through all these onslaughts, man?
Yup, and there you have, Ace did have a great push towards Reroll, bring him to 4 HP, but unable to capitalize to close off the game. And there you have, bringing the game to 1-1, and we're going straight right to game number 3.
Wow, I'm so thoroughly impressed right now, because this is like super heavyweight. Like we saw the heavyweight kind of matchup. Now this is like, these guys are just way more intense kind of brain games going on here. I mean, again, we're just going to have to see how it all plays out, though, because we're going to be jumping straight into our third and final game of the semifinals here. And this could go down to the wire just as easily.
Yep, on the top side, we got that Poppy but Galio coming in. And however, on the bottom side as well, is going to be Aphelios Victor Vi. And, you know, it's still anybody's game right now, but it's looking great for the Demacia player because he has that turn 1 and turn 2, turn 3 into that turn 4 as a Demacia player. As you see those numbers rise, you think that you got it right.
Numbers, line goes up, numbers go big. Bing, bang, boom, here comes win. That's all I got so far. But, man, between these two guys, I mean, whoever gets through this thoroughly deserves the slot, honestly, because this is some amazing plays we've been seeing throughout this entire matchup. I mean, just when you thought, you know, that they're going to be down and out, somehow they were able to just find the extra bit of gas there. Just keep things, not only keep things going, but to eventually turn the entire match on its head.
Yep, exactly right. So, you know, it's still anybody's game as of right now. Both players look good into the early game, you know, but however, coming into the mid to late game, Reroll might have the opportunity to actually run over Ace if he doesn't really have a good enough board. But it seems like, you know, it's not going to be too much of a problem because here comes the Vanguard Sergeant and a Poppy coming in term number 4.
Yep, so here we go. I mean, Reroll sustained 2 points of damage so far to his Nexus. Ferris Finance here going to be brought out yet again. Which is the card he's going to pick out between the 3 right now.
Sputtering Song Spinner and or the Progress Day actually looks really good because, you know, he wants to draw more cards later on into the game so that he don't really run out of steam against Ace.
Alright, so now the turn has been handed over to JBK Ace. He's going to play the Bard very early on here. Is there some sort of plan that he's going through here, given his hand so far, or is he just going for full aggression here?
Yep, he's just going in for full aggression and try to get as many chimes in his deck as possible. And, you know, if the Bud doesn't go down, it will constantly add 3 more chimes into the deck every single attack. So we will have to be a little bit careful how he wants to deal with this Bud because you don't want to put some of those damage onto Victor.
Yeah, and most importantly, he doesn't really have any unit that can just clear the bar out completely, so he will still survive that. And that's gonna be a thorn in his backside here if he can't really deal with it in the long run here. So a bit of a threat there, but again, JBK Ace is not even giving an inch, so that he would basically be able to take the whole mile.
Yep, and there you have that. Victor already got the impact, and right here is 4-4. And the only thing that Ace don't want to see is a spell shoe on that Victor, right? Because the Ace already got the Consider Strike in his hand, and if the Victor actually goes south, he would be able to, you know, save, you know, and just try to remove that Victor away from the board.
Yeah, and the Bard now is already taken out of play here. It's still a 4-4. Poppy is going to be brought out into play. I mean, again, JBK is just not letting the foot off the gas whatsoever here. He knows he has the tempo advantage. He's just going to continue to push it as far as he can.
Yep, he's just trying to push and trying to develop his board right now. But however, Reroll is just matching to every single number that Ace is going to throw. Right, you got 3, I got 3, you got 4, I got 4. And Reroll has been constantly doing this to jam block Ace from doing whatever he's trying to do.
Yep, second power is going to be brought out, so at least he does have a unit advantage. And then now Reroll thinking about going for the commitment to an attack here. Yeah, he probably will still be able to block a little bit, but no, the Poros are still elusive though, so at least it's 2 points of damage guaranteed for Reroll's end. The only question is that does he want to commit his 6-4?
Well, I mean, there's nothing going to be destroying the Victor this turn, right? So you got to be a little bit of, you know, wary of things like Consider Strike or even the single combat coming in from Ace. So if he's really playing around them, so I mean, it's probably the way ahead.
Alright, so I mean, only the Poros went through though, so he didn't risk his 6-4. And now it's kind of like back to even Stevens now, even though there's literally one very, very stacked champion that's on the board here for KDF Reroll. But now taking his sweet time, JBK Ace just pondering what his options are.
Well, there's a chance of him going into the Bannerman and just, you know, allow everyone to get +1/+1, but no! Misses the Alliance off the top deck as well. Is this miss gonna be, you know, this miss gonna be like big for Reroll, because this is the chance for him to strike, because that Allegiance actually missed. All the creatures, you know, didn't get +1/+1 this turn.
Oh wow! I mean, how did that happen? But most importantly, though, like, has he kind of like made a major misstep here? Thanks to that, I mean, yeah, he's gonna lose the Batman Man immediately. So now he's gonna be forced to just basically put his units out onto the field here. And oh man, I mean, that seemed like it was that seemed like seriously costly mistake there, maybe.
Yup, I mean, that's all luck, right? It's probably the top deck is gonna be the Esmus, that is probably the only card, or even Bird or Esmus, that are the only card that is not Demacia, and that was the cause, or it's a Bard, and that was the cause of why they didn't actually manage to, you know, hit the Allegiance and get the +1/+1 onto every single unit.
Oh, just so unlucky then for JBK Ace. And now they even have reroll already has an elusive on his Victor, so that's just gonna further compound the problem now for JBK. So man, I mean, I don't know what to say honestly about this. It felt like JBK Ace was really matching reroll up until this point. Now he's very firmly on the back foot.
Yup, especially when we are at turn number 7 right now, and you know what it is. It's probably the turn of the Winding Light. And if Reroll chooses to drop the Winding Light this turn, he will be going in for the big push that he wanted the whole game. But however, Ace just passes the turn back to Reroll by saying, you know, screw it.
Yep.
You know, if you have what you have, stop me if you could, because I am going in for the offense.
Just like in the 1994 comedy film The Mask, somebody stop me, says KDF reroll. And oh my god, I mean, we got elusive on the Victor. Okay, so he's going to try to use it, keep his nest there. So that at least keeps him out, gets a Poppy back into the deck there. So, okay, maybe stall for time for a little bit here on JBK Ace's end, but no, he just takes his damage straight to the face.
Well, I mean, you know, that was a good move coming in from Ace, right? If he takes that Victor to the face, you're right, he's definitely going to be going home. So, you know, right here, he just have to try to turn this around and sustain a little bit longer, because he got the tools to actually remove those units. But it seems like Ace can't find a great opening to attack, because that Poppy is always in a very vulnerable position.
Yep, so for Demacia, going to be played out here from JBK Ace. But it looks like the 2-1 might be in danger of being removed now, thanks to that little shot. And yep, indeed, 0 health. Victor is going to be augmented, but back into the deck now as Bard gets himself leveled up. This is going to be enough for JBK Ace though. That still remains to be seen.
Yup, I mean, this is still not enough to actually close off the game for Ace, but here we go. The leveling up of Victor, and you know, it's gonna be the start of the end right here, because Reroll is just looking great and coming into the next round.
The end is nigh, ladies and gentlemen, as Reroll now has an elusive on his Victor. That's going to force JBK Ace now to put everything on the board, but he's 2 Poros with elusive and can still potentially play the Victor too. Oh man, I mean, again, JBK Ace still in the danger zone here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yup, and however, you know, this is a great push coming in from Ace, right? Actually pushing and forcing both the Poros out of commission and just pushing 6 more damage with the Poppy in as well. So with 2 Golden Ages in his hand, Ace might be able to turn this thing around the next turn.
Alright, Ophelia is going to be played out. He's going to be able to pick at least one weapon of choice here. Decide how, rather which of these units he wants to try to deal with here.
Well, the Graviton or the Infernum might be a good choice, but he chose to go with the Caliber. So it seems like he might be going in for the shot on the Penitent Squire, not allowing it to, you know, scale a little bit more. And with the level up Victor, this you know, Moon Weapon is actually discounted by 1 too.
So much more efficiency, and he still has 8 mana to play with here. Right now, Hansel and Ed are going to be bringing out the 2-1. Poppy and the Bard now sent out on the board. They're going to be buffed up a little bit. It's probably going to be his last stand in a little while though, because again, the KDF reroll still has those 2 units on the board, and he can play after this rally.
Yeah, that is exactly right. And there we have, you know, Ace. What spell is it? No, it's a Concerted Strike, right? So it might be, you know, trying to target the blocker of Bard, you know, so that the Bard could survive or like not take that damage. So you know, this is the chance for you to actually go for it and just take out a unit of reroll. So, but however, reroll still got 7 mana open. He could still, you know, buff up the Victor. He could still, you know, play the Sum Treasure, play the Gravitum, and still go for a big swing after that.
Oh, definitely. His cost is just down to 1. He could definitely play those for sure. I mean, JBK is still hanging on.
Yep.
Oh, and he just let go. He let go, ladies and gentlemen. KDF reroll wins by default. He is your second finalist in this Open Finals.
Yep, this guy, you know, he won Split 1, and here he is trying to defend his championship and take home Split 2 as well, as he will be moving straight right to his Grand Finals and get their rematch against his previous Split second place and also All Creation.
Yep, everything coming according to plan, it seems like, for both of these players. But man, I have to say, that was definitely like the closest series we've seen so far in this tournament here, right?
Yep, I mean, both players are playing on par as well, but I think, you know, Reroll knew that he had the upper hand and his opponent just scooped it up and saying like, you know, enough is enough. I think I ran out of option. I have nothing to do from here on. And yeah, and that was a really good game coming in from both the Korean players.
Yeah, and considering that this is like JBK Ace's like first kind of like attempt getting in this like Asia Pacific final, fact that he managed to get it up to the top 4, that speaks volumes about his capability as a player. So definitely going to be looking forward to see a lot from him in the future. But for now though, he's going to have to fight it out in the 3rd, 4th placer. Still has a chance to get some prize money, or maybe not. But nevertheless though, we're still going to have to give a shout out now to our sponsors here, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters here. Ladies and gentlemen, this platform has certainly provided so many thrills and spills all throughout this weekend here, I have to say. And of course, not forgetting as well, our second sponsor, Monster Energy, unleashing the beast. Go ahead and check them out at their URL there, monsterenergy.com/gaming. And finally, join in the conversation, guys. We want to hear from you all. Join in our Discord community here at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. And with that said and done, you know what time it is. It's time for that final match, right?
Yep.
It's going to be coming up, but before that, we're going to have to take a slow break. So apologies for that. Don't worry. We'll be right back with more action right after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we've been running through all of these legendary Runeterra matchups all throughout the day. My name is Victor Cax, joining me here is Moonboy, and we're here finally to bring you the finals for split number 2. And boy, oh boy, who would have thought it's going to be a rematch now, ladies and gentlemen. The same top 2 from split 1 are facing themselves yet again here in the finals for split 2.
Wow, I mean, what are the coincidences, right? It's just so, it just happens, right? The star align and these two players face off once again in the grand finals in a different kind of meta and in totally different kind of deck. So it's just a challenge what these two players is going to bring.
I mean, this just speaks to the consistency they have, because no matter how many months it been, how long it's been since the last split, even until now, they're still proving themselves to be consistently that top 2 for the Asia Pacific region. So let's go ahead and recap a little bit of what happened throughout the day, just in case you kind of missed out on all the action. And boy, have you missed a lot actually if you're only just joining us here, ladies and gentlemen. Starting off with that first matchup there, Black Tiger going up against Odyssey here, Philippines versus Thailand. Odyssey won that 2-0 pretty handily, bring him all the way to the semifinals. All Creation then faced off against MBS Knights, and All Creation of course won that 2-1. JBK Ace managed to put out a massive performance there, taking out Big Red Hato from Vietnam in order to be the first of the 2 Koreans to be able to get into the semifinals. But it's Reroll right now who faced off against Pokeberry34 to get into that semifinals. And then from that point on, Odyssey, his kind of journey got stopped in his tracks there by the all Japanese All Creation here, stomping him 2-1 there. They're going to get into the finals, and finally KDF Reroll bested the newcomer from Korea in order to reclaim his rightful spot, I have to say, coming into this finals.
Yep, and there we have, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals is all about All Creation and Reroll once again. We've seen it in split 1, but Reroll took the win. But this time, could All Creation even it up and take it 1-1?
Yeah, I mean, we might find out a little bit, but we may be able to get a little bit of insight as we jump into our interview now with the winner of the previous matchup there. That's going to be KDF Reroll. Reroll, congratulations, man. You're back in the finals once more. You're going to be facing off against All Creation, so it's going to be a bit of a rematch coming into this matchup here. So what do you think? Do you think you're going to have a much a better time coming into this one, or do you think it's going to be a bigger challenge for you in this finals?
네, 이번에도 결승에 이제 올 크리에이션을 님을 만나게 됐는데 이제 어떻게 생각하시는지, 그리고 또 어떻게 상대하실 계획이신지.
다시 만나서 반갑고, 저도 결승전이 리매치 될 거라고 생각 못 했는데 좋은 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
So I'm glad to see All Creation in the final again. I didn't expect to be like that, but I hope to be a great match between us.
Oh, it's going to be a great match, I bet. So Moonboy, off to you now.
Yep, Reroll, you have faced All Creation before, so coming into the grand finals, what's going to be different about you this time? Or, is the meta favoring to you in this format?
네, 이번에 다시 또 결승에 올라오게 되셔서 다시 만나게 되셨는데, 이번 지금 사용하고 계신 메타나 그런 것들이 이제 리롤님에게 좀 더 유리한지 아니면 어떤 식으로 작용하는지.
사실 제가 쓰는 덱들이 운을 좀 많이 타서 제가 운만 좋으면은 이번에도 쉽게 이기지 않을까 생각합니다.
So all the decks that I'm using right now currently is really depends on luck. So if the luck follows me, then I think I can able to win the match.
Oh man, literally putting in the hands of RNGesus there for KDF Reroll. So again, thank you so much again for your time, and we'll just leave you now to go ahead and prepare for your finals.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, all the best.
All right, so yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, again, speaking about this, I mean, again, even though it's kind of a rematch between these two guys, I mean, but then the game couldn't be any more different than it is like back in the split 1, isn't it?
Yep, I mean, it's a totally different meta, right? Back then, we see All Creation having like scouts and really aggressive deck, but this time around is a little bit different. But take a look at the deck choices coming in from All Creation. It's more mid-rangey compared to his previous iteration of aggro. So coming in, the 3 decks that All Creation brought in today is Bud, Poppy, J4, and the next deck would be NETF and Aphelios Victor Vi.
Yeah, and then for KDF Reroll, he does have the Caitlyn Trundle, which we've seen of quite a few successes so far in this tournament here. The Aphelios Victor Vi is, of course, a very interesting use. I mean, very interesting as well that both Creation and KDF Reroll are using the same type of lineup here for that specific deck. And then, of course, KDF Reroll did have a Jace Heimerdinger in his lineup here, but we haven't quite seen that used. It's been just put to the ban hammer pretty much every time Reroll is on the matchups.
Yep, I mean, there's so much control potential coming in from the Jace Heimerdinger and so much value coming in from the deck as well. So I believe coming into this matchup, All Creations might ban the Jace Heimerdinger moving forward.
Yeah, again, wouldn't be surprised about that whatsoever. So it looks like they were going to be just down to brass tacks here. All Creation, of course, showing off this Annie Twisted Fate deck once more here. I mean, we've seen how well he can play this deck in the last few matchups, didn't we?
Yep, this is my favorite deck of all that All Creation has brought in today, right? NETF, there's so much potential coming in. There's removals, there's units, there's aggression coming in as well, and there's draw power to level up Twisted Fate so easily. And this deck is close to, everything. Like, it has everything under these 30 cards in this deck.
Yeah, jack of all trades pretty much here that All Creation has in his deck is definitely a powerhouse to deal with once he decides to bring it out to battle. But then when we have a look as well into what KDF Reroll brings to the table, he also does have a few tricks up his sleeve, wouldn't you say?
Yep, but however, take a look at this, right? KDF Reroll, this is the deck that he was talking about, all about luck, right? He really needs to draw into the concurrent timeline so that, most of his units could roll into bigger units or something of higher value. So, we have already seen this deck work, even though without the concurrent timelines, but it's going to be going through a lot of struggles without that card.
Yeah, so again, he's just praying to the RNGs, just putting as many offerings as he can on the table there, hoping that Lady Luck smiles upon him for just this one time here, just this one moment that he needs it right now in this finals for split number 2. So again, coming into this matchup here, I'm still endlessly amused at the fact that they're still the top 2. Practically in Asia Pacific, they're still showing that they're still the 2 players to beat in this region practically.
So when it comes to Snapdragon, it's down to this 2-man, and it's once again. So it's anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you guys think that history is going to repeat itself, or maybe you might see a changing of the guard, let us know inside the Twitch chat right about now, because the Snapdragon match predictions are live. You can go ahead and vote for your favorite player here, rather vote for your favorite region as well, because it's literally Japan versus Korea once more. So pride is definitely going to be on the line for both of these nations here. So, yep, I cannot wait to see how this is going to turn out, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to be going now into the ban picks now. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see that ban on the Heimerdinger. No! He bans instead the Annie Twisted Fate, and conversely, Reroll gets his Aphelios Victor Vi banned out.
Wow, I mean, that is a great move that Reroll is actually knows that the biggest threat is the NETF. He just locked it out immediately. But ladies and gentlemen, off we go. This is game number 1 of the grand finals right here. All Creations going up against Reroll, and Reroll got what he wants, and it's that turn 1 concurrent timeline.
Yeah, it's all gonna be full steam ahead once he has that in hand. So let's see what the Multiverse of Madness will provide now. Maybe some good excitement here in this finals now, as turn is going to be handed over to Reroll. He's passing it along, not really committing any units on the board until just about now, with the Eager Apprentice being in play.
Yup, and getting himself a 3-2. Right? Eager Apprentice is a 1-3, and he exchanged it for a 3-2. Oh my goodness, that's just value overloaded right over there as well. I mean, this particular attack, is going to be blocked by the Baboon, but it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, again, he did that for next to 0 cost there, practically, given that he played it out in round 2. Ferris Financier is going to be played here by All Creation. You can read 3 cards.
Give it all.
Give it all. Okay, it's going to be picked up here by the Japanese player.
Yup, and there we have, Reroll like this going in for his own Financier as well. Shaman's Call or Progress Day might be good, might be good picks coming in for Reroll.
Okay, which one's going to be going for? Oh, he just goes swap it around. And gets a 2-3. I mean, again, so much value from these swaps, man.
Right, he's basically exchanging for like high stats and high value moving forward as well. But however, right, you're moving into turn number 4. Vivo might have nothing to play this turn, but this is a time for him to control what All Creation could do.
Yeah, so there's a lot more units on the board here for All Creation. How's he going to try to respond to this? Get some stances, maybe. Bear stance, boar stance, rich stance, any stance.
Yeah, I believe this might be the bear stance.
Yeah,
or Ram stance is gonna do one to everything, and at the same time removing 2 units of All Creation's board, and the Winding Light is not gonna get too much value if there's no unit on the board.
Exactly. So let's see. It's going to be Mountain Goat played by All Creation as he passes off. Another bear stance is going to be used. A bear stance is going to be used this time for KDF reroll, and that's going to buff his unit up to a 4-5. And mind you, it started off at a 2-1, becoming 3-2, and then now it's just 4-5. I mean, the match just tallied. It just keeps going up.
Yup. I mean, everything is just looking great for reroll right now. But however, on All Creation's side, he's running a little bit low on cuts and a little bit low on option. And I think what he needs right now is that Aphelios coming straight right down and into a Crescendum or a Calibrum, and he wants to remove that 4-3 off the board.
Yeah, just get that out of the way there because it's going to become a bigger threat. He doesn't want it buffed any more than that. It's already kind of run its course now, and his joke is getting a little bit stale now. At least by All Creation's kind of like estimation here, I have to say. But yep, reroll still has a turn at the moment. Still hasn't decided to pass. He has 6 mana in his pool. Is he thinking about playing anything else here, you think?
So Reroll actually has 2 decisions to make, right? Number 1, dig for something in my deck to try to take out the Aphelios. Or alternatively, I could just play the Trundle. So I believe he's going for the remove Aphelios route right now. And I think a Tavern Keeper might be a good one, but he went with the Eat That Stairs. I believe this will be a Thermal Beam immediately going straight right into Aphelios.
Yeah, so targets that Aphelios straight away. Takes Lady out now, so only the Mountain Goat is one capable of attacking. Calibrum is going to be used to take out the 4-3, it looks like. Is that going to be enough? Let's see.
Yep, it's going to be enough. And right here, All Creation has a really clean 3 attack moving forward also. So it's still back and forth, it's still anybody's game as of right now. But, as the game progresses, here comes the Trundle. And once the Ice Pillar comes down, his Reroll is going to be getting so much value out of that one Ice Pillar.
Oh boy. So again, he's already having his eye on the prize now. Poro Cannon is going to be brought out, so that does have a 1 Poro so far. The Trundle is going to be brought out to battle to bear here. And All Creation is going to take it on the chin, bringing him down to 15.
Yup, and right here, All Creation got what he wanted, and what he needed is that white board that this particular deck is actually looking for. And he could just go for the shot into the Winding Light, and that is a huge attack coming in from All Creation.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All Creation getting the buffs going there. Look at the amount of damage he can do. Maybe 3 plus 3, that's 9, plus 7, that's going to be 16, plus 6, that's going to be 22. Actually, 22 total points of damage you could do until just about now when he lost that 1 unit. But still a lot of units to bear right now because KDF Reroll doesn't really have a lot to block here. And he got 2 elusive units to deal with too.
Yup, and there you have immediately going in from the 3 Sisters into the Flash Freeze, just blocking another 6 more damage of this one, just doing 9 damage this turn. Yes, All Creation did not have lethal, but this is a great push that he needs to bring Reroll down to 7, and this might be the rematch that he is looking for.
Oh, very familiar position for KDF Reroll right now, I have to say, because he's been in this position before, right? Living on that razor's edge, but at least he does have some units on the board here that can try to potentially play out. That's going to be a level up now, and then he's going to be able to get a good Trundle up to a 5-7 and an 8-8 in hand as well from the all that sees. Oh, sorry, yeah.
And an additional 8 more mana coming in, and there we have, Eat the Stairs going in, dealing 3 damage to every single unit in All Creation's board, or even obliterating units with 3 attack or less. And this is not just it, it's not over yet, because this Eat the Stairs is going to be transforming into something else.
Oh yeah, Eat the Stairs.
Oh no, it's not.
No, it's not. But again, I'm just amused because I called it an it that watches.
It that watches.
Oh my god. But in the stairs still survive. The Trundle has been taken down, and looks like that's victory going his end there.
So the defending champ took the win right there and just turned it around against All Creation. All Creations looks like he had a great opening to close off the game at turn number 7, but Rero, being the champ that he is, he does what he needs to do.
He does what he needs to do. He still keeps his hope high, and looks like Lady Luck has smiled upon him quite a bit though in this round. But it was just he was stairs that really turned things around in the final moments there. And I mean, just the fact that he loves living on that razor's edge, I kind of worry, you know, coming into this long run here, because we still have potentially one more game to go. But if All Creation can somehow find it in himself to be able to take this one away, we'll be looking at the 3rd game series.
Yup, Rero immediately got that first drop coming forward as well. I mean, things is looking great. He got that 6 mana up, but he got no follow-up in his hand, right? Having that Shock Blast is not going to be doing too much unless the Aphelios drop down this turn.
Yeah, so 2-1 unit right now. All Creation has taken 4 damage so far, so that's already giving a bit of an advantage. Now the KDF definitely has the tempo in hand. All Creation hasn't quite committed to anything yet. He does have 6 mana in his pool though. Sends out the Poro Cannon, so at least he has is going to be able to get that out. And also plays Aphelios too. Which weapon is going to be of your choice now, Moonboy?
I believe it might be a Calibrum, right? Calibrum. No, a Crescendum, sorry. You know, he could fill up his board and get additional unit in the board as well. But however, immediately going in for the Vengeance, just taking out that that Moonboy off the board.
Hi Moonboy, bye Moonboy.
Bye Moonboy.
He does have another one in hand though, so he can definitely play that out if he wants to, but it'll be the last one he could do. Crescendum going to be brought out, yes, exactly as he said. And now it's turn pretty much going to be coming to his end as All Creation gets a Mountain Goat.
Yep, a goat is a really valuable, 2 drops coming in as well. But here comes the second Aphelios, as he might be choosing, likely it's going to be Crescendum or Calibrum, I think. Yep, Calibrum, right? So he's trying to remove it as well. But here comes the Thermal Beam, immediately removing Aphelios. That's 2 Aphelios down for All Creations, and he's really difficult. He has to struggle to find himself that 3rd copy.
Oh, that's a little bit rough right now. No Aphelios left for All Creation to play from this point on, and well, at least he gets a little bit of revenge in the form of taking out KDF's rerolls 2-1 and does get a little bit of damage onto his face, so he brings it down to a 17, evening the odds somewhat. But look at that, getting another beam again on KDF reroll from his top deck.
Yep, however, looking at reroll's hand right now, it's not so much on the offense, right? There's so much defensive stuff, but there's nothing offensive in his deck, because right here, there's no unit for him to finish things off, but Piercing Darkness, that's something that could allow him to sustain a little bit longer in this game.
Yeah, so forward's going to be played out. Yeah, I mean, like you said, he doesn't really have a lot of offensive options here, so, I mean, All Creation pretty much has basically free reign right now to kind of like extend this elite that he's having over KDF reroll, at least tempo-wise. At least one of those Poros might be dealt with here, so maybe not too much damage in the long run, hopefully, and a bit of health as well to be reclaimed by KDF reroll.
Yep, so right here, reroll really have to start controlling his board, because All Creation is nearing that crucial mana turn, right? At turn 7, the Winding Light is going to come down and just get that push that he needs.
Yep, so again, the turn is still in KDF reroll's end, but he only has 1 mana left. Nothing else he can play except for the beam, and it's gonna aim it straight on the. Oh, is he not? I mean, it might be more salient to put that on the Poros, isn't it?
Well, I mean, there is a 1 mana tribe, thermal beam, right? Thermogenic beam. It could still. I mean, taking out the Poro is probably the better option, right? You don't really want it to get buffed and hit into your Nexus with no guard, because knowing what reroll deck runs, there's not much guard unless he gets a Val Feast or something to actually remove that that Poro.
Dust Petal does brought out. The Winding Light is out though, so yeah, good thing he took out the Poro first, but still he has a 4-2 and a 5-3 to deal with coming from All Creation's side. He's going to try to use he's going to try to take those 2 out first, it looks like.
Yep, and there we have that Shock Blast that he needs, taking out 2 units away from All Creation's board. Just, softening the damage coming in from All Creation. Taking 9 this turn is still a-okay for reroll, because he's still able to heal back 5 from the Piercing Darkness.
Alright, so hopefully he's going to be able to get it. Adaptron is going to be picked up here, Whereas like the Winding Light is still in play right now for All Creation as he brings out a 6-5.
Yep, and that is Albus Pharaohs, and upon dropping, he gets to fetch himself that Jace from his deck. And when Pharaohs attacks, it's gonna do X amount of damage, when X is equal to the amount of 6 cost unit actually played, or 6 cost spell. So that was why 3 damage immediately burned straight right to All Creation's Nexus.
Yeah, All Creation is going to be forced now to bring out the Vi, and at least it has her up to a 6-4 from the get-go. So still a lot of damage potential, but now it's going to be a little bit vulnerable here. Winding Light brought out yet again, bumps it out to a 10-5. Youch.
Ouch. It seems like right here, Reroll might not have enough to defend against this particular onslaught coming forward, right? There's 3 damage coming in from the Poro, so that leaves like what he has to go for the defense, and taking at the same time he have to take out the Vi. If not, it's gonna be what, 10 damage going straight right to your Nexus.
Yeah, and that already is enough to just go lethal, so he's gonna have to block that immediately, but he still has 16 points of damage to deal with here. I mean, looking at the situation here, I mean
16 he could only block like what? He's allowing the Vi 5 damage to flow through, and that is 11. That's still not gonna be enough. So maybe if he could plan out, yep, so whatever combination is not gonna cut it out. I believe this is gonna be GG as All Creation takes home this game.
Yeah, there's no option. I mean, he's trying, he's shuffling around. I mean, the elusive Poro is untargetable, so his only real option is just kind of like swap things around, but it's just not enough mathematically. It seems like it's not going to be able to keep him alive quite yet. No, it does not. 2 points of extra damage there, overwhelming him completely, and that's going to be the end there.
Wow, I mean, this is a grand finals, and we got all 3 games coming forward. That was a really good match coming in, right? All Creation knew and calculated everything straight right to the point, and the Winding Light just comes down again and again and again to just pressure so much on Reroll.
Yeah, so now that we already have 2 decks already used up here, you know what that means. Jace Heimendinger is in play, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, so it's Jace Heimendinger going up against Bud Poppy J4 for the final game. But it seems like moving forward, All Creation might be in the back foot right here, because being a mid-range deck that he is usually really weak to control decks like Jace Heimendinger.
I mean, this has just worked out so perfectly for him now, right? So yeah, I mean, this is going to be Reroll's game to lose, I guess. We'll have to see, though. It still can be anyone's game, because this is Runeterra after all. But chances are that Jace Heimendinger is going to be a bit of a thorn now onto All Creation's side.
Yep, take a look at Reroll's hand. That is not the kind of hand that you are actually looking for. There is no turn 1, turn 2, or turn 3 plays. The only place is the Aftershock. But All Creation, he hit 2 chimes off the top deck as well. Is this the game that All Creation is gonna win? A top deck third Jace from his hand. Reroll is really rolling the low roll this time.
I mean, 3 chases in his hand and nothing else. Ay. Now he's going to be in for a world of hurt now, because he has nothing to defend now until he gets to that fourth mana. So, oh my goodness. He's going to have to tank it all. Okay, so at least he has some units on the board now, but he's already down to 14.
Yep, and I believe like this is going to be an easy Lauren Protege coming in from All Creation, right? Just expanding his board and try to pressure Reroll again and again, because right here, Reroll is just showing signs of weakness right now, and All Creation just have to capitalize. But instead of not dropping anything, I believe he's just going to play slow and just drop the Poppy and go for the push.
Alright, so it's going to be a bit of a slow push for now, and All Creation does have enough mana now. He's going to go ahead, play the Jace now. He needs something on the board here in order to try to even the odds. So Poppy and the Bard are going to be brought out. They're going to have themselves buffed up 3-4, 3-2. That's going to force the Jace to come out to fight.
Yup, and Sharpside immediately going straight right to Poppy, taking Jace out as Poppy survives. That small little Yordle warrior is not going down anytime soon.
Yep, so another time going to be picked up. The Bard is getting stronger and stronger. And Reroll, of course, he still has another Jace, so he's going to be playing that for sure. And but then still the Poppy, he needs to try to deal with that. Golden Aegis going to be targeting her to just keep her shielded up nicely. And thermal beam going to be used that just basically break it off.
Yeah, I think, All Creation is just trying to secure Poppy too much, right? It's just, maybe invested a little bit too much onto that Poppy, but unable to, capitalize and try to, reroll actually managed to just take advantage of that. But this attack will allow Poppy to go to 4 attack, and if the Jace manages to block, that second Jace going down straight to reroll, and with this, right, the Poppy is gonna survive at 5-1, and things is just looking interesting for All Creation.
I mean, again, it might just be worth if we can just keep it going, right? But that's 1 health, so it's just, again, on the margins here for All Creation. But most importantly, he still keeps the Poppy in play, so might be a chance for him to continue to extract much more value from it from this point on. So, I mean, right now KDF does have the 1-1. On the other hand, Sculptor is going to be brought out, so a 2-2 is in play as well. And All Creation is still banking on that Poppy, but until it just got himself removed now.
Yep, I mean, the Poppy is just going down immediately right there. And I believe All Creation, right, Lauren Prodigy is probably the best call, but instead going in from the Duran Sculptor once again. And, reroll, now is the time for him to roll back on because, things is looking great for him. And he could go for Jace into Challenger or, yeah, I mean, he could go for the box here if he even chooses to, but he went for the Jace with Challenger and wants to remove those Duran off the board.
Yep. Doesn't want to have any opposition. Doesn't want to leave any opportunity for defense here. Jay's going to straight out call the 3-4 out to play and should be able to survive this onslaught here.
Yep.
Commits to it. And Jace comes back into play.
Yep, and there we have, I would like to remind you guys that this is the final copy of Jace that Reroll actually have. He drew all 3 and he managed to get it off, and he managed to, only survive, allow the last one to survive, but right now he's only at 1 health with a Lauren Prodigy at 5-7 and a leveling up Bud. Things is gonna be looking bad for Reroll, but however, All Creation hand is only left with a Betterman.
So may potentially run out of gas or maybe not. I mean, again, the problem is they're both 7 health. So unless Reroll has some extra damage could deal to those two, they're still going to be able to survive the next rally if they decide to commit to an attack here. So Bard's Traveler's Call is going to be brought out here. That's going to get him some extra cards on hand and a buff as well. A 6-9 and a 5-8. Going to be out to play here, so Jace is going to be forced to come out to try to block it off.
Yup, and Avengers immediately going straight right to Lauren Prodigy as well as Jace levels up as he is ready to go. As right here, if All Creation is not going to tidy up his view, things is going to be looking really bad for him because the next 6-cost spell that Reroll cast is going to be double.
Oh yeah, that's the thing though. I mean, again, Bard still survives. But then still, again, reroll is on 15 health, so even with that double amount of damage, that still could potentially put him dangerously close to lethal here. And mind you, this is the last game. This is the last chance. All of these turns now matter so much. They cannot afford to make a mistake here.
Yup, and there we have the token immediately moving straight right to Reroll, and the top deck coming in from All Creation. What it is a second Bud, and it's gonna be a Traveler's Call. And right here, we got a piercing darkness as well, but there we have, this is the card that actually might turn this thing around, as it will be casted twice just because it's the first 6 drop that JC.
Yo, let's see if he's gonna be able to keep it up there. The buffs are coming in, the total 5595. Wow!
That is the number that we want to see, and look at this, an Elusive 5-3 and Jace have a quick attack and Challenger and Tough at the same time, because right here, All Creation unit is big, but is it big enough for Reroll to take you down?
That's the thing. I mean, health-wise, it's not looking a lot on Reroll's side, but the fact he has 1 extra unit means that he still potentially can get something through. So that's going to force him to bring the Bard out here, 7-6, and yep, it's going to be face-to-face now. All Creation is going to have to hedge his bets.
Yup, and there you have, if All Creations goes for a full block right here, the only survivor is going to be the bird. But however, he's willing to take 10 damage and, allowing Reroll to heal back up to 20. So right here, with no cuts in hand, with only 9 damage left in his HP, is it gonna be enough for him to survive?
Missed call has been pulled out from the top deck here for Reroll. Again, still 3 units on either side. Swiftling going to be brought out from All Creation, so that now unit advantage going to All Creation here. Ooh, this is going to be a tight one.
Wow, I mean, he could go for like the piercing darkness, but that's just only one off, right? You could only do it for one unit. So if the Jace is not exactly out of clear yet, but if the Jace goes down, you could miscall him back. So Vero is not going to worry too much.
I mean, again, he still has a lot of health actually on his Nexus as well. Didn't really consider that, but the thing is that he doesn't really have to kill shot necessarily to end all creation here. He still probably needs a few more cards from his deck here to try to deal with it. So, yep, gonna get double spells there. And lots more. Yo! Okay!
Wow, I mean, Rero is just bringing in the big guns right now, but however, all creations still have ways to just remove that final copy of Jace. So I think what Vero is trying to do, he's just going in, he's just, just gonna be charging head on and try to push in this 9 damage the next turn.
Literally brute force tactics here from Vero. I mean, just basically, even if I lose, some of you guys, it's a sacrifice he's willing to make as long as one of you guys get through. But nevertheless, the all creation, he's gonna have plenty of time to try to figure out his blocks here. The challenge is gonna be brought out by the 5-2. But, it's brought onto the 5-2, but he's still trying to contemplate who else can he try to remove from this pool.
Yep, as the rest of the turrets actually have barrier right now, so the only answer is remove that spider so that it can't do any INCBC stuff. But even though it's a right here all creations have that bot presence, and he might still be able to come back off this one, and a Mystic Shot off the top as well, and a concerted strike. So that is what all creation might need to actually take Vero out.
Okay, I mean, let's just back and forth. I mean, again, I thought Vero was gonna have it. Now all creation might just have it. Who's gonna come on top, man?
Who's gonna have it?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Let us know now. Okay, a 4-1. We're going to be able to put quite a bit of damage on all creation. He's going to block it with the 7-4. So that's going to pretty much remove that from play now. So bye-bye and good night. But still in play for now is KDF reroll. He's going to try to miss a shot. Is he going to miss a shot? No, he's still contemplating. He still has a lot of mana in his pool.
Piercing Darkness, just taking out 5 damage onto the Super Wing as well. So he's unable to heal, but but he's still able to control what all creation have in his hand. But here we have, that. I mean, that 7-drop that Vero drew, but however, there's no more Jace to fetch. But however, Albus actually have a lot of stack on him. So if Albus could go off, things is going to be pretty interesting because it's going to be direct burn damage from Albus.
I mean, again, he has the biggest health pool out of all the units he has here, but as forcing all creation now to commit a lot of units on the table here. He's going to be putting out his bird as well as a bard. Broadwing is still on the bench, but he's thinking about it. Nope, he's going to pull it all back. No, he's not going to risk it yet. Not quite.
Well, the thing is that, we thought that Vero got a bird, and that might be got Albus, and things is gonna be better, right? But however, all creation actually have that Concerted Strike in his hand, and that could be a potential removal for Albus.
Yeah, and the thing is that that's in his hand right now, so I don't know if Reroll, Reroll definitely doesn't want to try to risk things too much. Playing it safe for now, just trying to clear the units a little bit, but still maintaining 3 on either side.
Yep, and Vero decided not to block with Albus there because it was quite, attractive to actually remove that butt off the field back then. But however, if he actually commits into that, he's playing straight right into that Concerted Strike. And right here, all creation is just a little bit awkward because if I go for the Concerted Strike, what if they remove my bird?
Yeah, so spell is going to be used here from all creation's side again, mind you. Okay, Concerted Strike, he's going to straight up aim the Albus here. Mystic Shot is going to be onto the Broadwing, so this is mutually assured destruction here.
Yeah, but that is just clean play coming in from Vero, right? Knowing that that Albus is gonna be targeted, or even there's a chance of Concerted Strike. There's so much respect coming in from Vero for such a spell.
Yeah, and again, Ruination brought out the Chime, gonna Ladies and gentlemen, we have your winner, and guess what? It's the same one from Split 1. KDF Reroll wins Split 2 Open Finals. Glory to Korea.
This guy won Split 1 and this guy won Split 2 again. He's not just any champion, he's our Snapdragon Pro Series Legends of Runeterra Season 1 Grand Champion.
Woo! Top of Asia Pacific region here, back to back. I mean, man, it's just such a really tight game there, especially the last one between him and All Creation. And just when you thought that All Creation might just have had it in the back, suddenly Reroll finds an extra bit of gas and still stakes the landing in the end.
Wow, I mean that was a really good set coming in, and Reroll is not an easy way to actually win 2 tournaments back to back, and he did it, right? He did it. He go through the gauntlet of qualifiers, down into the top 32, and played down to the top 8, and now into the grand finals and winning it again.
Thereby proving the point, proving that he's the best right now in Asia Pacific, and now he's $2,000 richer thanks to it.
$4,000 richer.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, the split one prize money. I mean, wow, how much does he want? He wants it all, basically.
Yep, I mean, he's just too good of a player. He really played it clean, and I believe the play of the game was him dodging that concerted strike. Like, he literally respected that concerted strike and did not block with the elbows.
Yeah, if he did that, it would straight up be a game over at a point. So it just goes to show, like, you even if you have like strong cards or strong units, you have to be mindful. You have to respect what your opponents will be able to do if you put such a juicy target on the board, right?
Yep,
so,
that is exactly right.
Fair play to KDF Reroll. Let's go ahead and recap the journey it took for him to get to this finals here. Of course, starting off with All Creation, he first started off by taking down MBS Knights from Vietnam, moving on to the semifinals to take out Odyssey 2-1. That's going to be from Thailand, and then finally gets himself to the grand finals. Whereas KDF Reroll, he had to face off against Pokeberry, the best of Singapore, and he beat him handily 2-1. Then went on against his fellow countryman JBK Ace, who he beat 2-1 as well, and finally got to the grand finals, beat All Creation again 2-1, and earned himself the title of champion.
Yep, I would also like to congratulate Ace as well for taking home the win against Odyssey in the 3rd place match. So, there we have, ladies and gentlemen, our top 3 podium finishers for the Snapdragon Pro Series Split 2.
Yeah, so wow. I mean, again, we're going to be able to speak again once more with KDF Reroll. Congratulations. A huge round of applause to you, man. I mean, okay, first off, your thoughts right now. Go.
네, 우승 소감 말씀해 주시죠.
너무 기쁘네요. 그리고 상금을 받을 수 있어서 기분 정말 좋네요.
So I'm so happy right now, and the fact that I can win the prize money.
Oh, is it?
Okay.
All
So,
right.
okay, Reroll, how did you feel, at the very last moment, right? There's a little bit of drag, and it's all down to the top deck against All Creations. What was going through in your head when that kind of situation, that kind of standoff actually happened?
네, 방금 마지막 경기에서 마지막 상황에 이제 그런 상황에 맞닥뜨렸을 때 어떤 생각이 드셨는지.
제가 제이스가 살아있을 때 제가 급속 제작을 약간 잘못 썼거든요. 거기서 제가 88 기계가 2개 나올 줄 알고 썼는데 안 나와가지고 거기서 게임이 좀 이상해졌는데, 이제 알버스가 나오는 걸 보고 아직 하늘이 날 버리지 않았구나 느꼈습니다.
So at the moment that when the Jace is still alive, I used the rapid growth wrongly. I thought that it's gonna be 2 machines of 8-8 is coming out,
right?
But it didn't, but then see the Albus is coming out with the deck, so I feel that I have a way to win the match.
Oh, well, yeah, wow, okay, so nevertheless, final question, or rather final point for me here, just gonna hand the floor off to you. What kind of messages would you like to give to your supporters, to the Runeterra scene here in Asia Pacific? Final words to you now, Reroll.
네, 마지막 하고 싶으신 한마디 전해주시면 되겠습니다.
저는 이제 광동 프리스트팀 소속의 이제 리롤이고요. 이제 고마운 사람이 이제 저희 팀의 정신적 지주이신 페가소스님이랑 이제 같이 연습 도와주신 깜동님, 이라온님, 그리고 페타님한테 감사함을 전하고, 이제 한국 팬들한테 이제 저를 응원해 주셔서 감사하다고 전하고 싶습니다.
So I'm KDF Rero from Guangdong Freaks Africa team, and the person that I feel grateful is our spiritual support, which is Pegasus, and I would like to appreciate the team members of Gamdong, Iraun, and Peta, and thank you fans in the Korea that supports me all the time.
All right, congratulations.
Right. Congratulations, Reroll.
Hats off to you, man. I mean, again, defending your championship, like from Split 1 to Split 2, fantastic job. You know, keep it up, and we'll see you guys. See you again in the future.
Yes, thank you.
And yeah, that's it. That's the end, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen plenty of thrills, plenty of spills so far, and I mean, man, like the fact that it's still the same top 2 coming into this one. It's just nothing short of impressive, right? I mean, we're talking about him still being able to beat everyone pretty much, no matter the meta, isn't it?
Yep. So this the
form right now for players to show their best here in Asia Pacific and worldwide. And last but not least, Monster Energy for providing the energy to unleash the beast here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And finally, go ahead and let us know your thoughts as well in the Discord chats, because it's open, it's available to the public there. Just go ahead and jump in at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. And on that note, any final words you'd like to say before we end the show with this?
Well, I mean, I would like to thank everyone and all the audience, for being around and supporting us throughout this whole stream. It has been a long day. It is a lot of matches coming in today as well. But, thanks so much for staying true and supporting us. And thanks so much for the players for being there for us. And not forgetting the production crew and Victor yourself, being here to make this Snapdragon series happen. So, this is just season 1. I hope that there will be more seasons coming up ahead, and maybe more things might be awaiting you guys in Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, can't wait to see what will happen next in the Legends Runeterra scene. But for now, we're gonna bid our adieu here, ladies and gentlemen, because the day has come to the close. Thank you so much for checking us out here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Join me here as Boon Boy. We'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion, we put it in